I'll make it up. I'll make it. I'll make it up. I'll make it up.
You are watching Call for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Friday night, March 4th, 2022 at around 11 p.m. I can see in the chat that Jonathan Warner and Duke of Zill are here. Robert's here as well. Before the stream started, we were just talking about old Infocom games. It seems like we're all big fans of the classics, Zork 1, 2, 3, but we were talking about Deadline, the mystery Infocom game. The Infocom games were explicitly influenced by the Dennis Wheatley crime dossiers. Jonathan found some discussion from the Infocom people about that. And we were just talking about how I owned Deadline. Deadline was the mystery attempt by Infocom to really make a real mystery game. And if I remember correctly, see if you guys remember this too, one of the big things that Deadline introduced, if I remember correctly, was time. Like things happened at specific times in Deadline, and you had to be in specific places to witness them. And I think you could play it, you would have to play the same thing over again to be in different places at different times. But I remember not quite being able to wrap my head around Deadline. And whereas Zork, we spent weeks just obsessed with it and eventually finished all of those games. Deadline, I just wasn't quite ready for it and never finished it. So I do want to go and watch someone play Deadline, just watch a run through of it or read more discussions of it. Deadline was quite different than a normal text adventure. I do remember, yeah, there was real-time issues. So Deadline would actually be fascinating to read about the design of, because they did new stuff with Deadline for a text adventure that they hadn't done before. All right, so anything else in the chat? Anyone else want to say anything? I turned the volume up a little bit. And so, but hopefully it's good. It doesn't look like it's clipping. We don't want to waste too much time on this stream because we're a little past halfway, but we want to give ourselves time to think about this case. So we don't want to waste too much time. But while you guys are catching up in the chat, if you have anything else interesting to say, you can talk. As always, feel free to talk amongst yourselves. If I'm not paying attention, if I'm involved in the game, whatever, you guys are free to talk amongst yourselves. Okay, I want to go over a couple things I did, though, this afternoon. So we played... Sorry, let me back up a tiny bit. So we're playing... This is the second session. We played yesterday 7 hours, and now we're going to, we think, finish it now. So if you haven't watched the first session from yesterday, you need to start there. It won't make any sense to jump in and start watching this one. You should watch that one first. And there's a PDF of this 1937 game. There's a link to it in the description. So if you want to play this game along with the live stream or before you watch the live stream, you could turn off the stream now and go download that and play it offline. So I'm going to assume that anyone else who's sticking around is here to actually watch the spoiler-filled playthrough of the second half of File on Rufus Ray. If you're not sure, I'll just say that so far, I think we've all been really impressed and quite taken by this story and the writing. So this is good. It's good enough to turn off the channel and watch from part one or play it. And we'll have lots to talk about after we play this and finish it and read the solution. We'll talk about and review it and talk about our thoughts. What else do we need to say? I guess that's it. Has anyone watched High and Low that I keep recommending? After we finished playing, I was thinking again how much High and Low is a police procedural like this story and how good it is. But I hope you guys will check out High and Low at some point. Akira Kurosawa's foray into police procedurals, film noirs. Okay. Let's... we might want to recap, but before we recap, I want to show you what I did this afternoon getting ready to play. I did two things. The first thing I did is I went through it again briefly. I skimmed through it again and wrote up a little timeline. And let's go over it here. In fact, let's see this new split screen I did. Okay, here we go. All right. So this is timeline being put together from different people, Rufus Ray's valet and people at the club or whatever. 9 p.m. Rufus Ray comes home from work. Sorry, he comes from work earlier, like 6 p.m. or so. At 9 p.m. he leaves the house. We learn later that at 9 p.m. he actually goes to visit Max Kriegwald to see if they can come to some agreement that he not use this evidence he has, photographs that Max Kriegwald is cheating on his wife for the divorce settlement. But according to Max Kriegwald, that discussion doesn't go anywhere. He gets back at 10:30 p.m., according to a valet. And in the meantime, in between that 9 p.m. and 10:30, 3 people have called. Lucille Bishop has called, Dr. Scarborough has called, and Mrs. Kriegwald has called. I believe that's a Mrs. Kriegwald, Miss Anita Kriegwald. He calls them back. There's some interesting thing overheard about the conversation with Miss Kriegwald. He says he's leaving right now. She says it's not possible, something like that. We might want to look at that again later. So after he returns his phone calls, he leaves the house. He goes to Enrico's, and he gets there around midnight. And then we've got some timeline about what happens at Enrico's and who leaves when. So we're told that Una Garth looks nervous and sick. She leaves. She leaves at 12:20. Lucille Bishop leaves at 12:50. Rufus and Dr. Scarborough leave at 1 a.m., and Corey Bishop leaves last at somewhere between 1:15 and 1:30. We learn later that Una Garth, who leaves earliest, is met there, we believe, by Tony Broderick, who can't get in, and he takes her home. Lucille Bishop, who leaves at 12:50, is walked out by Rufus Ray, who puts her in a cab. Sometime around 12:10 or so, sometime around then, Rufus Ray calls to tell the valet he doesn't have to wait up for him. And we may want to check that, because that's important. We think he did that. He made that call once he made plans for a girl to come to his house. So we may want to check when he does that. Corey Bishop tells us he got home around 2:15. Rufus Ray and Dr. Scarborough go to Dr. Scarborough's house, where they get into some argument about something. We're not quite sure. And then a strange thing happens. Rufus Ray gets a call at Dr. Scarborough's house, which is odd because Dr. Scarborough doesn't think anyone should know that Rufus Ray is there. They just made last-minute plans to go to his house. On that phone call, Rufus says something like, "Tonight? Okay." And then he leaves. He tells Dr. Scarborough that he's going home, and he leaves. We know he likes walking, so he starts walking uptown. He's down on 53rd Street or so. He starts walking uptown. He says he's going to his house, but we can tell from where his body was found that he didn't quite go to his house. He went a little bit past where his house was. Continuing with more timeline from different people. This is just Una Garth. She claims she got home around 12:30. We know she left with Broderick, we think. But then she lies about where she was. She says she was home the whole time after that, but it turns out she actually leaves again and goes back to Enrico's. The doorman sees her at Enrico's at 1:40 a.m. waiting outside. And then that's the last he sees her. She says, she eventually confesses and says she's meeting a married man. She doesn't want to say who. The cop who's interviewing her accuses her of trying to meet up with Rufus Ray and having missed him. Then Una Garth is spotted by her doorman coming home at 3 a.m. She eventually says she was driving around all evening with someone until 3 a.m. I do want to note that if she was seen at the front door at 1:40, that does line up with when Corey Bishop leaves, or soon after. All right, so the channel is telling me the call is key. It's the setup call. Well, I'm not talking. I'm talking about the. Yeah, there's a couple calls, but I want to get. I think we better lock down the time of where he calls the valet, and see if we can figure out. It seems like that might have happened while everyone was still at the bar, so that might not tell us too much. But yeah, the call. I think Duke of Zero, you're saying the call that you're saying is key is the call at Scarborough's house, right? At 1:05 a.m. Yes, we don't know who that is. Okay, so going back through the timeline, I do want to point out something else that I noticed while I was reading, which is that when we search her, she doesn't have a gun, she doesn't have any smell of gunpowder. She does have a pack of matches from Bill's Bar on 12th Street. We know Broderick lives on 12th Street. Well, it turns out in a later interview, Broderick was at Bill's Bar that night. So it seems like maybe the two of them, Una Garth and Tony Broderick, were maybe at that bar at that same on that same evening. Okay, continuing our timeline information. Other pieces of information we know about our timeline. We know that Rufus Ray's office was broken into around 2 a.m. We know his body was found at 3, And he was last seen leaving the doctor's office, the doctor heading uptown at around what time is he leaving the doctor? 1:30. So somewhere between 1:30 and 3 a.m. he's killed. We don't know when. 2 a.m. It's actually a fairly large chunk of time. That is a very short walk. It can't be more than a 20-minute walk. So somewhere between 1:30 and 3 a.m. he's killed. We don't know. We don't have a good time of death. I don't believe. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. But somewhere in that time frame, at 2 a.m., we know there's a break-in at the office due to the thermometer recording device. And then I've got separate information. We know that at 9 p.m. he met with Max Kriegwald. Just to add some extra information, so this is earlier in the evening. Rufus Ray meets with Max Kriegwald at 9, leaves at 10:05. At 10:10, Max gets a call from his wife, Anita Kriegwald, who wants to meet with him to talk about this whole divorce thing. He says, there's no reason for us to talk. You go file your papers. I'll see you in court. But then the next morning, it turns out we just missed her, and he wrote her a $1,000 check. It's a little bit suspicious that he doesn't want to talk to his wife the night before, but then in the morning he's writing her a check for her expenses. And then I just made a note that there's mention in the interview of Broderick being at Bill's bar at 7:30. But I'm not quite clear if that's 7:30 p.m. before all this stuff started. I think that's right, but I'm not sure. I think we might have to reread the discussion of the person who met with him and tried to go to the movies with him. So that's my timeline reconstruction. The other thing I did was I went back to the map and I remarked everything a little more clearly and added a couple locations. So let me walk you through that. So here's Bill's bar on 12th Street, sort of in the Village on the west side. Then as we go uptown, there's the office. There's the office of Ray Rufus. There's Max Kriegman, who lives and works right next to the Empire State Building. Then as we go uptown, we get Enrico's, which is slightly on the west side around 51st. Dr. Scarborough, who lives on the east side on 53rd Street. Then we've got Rufus's home. And if you'll remember, well, let's go through all the locations first. So there's Dr. Scarborough's house, Rufus's home. That's where the body was found. And I actually looked up. We have the address. We know he was walking north uptown. Let me do this so I can show you this. Okay, so we know he left the doctor's house, started walking uptown. Oops. Why is that not drawing? It's on erase. Why would that be? Okay, I don't know why it's erasing, so we'll skip that for now. He left the doctor's office. He said he was going home, but he wasn't. He was walking up 3rd Avenue, and he was found dead. That's where his body was found. But what I wanted to say was, I looked up. We've got the actual address where his body was found, and it's in front of a butcher's shop. And we have the actual address, and when I looked up, it was an even address. I forget what it was. It was like 1082 3rd Avenue. 1082 3rd Avenue. So that would be on the west side of the block. So in other words, there's the street running up and down, and he's on the left side of the block, walking north. So if he's shot in the right ear, someone may have shot him from across the street or whatever. He was turned, we don't know. But he's walking uptown. Now, I do want to point this out because I don't think we realized this before. We were saying, well, Una Garth lives uptown. That's absolutely true. There's Una Garth's house. And then even further uptown are the Bishop's house. But I want you to notice something that I didn't realize before. Anita Kriegman, the wife who's suing for divorce, well, she lives 5 blocks away from the body. So he could be heading to meet her too. So there you go. So I just marked all the places on the map a little better and in a way that makes it a little easier for me to record them. I don't know why it's not letting me, why it's wanting me to erase though. It's going to make it a little harder. But I guess we'll take a break before the next time that I have to draw. All right. Duke of Zill, the check to Mrs. Kriegwald from Mr. Kriegwald could be blackmail, right? Because she claimed to know he had a gun. Yeah, like it could be some other reason why he's writing her a check. Yeah, I like that. I like the idea that, like, the night before he's like, we don't need to talk again. I'll see you in court. Next morning he's writing her a check, and he's saying like it's her expenses. But yeah, maybe it's some sort of blackmail down payment. Duke of Zill says, it's about 11 streets north. How long would that take to walk? That's like a 30-minute walk at most. Okay. And Duke of Zill says his head was facing south when he lay. Yeah, I don't know how much we want to depend on this photo of his body and where it was laying, but if I've got all my facts straight, this photo would be on the left side of the street. He would be walking this way, north. So maybe he turns around and someone shoots him. We don't know. We know there's casing found 15 foot away, but we don't know if it's further uptown or downtown. But you could imagine someone might be in here asking, saying, hey, you want a cigar? Here, let me light it for you, right? We know he has a cigar and no way to light his cigar, and it's a brand new cigar. So like someone gave it to him and lit it for him. So maybe someone calls his attention, he stops, he pauses, he turns this way, and so maybe someone would be further uptown that shot him. That because his right ear would be towards uptown, north. So that would mean the person who shot him wasn't following him. The person who shot him was waiting further north. Yeah, Duke of Zill has an interesting point. It means that if he was killed directly from leaving Scarborough's, like on his way walking, he would have been killed 2 a.m. or before, meaning the robbery may have been happening at the exact same time. Yeah, it's interesting. Was he killed at 2 a.m. and not found until 3 a.m.? That's a bit of a stretch. If not, where was he and who was he talking to? But if he was killed directly on his way walking, someone would have had to hightail right over to the office. But the office is far away. You couldn't get down to the office in time to walk. You couldn't walk down to the office from where his body was in time to make it by 2 a.m. You'd have to take a cab. And finding a cab at 2 a.m. is not going to be so easy. So how is that possible then? We're assuming they took the key from him to get into his office, but boy, that is a That's a very tight timeline to get his key and get to the office. He leaves at 1:30, and he's killed all the way up near his house. How is someone getting his key and getting to the office by 2 a.m.? I don't see it. I actually don't see how that timeline works. If he's leaving Dr. Scarborough's at 1:30, and he's not killed till he makes it all the way, and he's walking, he's not killed till he gets all the way here. Oh, Scarborough's that, sorry. He's walking from Scarborough's, okay. So 1:30, he can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, okay. So he could get to his body in half hour, but that's 2 a.m. How do you get his keys and get down to his office and break in? That's tricky. Do you not have to kill him to get his key? Duke of Zill says, was the key definitively used to enter his office? Yes. Oh, that's really quite interesting, Jonathan. Let me answer Duke of Zill's first. Duke of Zill says, was the key definitely used? Yes. We're told by the cops that there's lots of scrapes on the lock key frame, indicating that someone was like trying a whole bunch of keys to find the one that worked. Jonathan says there's a point about Miss Bishop bumping into him and dropping her purse and stuff and him helping her pick things up. Could she have somehow stolen a key to the office then? That's really quite an interesting idea. Yeah, that's quite interesting. Let me just make sure that I'm correct that he leaves the doctor's house at, when does he say he leaves? At 1:05? No, the call comes in at 1:05. He leaves at 1:30. I believe that's right. I mean, it can't be too much different than that. What do you think is better? Here's a technical question. Is this better when I read it? Or is this better when I read it? You don't have to answer that question. I'll just go with whatever. Trying to find where Dr. Scarborough is telling us. The details of when he got his call and left. Here, 5 minutes, 2 or 3, the phone rang. He got a call. It was weird that someone knew he was here. He heard a couple words. I heard Rufus say tonight, and after a moment or two, all right. And how long after it was that Mr. Ray left the apartment? Perhaps about a quarter of an hour. He took out his watch and wound it, remarking that it was almost 1:30 and he better be getting along. So he leaves there at 1:30. There is no way he gets killed and his keys taken and someone uses those keys to get down to the office. It's just not possible in that timeline. There's no way you get a cab at 2 a.m. without waiting around 10 minutes. Could she have acted like she wanted to meet him at his place later? This is what I was assuming, Jonathan. I was assuming that Lucille Bishop told Rufus, I'll meet you at my house. I don't want to go back to my house with my brother. He hit me, whatever. So maybe Rufus gives her the keys to a home and office. Jonathan says maybe she finds a set of office keys. And then Duke of Zil says, I'm just thinking if the killer had the keys already, then what else could they be looking for on the body? A watch to frame someone. Yeah, and that's assuming the killer and the key thief are one and the same, but we're not sure. I'm, in fact, quite uncomfortable with assuming that. But yes, I do think they may have been stealing his watch to frame someone. Or maybe they were trying to find his keys, but he didn't have any keys on them because he had given them to Lucille Bishop to take home with, to meet him at his house. I'm not sure. It's very curious, but we're gonna learn more about it. Anything else we should go over before we start reading new stuff? Any other stuff anyone wants to clarify? We've got this button. It's got 2 holes in it. Some of the diagrams that the officer is drawing are like buttons with 4 holes, button with 2 holes. Does anyone, this is actually important. We didn't think of this before. When we look at the cop's doing his little doodling on some of his papers here, some of his papers have buttons with 2 holes. Can someone do a quick search of shirt buttons, 2 holes versus 4 holes? Like, see if there's some style thing like women use buttons with 2 holes and men's shirts have buttons with 4 holes. Duke of Zil is saying the 2 different parties in a race for the contents of his office. One uses the carrot to get access, one uses the stick. Yeah, it's interesting. Or someone is trying to kill him and is just using this whole divorce evidence stuff in the file as distraction. But yeah, I'm leaning more towards the idea that this has nothing to do with the blackmail, with the evidence of the affair photos, because remember, they were not stolen from the office, and more to do with the idea that Corey Bishop, who's angling for this high-powered ADA job, is actually Rufus discovered some dirt on him. And that it's the Bishops that are knocking him out, that are killing him off for that. Because don't forget this note we found in Rufus Ray's house. Don't try and stall any longer. Either you'll see me and explain, or I swear to God, I'll go straight to the DA. Suit yourself as to which it's to be. We think we're going to look at some handwriting and try to determine who that is. Whoop! I was right, and Duke of Zil found it out. Look at this. Look how they used to do that in the old days. Buttons can be made with 2 holes, 3 holes, 4 holes, and 5 holes. Men's wear items typically are 4 hole, and women's clothing typically has 2 holes. That sounds like the stuff they do in the old days in the 30s. Jonathan says, looks like 2 holes are for light fabrics, 4 holes are for heavy. But yeah, again, I think maybe we should be concluding, I think maybe the evidence is trying to suggest to us that this dainty little pearl ivory button with 2 tiny little holes is for a piece of woman's clothing. So, did a woman shoot him? Just to throw this out there, we're told Yes, he did doodle buttons and then male and female. Yes, he absolutely did in one of his doodles. I forget which doodle it is. Yeah, here. Button, male, female. Yeah, I think it's now a female button. Just to throw this out here, we're learning that Rufus Ray was kind of unscrupulous and he was like milking people for money and you know, he would do whatever he had to do. Like, is it possible that what happened was Anita Kriegwald, Miss Kriegwald, comes to him. She's like, here's the evidence that he's having an affair. Let's sue him. I'm just leaving out the possibility that Rufus Ray calls Max Kriegwald and he's like, I'll make you a deal. I'll pay you off. You bury the evidence against me. Is it possible that like the woman is killing him because he's not going to actually help her? No, that doesn't make that much sense. All right. What else do we need to discuss before we start reading new information? Where did we leave off? Let's see. We left off right when we got the evidence photos. And we were thinking like, has she been drugged? But then we realized, oh no, it's just that the photographs are out of order. And she fainted is what happened. They don't find the gun. Broderick tries to break in the office. He finds the envelope with the photos, meaning they weren't stolen at 2 a.m. We open them up. We find that these two photos in it. That's the photo where we catch Una Garth, the radio singer, quite fetching, in the room with Max Kriegwald, the baby foods magnate, and then she faints. And then this evidence was brought to us by Anita Kriegwald, Miss Kriegwald, the second Miss Kriegwald, who is now hired Rufus Ray to represent her in the divorce. She came demanding she get her photographs back, and sure enough, they weren't stolen. But Tony Broderick tried to steal them out, we think to help his girlfriend, although it's a little odd because he seems like he's got the women wrapped around his fingers rather than doing stuff, risking his life for them. Although for her, you could see you would risk some jail time. All right, so that's where we stopped, I believe. That's where we stopped, and we're about to start to read some new stuff. And I think what we do is we take an 8-minute break, and we come back and start reading new stuff. In the meantime, get your tea, get your coffee. Think if you have any other questions you want us to resolve before we start reading new stuff, and I'll try to fix the tablet so I can properly annotate on the map. And I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, you're watching Co-op for Two. We're back from break and we're about to read new stuff in the case. I was just trying to lock down. There's two things that we should have recapped the basics of the case before we went to break, but there's one other thing that I'm starting to be feel like needs to be clarified a little bit for me. When Rufus Ray goes out to meet Max Kriegwald at 9 p.m. that evening, he gets a phone call. He gets 3 phone calls while he was gone. According to my notes, 3 people called: Lucille Bishop, Dr. Scarborough, and a Mrs. Kriegwald. So Mrs. Kriegwald calls him 9 p.m. that evening. Remember, she visited him that afternoon at work, gave him the evidence, hired him to sue her husband for divorce, and he's already met. In fact, he just went out to meet with Max Kriegwald to talk about if there's anything that can be done. The wife calls him while he's gone, while he's meeting the husband. And that's the part of the phone call that was overheard. I want you guys to listen to this. So the valet heard Ray say, "I'll be leaving in a few minutes." Then Ray went on listening while the person at the other end spoke and said, No, it's not possible. I'm sorry, goodbye." So Mrs. Kriegwald called him that evening and said, No, it's not possible. I'm sorry, goodbye. Remember, he doesn't meet with Miss Kriegwald at Enrico's. Duke of Zil said, did she only hire him that day? Yes. She only hired him that day. So why is she calling at 10 p.m., 9:30 p.m.? Now, I thought That's very odd. Now, when we go to interview her, does she not say anything about this? Don't you guys find that a little weird? That she's calling him... Where do we talk to her? Talk to the bishops. So 3:40 p.m., 3 o'clock, Anita Kriegwald comes in, hires him. She leaves at 3:40. Then check this out. As soon as she leaves and gives him the evidence for her to pursue divorce, Ray calls Max Kriegwald for 3 minutes. And Lucille Bishop calls Ray. Ray calls Walker. So it's odd that he calls the husband immediately. And then we know he goes and meets with the husband that evening. Like, is he trying to do some double cross of the wife? And now look at this. He sets up a meeting with Miss Kriegwald for the following morning at 9:30. That's when she arrives and she finds all the cops in the office. Okay, then they question her. I'm going to put a little marker here. So that we can find Miss Kriegwald when we need to come back to this. But I'm finding this awfully weird now. So we give her a flask. There she is, Miss Kriegwald. And we talk to her. We say, you had an appointment with him this morning? Yes. You didn't know he was dead? No, I didn't have time. Okay. What was your business? It was about my divorce. She says, I just have to get someone else now. I need my evidence that I gave Rufus Ray. They're here. I must get them. I guess we should have known they're here because she actually sees them. She's like, my papers, they're right there. And we're like, take it easy. You'll get them eventually. Is it evidence of your husband's infidelity? Yes. What did it consist of? Statements and photographs. Statements of witnesses and some photographs. Is it possible that there were other witness statements in that envelope? No, I think because there is one witness statement in there. She must have been talking about. I was thinking, did they take out some of the people and not the others? You brought the evidence to Mr. Ray, yes, the day before yesterday. He examined it, said there was no doubt we had a case. We wouldn't have any difficulty. He would see I was taken care of. Don't worry. Did you see Mr. Ray yesterday? Okay, so I guess he saw her 2 days ago. She came in. Then yesterday, he told me he served the papers on my husband. It's my evidence. I want it. She doesn't say anything about that phone call. That's suspicious. Duke of Zill says, didn't Mrs. Kriegwald's call go unanswered? Didn't a servant say 3 calls happened? What was that? Yeah, but then he calls her back. He calls all 3 people back, and he calls her back and tells her, and she says, no, it's not possible. He overhears her. And then Duke of Zill says, are they mates? He actually sued Kriegwald on behalf of his previous wife. So no, they're not mates. But you gotta wonder if was he trying to work out some kind of deal for both of them? Like to get extra money from both sides of the case? It really makes you wonder, was he trying to play both sides here? Not according to Max Kriegwald. Max Kriegwald says, we talked, but we couldn't work anything out. But we already know he's a liar. All right, so that confuses me, that call with Miss Kriegwald. Like, what was that all about? She's not mentioning it. Why were they talking? Why is she saying, no, it's not possible? And don't forget, she lives right above him, right where he was headed. Okay, so then I asked you guys to summarize the basic case before we continue. And basically the case is, Jonathan Warner says, Rufus Ray is a famous lawyer specializing in divorce. He was murdered, shot twice. We've got some details of his murder. There are 7 suspects. There's Tony Broderick, the sort of young employee whose fiancée is Una Garth, the radio singer, who we know is having an affair with Max Kriegwald, the baby food magnate, who the day before yesterday's second wife came in and hired Rufus Ray to file divorce papers on him and produced evidence, photographs, that he's having an affair with Una Garth with pictures. And then the 3 other people that are mixed up in all this are the bishops, brother and sister Corey Bishop and Lucille Bishop. We don't know quite what their motivations are, except for 2 details. We know that Corey Bishop has asked Rufus Ray to help him get this very high-powered attorney general job, which is why some of the bigwigs in the police department say there's no way Corey Bishop would kill Rufus Ray because he's depending on him to get this job. And yet we found this note that might suggest there's something else going on. We don't know what the sister's deal is, but we know that Rufus Ray was trying to get in with the sister, trying to get her to bed, and she wasn't having anything from it. But then she, out of the blue, asked him to go to meet her at Enrico's for a social event, which she never does before. So that's very suspicious. I do also want to point out, we were wondering what connections were. Lucille Bishop and Corey Bishop are childhood friends of Tony Broderick, in case we missed that earlier. So they know him really well. So they could be working with him. And then there's a sort of wild card, this Dr. Scarborough, who's a friend of Rufus Ray, sometime business partner, gaming partner. That seems like a completely red herring to us. So there we have the big players, and what's throwing us is there seems a very obvious motive for killing him, which is that he's got this evidence of an affair between Max Kriegwald and Una Garth. So the husband could want to get those documents and kill Rufus Ray so that he can't be successfully sued for divorce. And Una Garth and her boyfriend, Tony Broderick, might want to get those documents to spare her the embarrassment and or let her keep her job. However, the bizarre thing is that those documents weren't stolen from his office, even though it seems clear that someone did break into his office, and his keys are missing from the body, which makes us think that that's why they killed him, to get the keys. But then if they weren't going for this evidence of the affair, what were they going for? And then someone else seemed to break into his house and search around. Were they searching for the combination to the safe in his office? Note that the documents about the photographs were not in the safe, but the safe was opened. So was someone trying to get that? His watch was stolen. We don't know why that happened. So there's a lot of weird mysteries going on about why he would be killed and how to make sense of what his keys missing. The other thing is, in his house that was ransacked, there's face powder from Lucille Bishop. So it does seem like she was in the house. It looks like there's evidence that he gave her the keys and sent her to his house, and she was doing that for some ulterior motive. But we don't know exactly why. If I had to bet, I would bet this is about Corey Bishop, about Rufus Ray having some information on Corey Bishop, that the Bishops are trying to get out from the safe and kill him and then bury that whole stuff. But I'm not sure. Jonathan says the call to Kriegwald may have been to make sure he had been served because he set up for him to be served that morning. I don't think that's right. I think when she comes in at 3 p.m., he tells her he's been served. I think she hires him one day, and then she comes in the next day. It's possible. You might be right. Let's see. She comes in. She comes in at 3:40. She leaves at 3:40. Then he calls Max. Calls the husband. Okay, so 11 a.m. he asks for the divorce papers to be drawn up. At 3 p.m. she arrives, Miss Kriegwald. Remember, she's hired him the previous day. The next day he orders the papers drawn up at 11 a.m. to be served. She comes in at 3, and I think when she comes in, she says that he just told me that he served him. What was your business? It was about my divorce. She says, you brought this evidence to Mr. Ray. He examined it, said there was no doubt a case. Did you see him yesterday? Yes, I came in at 3 and he told me he had served the papers on my husband. 3 p.m. she comes in for a meeting. He tells her, I just served your husband. It's done. The papers are filed. Don't worry about it. Then at 9 p.m. she calls him. He calls her back. She says it's not possible. Come in tomorrow, he says. And here she is, coming in tomorrow, and he's dead. So did something happen? She comes in, he tells the wife, papers are served on your husband, where you're going to make a fortune on alimony, everything's taken care of. Then as soon as she leaves, he calls the husband. And he sets up a meeting at 9 p.m. that evening. So at 9 p.m., he goes and meets with the husband. The husband says, nah, nothing important happened. Then she calls him while that's happening. And when he calls her back, they have a weird conversation. And he says, I'll be leaving in a few minutes. He listens to her. And she says, no, it's not possible. I'm sorry, goodbye. Did he tell her, like, sorry, I worked out a deal. We're not going to sue him after all. I buried the evidence. And she's like, what are you talking about? You just told me we filed these papers on I'm going to get a great settlement. No, it's not Ray that says it's not possible. Listen, he heard Ray say, I'll be leaving in a few minutes. Ray went on listening while the person at the other end spoke. Oh, and then said, oh, you're saying Ray said. Oh, okay. Good catch, Jonathan. Okay, I was thinking that the valet heard the other end. No, you're right. Good catch. All we're hearing is what Ray says. Rufus Ray says. So Ray says, I'm leaving in a few minutes. And then he's listening. No, it's not possible. I'm sorry. Goodbye. So, okay, so he doesn't hear anything that Miss Kriegwald said. Good catch, Jonathan. So I wonder if she's calling to say, cancel it. I think she's calling to say to say take it back. I don't want to file this evidence for some reason. And he's saying, sorry, those papers are filed. They're in court evidence. It's too late to take it back. What do you think about that theory? This is Glengarry Glen Ross all over again. She's saying, she called him at the last minute at night, and she's like, you have to stop this divorce proceeding. John says she might just be trying to meet with him. Yeah, but why would she need to meet with him at 9 p.m., at 10 p.m.? Duke of Zill says, what would make her change her mind? Yeah, I wonder. I wonder that, but someone got to her. That really feels right to me. Like she's saying, we gotta withdraw those papers. I've changed my mind. And he's like, nope, it can't be done. Those papers are filed in court. Okay. All right. We spent a long time putting things off. I think maybe we're going to hear more about it soon. Okay, here we go. Are you ready? Let's find out. We've spent a lot. I do believe this is the proper way to play these games. You could make the case that we shouldn't be, why are we discussing all this when the game is going to fill in a lot of this for us next? But this is the fun of it, is trying to figure this stuff out ahead of time. All right. Duke of Zill says he's ready. Hopefully Jonathan Warner's ready. Jonathan, that was a good catch. I thought, and you might be right, she might just be saying it to me, but I thought we were hearing what Miss Kriegwald was saying, but you're right, we were hearing all from Ray. Okay, so he's summing up, Captain Andrews is summing up what he's made from looking at these documents here. Max Kriegwald and Una Garth having an affair together. Miss Kriegwald got them dead to rights. Tony Broderick, Kriegwald, Garth girl, a fielder's choice. Motive equally strong, all three, exposure and ruin. No alibis, but opportunity not yet conclusively established by us. Work done usual way by private detective agency, check on it. Have sent men to talk to Una Garth and Max Kriegwald. No trace of the gun that shot Rufus Ray, arranging for exhaustive search of domiciles of all concerned. Still trying to check on the writer of the threatening note found at Ray's apartment and on owner of Button. Waiting for report from Claiborne. He's the signature guy. We'll keep you informed, Andrews. Okay, day 2 to us. Statement of Harold Ross, Wabash Avenue, the Bronx, brought in by Detective Ober. You are a driver for the Metro cab. Oh, they tracked down the cab drivers. Good work. Good. This squad is some high quality New York City detective homicide squad. These are the elite. You're a driver for the Metro Cab Company, Mr. Roth? I am. Been with them 4 years. And you have some information about a passenger you drove on the evening of February 16th. Yes, sir. The lady whose picture I seen in the paper. This here Mrs. Kriegwald. Go ahead. Well, I had dropped the fare at Grand Central around 11 that night, and I was cruising north on Park Avenue when I was hailed by this lady at the corner of Park and 69th Street, see? And how was Mrs. Kriegwald dressed? She had evening clothes on, some sort of spangled skirts under a black velvet cloak with one of them there hoods the ladies is all wearing this season. And where did you take this woman? To the Shenley at 579 Park Avenue. That's where Rufus Ray lives. When I got there was a cab stopped in front. The doorman was holding the door of this cab open for a man who was walking across the pavement. As soon as she sees this man, my fare rolls down the window. She leans out and calls, "Rufus, Rufus." I noticed the name particular because I thought it was funny. But the man didn't hear her, or he didn't pay any attention anyhow, because he jumped in and drove off. So what time is this? She dresses up in evening clothes. Fancy. She leaves from her house. That's where she lives, I guess. I think that matches where she lives, 69th Street. She takes a cab to Rufus Ray's apartment. And what time is this? 11. Oh, this is when he's leaving for the club. So she takes a cab to his apartment, and he's leaving to the club. So she just misses him. My fare then says to me, "Follow that car." I did. The other cab rolled up to Enrico's on 51st Street, and this gent went in. Then this Mrs. Kriegwald sits still staring after him. Then she gets out, pays me off, and follows him into the joint. That's the last I seen of her. After signing the above statement, Harold Ross was dismissed, and Captain Andrews sent Lieutenant Farrell and Detective Purcell to talk to Mrs. Kriegwald. He gave them the same instructions he had given Lieutenant Phelps and Sergeant Gish. Take everything down. Let me have your impressions as well as what is said and done, and don't spare the horses. Put all you got into it. Go over the clothes Mrs. Kriegwald wore last night, and get me a sample of the face powder she uses. Okay. So, Miss Anita Kriegwald, the one who hired him, is desperate to talk to him. She called him that evening, and she's like, "I got to talk to you. I got to see you, whatever. You got to do something." And Rufus says, "I don't have time for this. I'm going out. Goodbye." She jumps in a cab down to his house, screams out for him to stop him from leaving, and he leaves. And she's like, "Follow him." The cab follows him, and when she sees him go into the club, she thinks for a minute, and then she follows him in. And you know what happened? She got a mask. She put on that mask so she wouldn't be recognized, and she hung out in that club with him. I think we got something going on here. How was she dressed? Evening clothes, a spangled skirt under a black velvet cloak with a hood the ladies is all wearing this season. Why is she so desperate to reach him this evening? It's because she needs to call off that filing for some reason. Okay, and the Andrews is like, trace her down, interview her, track down everything. Okay, here's Purcell, who was assigned to track her down. As per instructions, we went to the home of Miss Max Kriegwald at 113 East 69th Street. Just for the fun of it, let's take a look at our map here. So that's where she lives. Look where she lives. She lives right there at the top of your screen, Anita Krieg. So she calls him up. He says, I don't have time for this bullshit. She hops in a cab. She goes down to his house in the cab. She sees him getting in a cab to go to Enrico's, which is right down there. So he's getting in a cab to go to Enrico's. She says, follow that cab. So they follow him on, and they both go to Enrico's. Isn't it fun having this little tablet in this map? Jonathan says, here's an idea. What if Tony is having an affair with Miss Kriegwald? She did not know he was involved with Miss Garth. Somehow she finds out now and realizes her affair might be uncovered. That's not a bad theory. It's not a bad theory, but it's hard to see where she would meet him. It's hard to see how she would meet up with him. So I'm not sure I entirely buy it, but it's an interesting theory. Yeah. Okay. So they arrive at 2:45 p.m. We were admitted by a butler, and upon asking to talk to Mrs. Kriegwald, were requested to step inside and he would see. The butler went away and came back again with a maid in a green silk dress or uniform and a cap and apron. The maid started to spill a lot of gibberish, half English and half French. Anyway, it sounded like French. She said we couldn't see Madame Kriegwald because Madame was resting, and Farrell told her to go and tell Madame to get up. The other cop tells the French maid, okay, we know she's resting. Now go get her and bring her over here. After a lot of argument, we were taken upstairs to Miss Kriegwald's bedroom on the 3rd floor. Miss Kriegwald was lying on a sofa. It didn't look like a sofa. There wasn't any wood showing, and it was long and low with only one end and a lot of lace pillows and a rose-colored spread. And if Miss Kriegwald was really resting, the thing she had on didn't look like it ought to have been laid down in either. It was black with long sleeves and a very low neck with black cats around the top of it. So Andrew says, he gives instructions to Farrell and Purcell. Go talk to Miss Kriegwald. Write down your impressions as well as what's said and done. So here he is, Purcell, giving his impressions of this woman and this whole thing. And he doesn't like what he sees. Statement of Anita Kriegwald, interrogating officer Lieutenant Farrell, Homicide Squad. Lieutenant Farrell, we're sorry to have to trouble you, Mrs. Kriegwald, but as you know, the police are investigating the murder of Rufus Ray, and we're talking to everyone who came in contact with him on the night he died. But what has that got to do with me, Lieutenant? I didn't meet Mr. Ray last night. Are you sure of that, Miss Kriegwald? Quite sure. Isn't it a fact that at around 11:15 last night, you went to the Shenley to see Rufus Ray, and finding him going out, you followed him to Enrico's, a nightclub on 51st Street? No answer. We have the taxi man who drove you, Miss Kriegwald. If you had nothing to do with Ray's death, why don't you tell us what happened? Very well, I will. I did go to see Mr. Ray, and I followed him to the nightclub, but I didn't talk to him or go near him at all. Why, Mrs. Kriegwald, when that was the purpose for which you went there? Because he was with that snake, Lucille Bishop, and her brother. And then that Garth girl came in, and I knew. I got a slant on what was going on. They were trying to double-cross me with Rufus Ray. Neither more nor less. It was quite obvious. They were trying to get him to drop my suit, probably to destroy my evidence. I don't know what price they were prepared to pay. As far as the Garth girl goes, it's easy. Perhaps Lucille Bishop, too, for all her airs and grace. Well, what did you do yourself, Mrs. Kriegwald? How long did you remain at Enrico's? Oh, for about an hour. I was wild. But after the Garth girl went and then Lucille Bishop, I concluded that the danger was over. For last night, anyhow. I was going to tell him what was what, to tell him that if he didn't want to handle my case, there were plenty of other lawyers who would. Where was your table situated in reference to the Bishop table at which Ray sat? My table was on the other side of the room, at the end in the corner. Near the dance floor? No, about as far away from the dance floor as it was possible to get. I wasn't in a dancing mood. Did you speak to any of the people at Ray's table? Not then. Lucille Bishop had called me that evening around 9 o'clock. I knew who she was, but I never met her. She was sweet as sugar to begin with. Butter wouldn't melt in her mouth. She said that she was a friend of Una Garth's and some man named Broderick. She was sure a terrible mistake had been made. After that, she began shooting in the poison. She talked for a long time. The gist of what she tried to sell me was that Rufus Ray couldn't be trusted, and that it would be to my interest to drop the whole matter. Yes, she had the audacity to suggest that. She further stated that if Ray did put the divorce through, he'd go after me later for a slice of my alimony, with the threat that my evidence was cooked up, and that I knew it was cooked up. Whoa. She said, I'll give you her own words. Get out while you can. Once Rufus Ray gets the whip hand over anyone, he never lets go. And this, mind you, while she was getting ready to spend the evening with Mr. Ray. The falseness of it! The deceit! Well, she couldn't fool me, and I told her so and hung up. But I was so furious that I determined to see Rufus Ray that night and tell him how he was being slandered by Lucille Bishop and what they were trying to put over on us. I called him, but he had gone out. I left word for him to call me when he came back. He did, but he said he was going out. I thought perhaps I could catch him on the way out and warn him. When I got to the Shenley, Ray was just leaving. And from Enrico's, you came straight back here? Yes. Your servants will be able to corroborate that? Corroborate the time of your arrival home, Mrs. Kriegwald? Yes. No, that is... Well, which is it, Mrs. Kriegwald? It's no, because I let myself in because it was so late. Bentley, my butler, goes off duty at 12 unless otherwise instructed, and I didn't leave that nightclub till around 1. So no one in the house can... Wait, my maid, Marie. What about your maid, Marie? Well, she was in bed when I came in. I told her not to wait up, but after I went to bed myself, I was so nervous I couldn't sleep. So I rang for Marie and told her to give me a massage. She did, and after that, I did go to sleep. And look at how these rich people live. Ring, 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 it's 1 a.m. I can't sleep. Give me a massage. The maid, give me a massage. Oh my God. What time was it when you summoned your maid, Miss Kriegwald? I have no idea. It was very late anyhow. So just a few more questions, Mrs. Kriegwald, and we'll be through. Your husband, he owns a revolver? Max? Why, he did have one once. And how do you know that, Mrs. Kriegwald? He showed it to me. And when did he show it to you? Shortly after we were married in 1932. We were married in June, and we were spending the autumn in the place in Reading. I didn't care much for the country. It was so lonely there, and I was frightened at night. Also, I had some valuable jewels. I said to Max once that we could be robbed, and our throats could be cut without anyone being the wiser. And Max said, oh no, we couldn't. That he had a gun, and anyone who broke in would get a belly full of lead. And you saw this gun, Mrs. Kriegwald? Yes. Max took it out of some drawer, Things were different between us then, and we shared the same room. And what sort of weapon was it? Shiny, you know. And when did you last see this gun, Mrs. Kriegwald? Then, at that time. I don't remember whether it was in November or December. And you haven't seen it since? No, but it's probably still there. Didn't you, Miss Kriegwald, after you went to Rufus Ray's office this morning and heard that Ray was dead, didn't you go up to your husband's office in the Empire State Building and accuse him of having killed Ray? I did no such thing. Well, that's strange. His stenographer, Emily Coffin, was with Mr. Kriegwald when you arrived, and she says you did. That ugly red-headed girl Max has got down in his office? Don't pay the slightest attention to her, Lieutenant. She's crazy about Max. I've had the most impertinent notes from her about my own personal affairs. We have to pay attention to these things, Mrs. Kriegwald. Well, perhaps I did say something to Max. I was half crazy. He knew that Ray was dead. He must have known. He devours the paper the first thing in the morning. Why didn't he let me know? Telephone to me. It would have been the decent thing to do. He's friendly enough with his first wife, and she divorced him too. He pays her plenty. It keeps us stripped. I can't have a new car or decent clothes. I can't go on a trip anywhere because Gloria's got to have her alimony check. Oh, I've had to put up with a lot. Rufus Ray knew what I've suffered, what I've gone through. Now this Wayner Detective Agency, how did you get in touch with them? I didn't get in touch with them. They got in touch with me. When I first began to suspect Max, when he first began to talk about this Garth girl and her wonderful voice and how many cans of beets and peas and spinach and carrots she was going to sell for baby foods, I went to Rufus Ray. I told Ray Max was infatuated with the Garth girl and that I was going to get a divorce. Mr. Ray said I had no real evidence and for me to get it and come back to him. That very day, the Wayner Agency called me up. A man named Schofield wanted to know if they couldn't be of service to me in my difficulties. I asked how he knew about it, and he said it was their business to know. That Mr. Kriegwald was a prominent man, and that such things as his carrying on with the Garth girl got about. Mr. Schofield came up to see me. He was very kind and most delicate, even though he had to ask me a lot of rather embarrassing questions. So I hired him. On what understanding? Well, that he was going to have both Max and Una Garth watched, and if anything happened, then we would have positive proof of their illicit relationship, and I could get my freedom. When did you last see Mr. Schofield and where? Oh, in this house, a day or so after he caught Max and the Garth girl together up at Phoenix Point. I have here a receipt for you from Captain Andrews, Mrs. Kriegwald. He has the envelope containing your evidence. What? Has he opened it? Yes, it was opened when he received it. Mrs. Kriegwald read the receipt hastily. Then she said, he lists 2 photographs and an affidavit. Was that all that was in the envelope? Yes. Should there have been something more, Miss Kriegwald? No, that's right. There were only 2 photographs. I remember now. We decided not to use the other. This would be enough. Thank you, Mrs. Kriegwald. And now, before we go, will you permit us to examine the costume you wore last night to Enrico's? What for? Well, in order to check with the taxi man and the waiters in the nightclub, if you have no objection. Well, it seems rather unnecessary after what I've told you, but go ahead. Here Mrs. Kriegwald rang for her maid. When the maid came, she brought out a silver-spangled gown, flesh-colored stockings, silver kid slippers, and a long black velvet evening cape. We asked if this was everything that she had worn the night before. The maid said everything except Mrs. Kriegwald's opera gloves, which had been sent to the cleaners. I took down the name and address of the cleaning company, the Starbright Cleaning Establishment at 979 Lexington Avenue. The maid went out. Farrell said, "What about a purse?" And Mrs. Kriegwald got up and went to the dresser. She took out a gold kid evening bag. It was added to the other clothes. It had already been emptied. It was too small to have held a gun. Lieutenant Farrell and myself examined the entire collection. There were no blood stains visible to the naked eye, nor any evidence of such stains having been removed. There were half a dozen bits of confetti caught on the spangles of the skirt. We asked permission to search the house. Miss Kriegwald, who had returned to the sofa, said it seemed unnecessary to her, but to go ahead. We found no gun. We procured a sample of Miss Kriegwald's face powder. We then left the room and questioned the maid, Marie Francois, downstairs. Miss Francois testified that Miss Kriegwald was undressed and in bed when she was summoned to her room at 2:10 p.m. Is that must be a misprint, right? Must be 2:10 a.m. Let's make a little note here. I think this is supposed to be a.m., right? When she summoned her for a massage coming back after the club. So if that's a.m., we can add that to our timeline. I mean, we've got a lot to talk about here because it seems like the case has been blown wide open a bit. So Mrs. Anita Kriegwald follows Rufus to club, gets home before 2:10 a.m. And she says she leaves. Does she say what makes her leave again? All right, let's talk about this crazy stuff now. Jonathan says, maybe when Rufus Ray was picking up Miss Bishop's things, he placed his key and the threatening note in her purse. Blackmailing her, she went to his place and threw the note in the trash. I think it's saying she's sleeping in from being up all night. She says that that the maid is going to know when she got home because she called the maid for a massage. And I think that's what we're asking the maid about. We're asking the maid to confirm when she was called in to give her a massage. So I'm pretty sure that should be AM. That's my guess. All right, so this is huge, though. What we know is we know that Rufus Ray is this very unscrupulous divorce lawyer that always gets his way and tries to extract money from everyone. The story that Anita Kriegwald is telling us now is she goes to Rufus Ray. She says, I want to hire you for a divorce. Rufus Ray says, you got no evidence. Come back to me when you get some. And then she gets a mysterious call from a PI firm that's like, we can help you. And she's like, how do you know I need help finding evidence? And they're like, we heard it through the grapevine. So it's very clear that Rufus Ray is now called up this PI, probably this PI that he uses all the time, and said, go call Miss Kriegwald. We're going to get evidence or manufacture evidence. So now it's starting to sound like Rufus Ray, maybe in conjunction with Tony Broderick and Una Garth, is all a setup. Is it all a setup to frame Max Kriegwald? So she says that, let's look what her, let's hear what she says. Okay, so they get this evidence, and then here's this bizarre thing. She says, Miss Kriegwald says that she got a call from Lucille Bishop. And Lucille Bishop is now the good woman. Like, this is bizarre, because we were thinking Lucille Bishop and the brother are the real masterminds here. But according to her, Lucille Bishop calls up Anita Kriegwald and says, look, you can't trust Rufus Ray. A terrible mistake has been made. She says she's friends with Una Garth and Tony Broderick, and you need to drop this divorce proceeding, because even if the divorce goes through, Rufus Ray is going to go after you and get a slice of the alimony with the threat that my evidence was cooked up. This is what, remember, okay, this is so important. The old angry secretary in Rufus Ray's office tells us that Rufus Ray is this horrible, unscrupulous person, and he gets from both sides. He gets his hooks into both sides. So look at this system he's got going. The woman comes in. Rufus Ray manufactures photographs proving that the husband's having an affair. Cushing, that's right. Manufactures evidence that the husband's having an affair, uses his PIs to take the photographs. Okay. Then he presents these photographs as evidence in court to get the woman a divorce and great alimony. After that goes through, he goes back to the woman a couple months later and says, hey, turns out those photographs that I used to get you a divorce settlement and alimony were staged. So you now have to pay me 20% of your alimony to keep me from revealing to the courts that you staged these photographs. So now he's got it from both sides. He's got the alimony, he got hired as the lawyer, and now he's getting the payoff. So he sets up fake, staged evidence of infidelity, and then he threatens the woman with it later, so he gets a cut. So it's sort of important that it not be a real affair. So is it possible that Tony, well, I mean, fake, I don't know if photos are fake is the right word, but he has to be able to threaten her that they're not, like it was a setup. So maybe he would just he could tell the woman that I've got signed statements from the person who had the affair and the PI that it was all a setup. So maybe it's possible that Tony Broderick is like, you used my fiancée as part of this racket, and I'm not going to have it. Like, you can't use her as part of your illegal schemes. But why is Lucille Bishop warning her? Okay, now Duke of Zill says, I thought they were witness statements. Well, this is a good point. We talked about this. They're actually, I mean, in that evidence, okay, there is a statement. Here's a statement, signed statement by the PI of what he saw, that he saw Max Kriegwald in his pajamas with this woman. But it's very clear from the test, from this interview, that there was other photographs in that evidence. So now we actually have a piece of mystery solved. This was something we toyed with, and it looks like we're right now. When we give her this envelope, this detective gives her back the envelope. She looks at it and she's like, "There's not more. Where's the other stuff?" He's like, "Should there have been something more?" She says, No, that's right. This is all there was. I remember now. That's all there was in there. So now it's starting to make a little more sense. There was some other evidence in that envelope, and the break-in was to get that other evidence. Why is that? I wonder if it's Lucille Bishop having the other affair. Is that what's happened? Is Lucille Bishop the one that's having the other affair? So the Bishops are trying to talk her down from filing this divorce, and when they can't, they're like, "We have to get the evidence that shows me." But why is she not telling the police detectives about the missing evidence? He was 2 photographs and an affidavit. Was that all that was in the envelope? Yes. She's like, "Oh, that's right, I remember. We decided not to use the others. These would be enough." Why is she not saying, "Yeah, there was more"? I'm going to put on my list of questions. What else was in envelope? I'm just writing a little couple notes to myself. Why Anita doesn't say. Say what's missing. Why was Lucille trying to warn her? Pretty interesting. If the envelope is proof of Ray's schemes, why were they not in the safe? I don't think the envelope I don't think the envelope is proof of Ray's schemes. The envelope was the thing that was going to make the divorce go through. And someone stole the pieces of evidence that were going to hurt them, maybe the Bishops. Or Rufus Ray handed it over to Max Kriegwald. I don't know. All right. This is getting interesting. This is getting kind of interesting. I thought it was going to be... I wonder if the photos are of Lucille. The other photos. The other affair was Lucille. I'm not sure, but I'll tell you what, though. Does it not make sense that perhaps that blue note in his desk is the note threatening Rufus Ray, saying, hey, you explain to me what you're doing with this fake setting up this divorce evidence, or I'm going to the DA and I'm going to tell him that you're doing illegal stuff. This could be someone threatening Rufus Ray, because Rufus Ray is doing illegal stuff with his PI. Interesting. Maybe Miss Garth and Lucille are just friends. It's certainly possible. It is certainly possible, Jonathan, that Lucille is a good person. But why is Lucille setting up this whole meeting thing? Is she trying to like resolve it? Maybe she is trying to resolve it. Although, yeah, Lucille says you can't trust Rufus Ray. That makes a little bit of sense. Like, is it that Lucille is like a good person, that's why she won't date Rufus Ray, and why she's warning this other woman about working with Rufus Ray? That's interesting. But how does she get in his house, and why? We think her face powder is in his house. We think she tricked him to give her keys. I think those may be photographs of Lucille. All right, let's keep going. But then wouldn't Kriegwald say, hey, the stuff that's missing is the pictures of Lucille, this snake, since she doesn't like Lucille. All right, let's shall we keep going? Well, we got some notes from the inspector. Let's see what we got here. Swell, another candidate. So for opportunity and so far as opportunity and motives go, Rita Kriegwald could have shot Ray. Powder? Question mark. Could she have been in Ray's apartment? Question mark. Other conclusions. The Garth girl. No hand in robbery of Ray's office. Established her by something at Billy's bar near Tony. Why do I keep forgetting his name? Tony. Come on, guys. Where's his name? This is why you gotta keep good notes, otherwise you're dead. Tony Broderick. Okay. So Garth girl, no hand in the robbery of Ray's office. She established her alibi, I guess. Something. He's saying by something. At Billy's bar near Tony Broderick's apartment from 2:10 to 2:45 a.m. Waiting for Tony Broderick, question mark. What does this say? Something, 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 something. There's this whole thing at Billy's bar. I don't think we fully understood how she was alibied from 2:10 to 2:45, but somewhere the barman at the bar or someone said something about her being there. And she's got the matchbook, so we do think she's there, but I don't remember reading it. What does this say? Waiting for Tony Broderick. Something, something. Come bury something. Anita Kriegwald cleared of robbing in bed at 2:10. She's in bed at 2:10. Check her story with the bishops. This says something, where, when. A. Kriegwald, through research, not in house or office, had gun something. The Garth girl, not there. Broderick, no gun something. Hopeless to look, duck. What? Gun, 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 gun. Get gun. Something is the best bet. What does this say? Gun shop, best bet. Alibis, all something. Good duds. Bishop, check with the servants. Doc Scarborough, check. Check, check. Broderick, check, check, check. Check everyone. Garth, something, Craigwald, something. Button, who would get the button? Who hasn't got the button? Well, for the most part, these are just notes that sort of comply with our theories. The only one that confuses me is this alibi for Una Garth being at this bar. That's not contradicted by anything we know. It's just I don't remember where we read that. Duke of Zill says the 2:10 misprint confirmed. Yes, I do think this is confirming the 2:10 misprint because it says that where did it say it? Yeah, 2:10. She was in bed. Gun, where, when, where. This is gun. Okay. So he wants to find that gun. He's basically saying everyone seems to be an alibi, or he wants to check the alibis. He's pointing out that the button is important. Not in the house. Oh, this is all about the gun. The gun, we did a thorough search. It's not his house or office. He had a gun once. Roderick has no gun. Don't know what this says, but he's basically saying no one has a gun. All right. Let's continue on for a bit. We've got a telephone message, 2:30 p.m. to Captain Andrews. Miss Lucille Bishop left her house at 2 p.m., went to the office of Leonard Alexander, attorney, at 78 East 42nd Street. This is someone instructed to follow Lucille Bishop. Telephoned Miss Bishop at Alexander's office and asked her to come and see me as soon as she finished there. So why is she at this attorney? Okay. Report from the License Bureau, Police Headquarters. Oh, maybe we can get a gun license. Wayner Agency, owned and operated by Michael Deutsch, former lieutenant of New York Police Uniform Force, retired in 1926. Agency duly licensed, no violations, no complaints, records good, no divorce cases handled until 1935. Former lieutenant of New York Police. Some dirty cops going into PI. Okay. Report of Sergeant Gish. With Lieutenant Phelps, I proceeded to the Warner Detective Agency in the Flatiron. This is actually a building I passed quite a bit. It's a very cool building that looks like a kind of wedge. In the Flatiron building to query them about the photographs and affidavit submitted to Mrs. Kriegwald as evidence in her suit for divorce against her husband. Arrived there 3:18. Phelps knew Deutsch. Deutsch was in his office. Phelps didn't beat around the bush. He said, "Rufus Ray, Deutsch?" Deutsch says, "I've been expecting some of you boys to drop around. Soon as I found Ray was bumped off, I was afraid there was going to be trouble. The man you want is Jim Schofield, my partner. He does all the dirty work. I wish to God I'd never taken him in. Schofield left for Chicago or points west early this morning." Wait a minute. I'm not stalling you. Listen. Deutsch then made the following statement. "I'm worried as hell. Schofield woke me up at 7 a.m. this morning to tell me he was called to see a sick sister near Chicago. I knew there was something up from his voice. I didn't know what it was until I let the cat out and took the milk in." Is that some expression? "Look, as far as Rufus Ray's murder goes, you can wipe Schofield off the slate. Schofield was with me from 10 o'clock last night till about 3 this morning. We had a job at the Delafield wedding at the St. Regis, keeping an eye on a lot of jewels and silver, supposed to be gifts, but hired by old Lady Delafield, special for the occasion. She didn't want any of her guests walking off with the stuff. I thought those bums would never go home. It was almost 4 o'clock before I hit the hay, and ditto for Schofield." Lieutenant Phelps says, "Come on, Deutsch, get down to it." Deutsch says, "Schofield did the spy work for this Kriegwald dame. He handles all the divorce stuff. You know me, Phelps. I always hated it. I and my old woman have been jogging along for 20 years, and, well, I don't say it's always been on the up and up. What can you expect? Besides, I don't hold with changes. If you're a bum guesser in the beginning, you'll go on being a bum guesser all your life, and trying to change your luck will get you nothing but a headache. I didn't know anything about that end of the business. I didn't want to know anything about it. Schofield was away from the office most of the time. All he said to me about this matter was, 'We got Max Kriegwald, the president of Baby Foods, Inc., dead to rights. With Rufus Ray to handle it for her, Miss Kriegwald ought to take the old gent for a pile.' Schofield also said he didn't blame Miss Kriegwald, but that the Garth kid was a Pippin. That's all I can tell you. Schofield also said that he didn't blame Kriegwald, that the Garth kid was a Pippin. That's all I can tell you. Phelps asked Deutsch if there was any connection between Ray and Schofield, and when Deutsch said no, not that he knew of, Phelps queried him about Schofield's appearance, physical characteristics, past history, etc. Deutsch said Schofield could turn his hand to anything and was smart. He had qualified for the bar, but couldn't make a go of law, and from that he drifted into private inquiry work. Okay, so a possible connection between Rufus Ray and this PI, like maybe they met up in law school or something. We called the office from Wayner's, and the captain said for Deutsch to go over with us and take a look through the rogues gallery to see if there was anything on Schofield there. We hit it first crack out of the box. Schofield has been under arrest twice, on May 19th, 1929 for intimidation, and on August 8th, 1934 for collusion. The first time he got a suspended sentence, the second time the charge was withdrawn. A wanted for questioning for James Schofield was immediately issued. After that, we chased up to Grand Central to see if we could get any information on Schofield having started west to any of the trains out that morning. Nothing doing. We returned to the office at 3:56 p.m. So let's make another new suspect card for Schofield, although we know that he was on the job when Rufus Ray was killed. So we know he didn't pull any trigger that evening, but we know something's going on. Robert has come by. He says, this is fascinating, and I would love to stick around, but I can't stay awake. I have to go to sleep. We'll have to check the replay after the live stream is over. Goodbye, everyone. All right, good night, Robert. It's completely understandable. But yeah, maybe you start with yesterday's stream. All right. So this would be a good time for us to take another 8-minute break. We'll come back. I feel like things are starting to roll with this connection to the bad PI. Pretty cool. All right. So we'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. You're watching Caught for Two. We're playing File on Rufus Ray. We're just back. I was bringing up where the PI's office is. There's the Flatiron building, that little wedge-shaped building. When you look at it as you're walking, it's hard to believe there could be that it's a building. When it gets to this point, you can imagine what the room looks like on those points. But just if we want to keep our mapping, it's on 5th Avenue between 22nd and 23rd Street. So if we want to put it on our map, oops. We want to put it on our map, 5th Avenue between 22nd and 23rd. Somewhere, not that this is important, but it's right here. It's I'm trying to remember, where is it actually? It's probably right there. That's where the PI's office is, at the Flatiron building. I think it's there. It actually could be right here. Probably more likely it's right there. We want to be historically accurate. It's right near the office. In fact, it's right near his office. That makes sense, doesn't it? That he's working with this PI whose office is right next to his. Actually, this might be a good time to point out two little historical things from yesterday's playthrough. One is, they mention when they find the body, they call into the Flowers Hospital. I've never heard of that. Turns out it was a real hospital owned by the church or something, and eventually it got converted into a long-term care, residential care or something, and still exists, not as a hospital anymore. And the other thing that was historically interesting is that, I don't remember if it was in a newspaper or something, but something mentioned the L train, but not the letter L train, the EL train. And when we read that, I said, is that a misprint? Why are they spelling it that way? I've never heard of any L train, EL train. And I thought maybe they were misspelling, that they were a typo for the L train. But it turns out the L train was a real train line that was quite popular in the 20s, 30s, 40s. Got decommissioned sometimes in the 60s and ran to Brooklyn, I think it was, I read. So the EL train was a real thing. Just more little history in this game. Okay, so there's our PI's office right next to Rufus Ray's office. And it turns out that Schofield is a crooked PI, and he's working with Rufus Ray on his setting up fake evidence, catching people to help help him win these divorce cases by coming up with manufactured, or we should say, it may not be that it's not that it's false evidence. It's just that, and this is probably not that uncommon, it's setting up the men with very alluring women who are in on it, whose job it is to seduce the man and then get photographs. Which, one thing that's cool about that is it sort of explains why there was able to be a photographer ready to take that flash photo. I think Una Garth was in on it. And possibly. Maybe that's why she's faking fainting. Like, catch me. But she very well may have been in on this setup against Max Kriegwald. but it makes you wonder what was the other evidence. Okay, let's go. So Deutsch knows, like when we go to the Flatiron building, this building here on the map, and we confront the PI, the guy who runs this PI shop. He's like, I knew your guys were gonna come to me. He's like, all right, it's true. One of the guys working in my firm, I know he's crooked, but like he brings in good money, so I probably shouldn't have hired him, but he's a good earner. Okay. So we put out this bolo for James Schofield, and we're trying to find if he really did leave town. We know he didn't do the shooting, but he is in the thick of this and he knows it, so he got out of town. All right, let's continue. Confidential report dictated by Captain Andrews and sent to Assistant Chief Inspector for transmission to the Commissioner at 4:30 p.m., February 17th, together with condensed statements of Tony Broderick, who's under arrest, and Mrs. Kriegwald. Well, this might be our guy summarizing some stuff. As soon as we got Schofield's picture, I sent it over to the building next to Rufus Ray's, the building into which the door from Ray's private office opens. The janitor there recognized Schofield right away. Only Schofield didn't go by that name there. He went by the name of James Saunders of Saunders and Pine, an agency handling toys with an office on the 3rd floor. Nobody ever saw Pine. It's obvious that the toys were a blind. Okay, so our guy that we made a card for, Schofield, is AKA James Saunders. Remember, if you've forgotten, that Rufus Ray's office has a back way in that opens onto this toy shop, toy company as a front. And apparently this Schofield fellow had access to that. Maybe they didn't need to steal his keys. Here's the way I figure it. Schofield was an undercover inquiry agent for Rufus Ray. Ray tipped Schofield off to women who wanted work done, divorce, breach of promise, alienation of affections, etc. Schofield then contacted these clients through the Wayner office. It was a fine cloak. The agency has a good reputation in case the customers decided to investigate. The stuff on Max Kriegwald and the Garth girl may or may not have been rigged. I can't tell. We'll know more when we get hold of Schofield, and when we question Kriegwald and the girl. Schofield probably won't talk, but after the wind-up, the DA's office will want him anyhow. Sticking to my opinion that someone in close contact with Ray on the night he died shot him, we have the following layout. Dr. Scarborough has opportunity, possible motive, if they got into a quarrel about business, and no alibi. Okay, that makes sense. Lucille and Corey Bishop, opportunity, no apparent motive, no alibi. They're all together. The last we heard of them, they say they go home. All right, now this group, Kriegwald, Broderick, Una, Garth. They've got motive, they've got opportunity, and no alibis. And Anita Kriegwald has a possible motive, opportunity, and no alibi. Depending on when he was killed, she doesn't have an alibi. We know she's home at 2 a.m., but maybe that's not good enough alibi to stop her killing him. For your convenience, I'm attaching a brief timetable of Ray's movements on the late afternoon and night of his death with regard to the men and women under observation. This is this thing that we found in all of these crime dossiers where the book is summarizing for us a little bit. Okay, here we go. 5 p.m. he left his office. 6 p.m. he arrived home. 6 to 8:30 he has dinner, work, etc. Okay, here we go. 9 to 10 he visits Max Kriegwald. We knew that. Kriegwald says they tried to come to some agreement. They couldn't, as expected. 10:45 he gets home. He said the valet says there have been 3 calls. He calls these people back. Lucille Bishop, Dr. Scarborough, and Anita Kriegwald. Then he goes leaves his house, goes to the bar. We know that Miss Kriegwald is following him in a cab. And Andrews says, I'm trying to get hold of the taxi that took him there. I don't know why. It's not important. At 11:45, he arrives at Enrico's where he meets the bishops, Scarborough and Una Garth. Right. This is going to mark this as timeline information. Okay. 1:05 approximate, he left Enrico's with Scarborough. 1:10 a.m., they get to the apartment. 1:20 to 1:35, he leaves Scarborough's. Remember, he gets a call from someone, and he says, tonight? All right. Then he leaves. Says he's going home, but he's not going home. Oh, here we go. This is great. Shot between 1:45 and 2 a.m., February 17th. Now checking on movements of all above. Mentioned men and women through the entire day or night. Okay, so Andrews has concluded that he probably got shot while he was walking up from Scarborough's walking uptown this way, passes his home, comes here, gets shot. So Captain Andrews has concluded that he probably got shot between the time he left and walking. That makes his time of death somewhere between 1:45 and 2 a.m. and then wasn't found until 3 a.m. or so. So that absolutely means that they didn't take the office keys and use those to get in. That we know. Because the break-in at the office was 2 a.m. There would be no way for them to get his office keys that way. And why were we so fixed on it being 3 a.m.? 3 a.m., the body of a white man found lying in the doorway. I arrived at 3:10. Okay, so this is the first time we're hearing that they've concluded that he was killed significantly earlier than 3 a.m. It might have been nice to involve us in that decision, but okay. Jonathan is saying the exact same thing. He's saying, that's a pretty precise time of death. I'd like to know a little more about how they fixed it by 2 a.m. Yeah, I'm just reading that as saying they know he left between 1:20 and 1:35, and if they assume he just walked towards his house, that gives it this time. So I think they're just assuming that he was killed as he was walking home. I mean, it makes some sense that he didn't stop anywhere along the way, and so he was killed in the time it would take him to travel that far. But that seems an assumption that you shouldn't, that is maybe a bit premature. But okay. We'll work with it for now until we see any better. But it would have been nice if the autopsy guy could have given us the time of death around 2 a.m. Then we wouldn't have to worry about this and we would know for sure. But we won't worry about it for now. Okay, here we go. From Assistant Chief Inspector Sears, I don't remember seeing him before. He says, report received. Too much suspicion lying around loose. Get busy. Jump to it, for God's sake. Pressure the DA's office. Also, Commissioner Crowell. Look at that saying. They have such high standards here. Duke of Zill says, does that time of death exonerate Miss Kriegwald since she was home prior to 2:10 a.m., or does she live close enough? She lives pretty darn close. Look. Look. There's the body. Sorry. There's the body. She lives 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks away. It's like a 5-10 minute walk. So she absolutely had time to kill him and get home. Kill him and walk home. So she does not have a timeline alibi. She absolutely does not have a timeline alibi. She was right near him. Neither, by the way, if Lucille Bishop is the one staying in Rufus's home, then she could have easily walked there and walked back. Right? I mean, her home is much further uptown. But if she was at Rufus's home, of course she would have to get home afterwards. All right. Back to it. Get busy. Jump to it. It's been a whole 18 hours and you haven't solved this murder yet? Get to it, for God's sake. From Captain Andrews to Inspector Sears. So he's writing back to this guy. Sears is saying, jump to it, for God's sakes, man. And now Andrews is writing back. 46 men checking on Broderick Garth Kriegwald angle. It's difficult. Garth girl in Bill's bar on corner 6th Avenue and 12th Street at 2:10 to 2:45, so couldn't have robbed Ray's office. Might have shot Ray. Maybe thief and killer are not identical. Thief could have been tracking Ray, comes on the dead body, removes key to the office door, and combination of safe probably in Ray's watch. That's a very interesting theory. So we're told that there's a safe in Ray's office behind a picture. So someone would have to know that Ray changes the combination frequently, and then he writes it down. Somehow this Captain Andrews is guessing that it's written in the pocket watch. I'm not sure how he's jumping to that conclusion. Maybe that was a common thing he would do at these times. Maybe he's not telling us something that the secretary Cushing knew, that where he wrote it down. Okay, so the Garth girl is seen in Bill's bar at 2 a.m. to 2:45. That's something that I haven't written down. I don't remember reading that. I'd love to at some point go find that again, but assuming that that's true, then we know she's much too far away to have robbed the office. But he's saying it's still possible that she shot Ray. And why is that? Because the time of death, which we should probably write down. So time of death, according to Andrews, is between 1:45 and 2 a.m. So he's saying that if he's shot at the earliest time at 1:45 on 64th Street, and then from there she gets all the way downtown at the end of the thing. Let's bring that out to show you what that would look like. So he's saying Rufus is shot at 1:45 and that she could have taken a cab down to the bar and gotten there in 30 minutes. That seems like a stretch to me. She couldn't have walked it in 30 minutes. That's too far to walk. 12th Street to 66th Street is 50 blocks. That's 3 miles. That would take you an hour to walk it. So she could not have walked it. Now, she could take a cab. A cab would get there. There'd be no traffic at 2 a.m. But you'd have to find a cab. None of these people seem to have cars. It's very common if you live in Manhattan that you don't have a car. So although it's possible, it really seems unlikely to me that she's got time to do it. You're welcome for that discussion of timeline alibi. I'll have to have a talk with Captain Andrews about traveling in Manhattan and my disagreements with him about whether she has time. But I do like his theory that, meshing with ours, I think, that the thief and the killer may not be identical people. However, he still thinks the thief came upon the dead body, removes the key to the office door and the combination of the safe, probably in Ray's watch. It is possible, though. I think in our discussion last night, I put the earliest time of his death at around 2 a.m. And then I said, well, if that's true, this is kind of important. I said, if that's true, there's no way the person who killed him could get to the office by the 2 a.m. time, right? So I said last night, whoever killed him could not have taken the key and gotten to the office and broken in at 2 a.m. I still think that's true. Because the earliest that Captain Andrews puts his death is 1:45. That would give you 15 minutes to get to the office. You can't walk that distance in 15 minutes. No way. And you have to search the body, get the watch. And how do you can't get a cab unless these people have cars, but no one has talked about anyone having a car, and that would be very unusual for them to have cars. So everyone's taking cabs. So I still don't see how the person takes the key off the body to get into the office. I don't see how the same person who shot him or stumbles upon the body gets to the office by 2, which is what Andrews is saying. Andrews is saying, well, maybe the person who shot him is not the same person as the thief. But Andrews is still proposing that the thief was following Ray, came on the dead body, removes the key, and then got into the office. But the break-in is at 2 a.m. I don't see how you get stuff off the body and get into the office at 2 a.m. I don't see it. Just don't see it happening. All right. It's pretty cool, though. If you had a car, you could do it. If you had a car or a cab waiting, you could do it. And I will say, in fairness to Andrews, do we know what day of the week this is? In fairness, they are near Park Avenue, which is this nice, big, beautiful, wide street. And there could be cabs running through there, even at 2 a.m. But boy, if you even had to wait 5 minutes for a cab, you wouldn't make it in time. Okay. This is pretty cool. All right, let's go back. Report of the interview of Lucille Bishop. Okay, they brought Lucille Bishop back in. I want to hear from her. She's the sister with the welt on her eye. I've been waiting to get her into headquarters so we can dig a little deeper into her alibis and what she's saying. Captain Andrews himself is going to interview her. Good. Miss Bishop arrived here 4:35 p.m. Quite a dame. If she's nervous, she's not showing it. She came in and sat down. She was cool and composed. Very well turned out. Do we know anything about her occupation? Where does she get her money? I began on the Broderick Garth Max Kriegwald angle. Miss Bishop admitted she knew there was something wrong with Una Garth all last week, but that she didn't know what it was. Not until she found Broderick at her house after his quarrel with Rufus Ray on the 16th. He got there at 12, but she was shopping and didn't get in till 2 o'clock in the afternoon. She found Broderick, who you'll remember she's childhood friends with. She found Broderick in a taking. He told her all about the Garth Kriegwald mix-up and about Rufus Ray's showing him Mrs. Kriegwald's exhibits in the affair between them that morning. That's why he got upset. He saw photos of his fiancée and Kriegwald. Miss Bishop made Broderick stay in her sitting room while she went over and saw Una Garth and got Una Garth's story. Miss Bishop at this point. May I say something, please? There's not a single word of truth in Anita Kriegwald's vile allegations. Not a single word. But then, what can you expect? She's rather a vile person. If she didn't actually participate in that outrageous farce up at Phoenix Point when Una was framed, she knew that it was going to be done. After Miss Bishop got back from Una Garth's, she called Rufus Ray at his office and made an engagement to see him. That's where Rufus Ray was from 5:20 p.m. till 5:45 p.m. on the afternoon of the day he died. Miss Bishop met him in the Commodore Bar to talk the Garth Kriegwald affair over. She says she didn't have much time and they didn't get very far. Then she went home. Broderick was still there waiting for her. Okay, so I want to pause for a second. I want to add this to our timeline just for fun. So 5:20 to 5:45, Rufus Ray meets Lucille. And where do they meet? Just for fun? The Commodore Bar. I don't know where that is, but I'm curious. Let's see if we can get Google to tell us if the Commodore Bar is still in existence. Commodore Bar. No Commodore Bar in Manhattan. Okay. Not anymore. That's all right. So they meet up in the Commodore Bar. She wants to talk to him and find out what is going on. Her childhood friend, Tony Broderick, is waiting in her house. She goes home. Broderick was still there. I said, this is Captain Andrews, and you told Mr. Broderick of your failure? She said, certainly not. I told Tony to wait, to do nothing, to forget his worries, that everything would be all right, that I was sure an arrangement could be made. He was quite cheerful when he left the house at about 10 minutes after 6. Broderick must be a man of moods, for he turned up at around 7 in that cafe near his flat, yelling for Ray's lifeblood, according to Kinsley Trent. This is the person that met him in the bar, that works with him, that tried to take him to the movies. I told Miss Bishop so, and she laughed it off. She said Tony Broderick was a very impulsive, and that it wasn't what he said that mattered, it was what he did, that he was as straight as a string. We know that's bullshit because he's been arrested several times. She said she was as fond of him as if he were her own son. But he couldn't be, not in this climate. There's only 8 years difference in their ages. Miss Bishop then went on and covered her talk with Rufus Ray at 10:45 last night making the engagement. So she calls him on the phone, making the engagement to meet Rufus Ray in Enrico's later on so they could discuss the Garth Kriegwald situation some more. Under pressure, she admitted calling Anita Kriegwald during the evening. Remember, that's what Anita Kriegwald tells us, that Lucille called her and told her, don't get involved with Rufus Ray. Under pressure, she admitted calling Anita Kriegwald during the evening. Here's the direct question and answer from there on. She says, I called Anita Kriegwald. Why, Miss Bishop? It's rather obvious, isn't it? That woman is a bird of prey. The only way to get at her was to appeal to her cupidity. Did you tell her that Rufus Ray himself would blackmail her, that he wasn't to be trusted, that she was a fool to get mixed up with him? I may have. I don't recall. I wanted to frighten her. Now, Miss Bishop, you had taken a lot of pains and had gone to considerable trouble. You had given up most of your day and evening to getting Mr. Broderick's affairs straightened out. Yes. Yet, when you found you were unsuccessful, that Miss Garth had made absolutely no impression on Rufus Ray with her story in this nightclub, you dropped the whole business. You went calmly on to another party and then home as if you hadn't a care in the world. You did know Miss Garth had not been successful in her appeal. Well, I deduced that from the fact that Una had gone when I got back to the table. Did you and Mr. Ray have some further conversation about the matter outside Enrico's when Mr. Ray put you in a cab? Possibly. I can't recall. Perhaps I can refresh your memory. I have here, the captain indicated a statement on his desk, the testimony of Orth, the doorman at Enrico's. He states that you and Mr. Ray strolled off into the darkness beyond the lobby and stood there talking for 2 or 3 minutes. You were lighting a cigarette with a lighter and your face was clearly visible. After you finished your talk, you walked back under the awning and got in a cab. Oh, I don't see what that has to... You were carrying an evening bag, I believe, a rather large, white, beaded bag. And you stepped into the cab. As you stepped into the cab, the bag dropped to the pavement. It opened, and some small objects fell out. Some change, etc. Rufus Ray and the doorman started to retrieve them for you. You were impatient. You snatched your bag up hastily and got into the taxi and drove off. I don't remember hearing that. There was something in that bag, something you didn't want anyone to see or feel, beside the key to Rufus Ray's door. There wasn't a gun in it, was there, Miss Bishop? Is he trying to trick her? Duke of Zil says the Hyatt Grand Central Hotel was originally called the Commodore Hotel. Maybe that's the location. Yes, it probably is in Grand Central. Look at what he did. He did 2 things here. First of all, he's guessed that the gun is in the purse and he's pressing her on it. But look what else he's doing. He snuck in that part about Rufus Ray's key. He's like, you didn't want them to know that in addition to his key, you had the gun in your purse. Is she now going to let on that the key was in the purse? She's going to deny the gun, but is she going to not object to the key? And that's going to be his way of tricking her into admitting the key was in her purse? Here, Miss Bishop stared steadily at the captain for maybe half a minute. She finally said, key, gun, this has ceased to be amusing. Just what is it you're accusing me of? She didn't fall for it. Look at that. He tried to trick her to admit she had a key in her purse by slipping it in so that she would deny the gun but not deny the key. Here, Miss Bishop stared steadily at the captain for maybe half a minute. That's a long time. She's just staring at him like she's smart. She knows what he's doing. Key, gun. This has ceased to be amusing. What is it you're accusing me of? Captain Andrews says, I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just asking questions. That's my business. I don't like it. I don't like it any better than you do. And I'll tell you something else. I'll be frank with you. We believe Rufus Ray was murdered by someone who was in contact with him last night. Someone who knew where he was going to be from moment to moment. Isn't it true that you and Rufus Ray arranged to meet in Ray's apartment at the Shenley later on? Isn't it true that Ray did give you the key to the back door of his apartment? Isn't it true that you did go there at some time after you left Enrico's and before you went home? Isn't it true that your brother knew what you were going to do there? Isn't it true? Just a moment, Captain. At this point, Miss Bishop rose from the chair in which she was seated. She fastened her fur piece and finished putting on her gloves. She said, You're getting dangerously close to libel, Captain. And I need advice to find out just how close. Until I have obtained it, I refuse to answer any more questions. End of interview with Miss Bishop. Boy, she was a formidable person, huh? She didn't go for any of it. Jonathan is saying Tony has a clean record. Let's read that, because I think the list of crimes on the photo were the crimes related to this case. He beat up an officer resisting arrest, and he was trying to steal evidence. The list of crimes on the photo were the crimes related to this case. Huh. Is that true? I don't know if we need to go into it. You might be right, but I thought he had a record. I thought he had a record, but maybe it's not important. When do we find him? This would be like having these marks at interesting places is useful, but probably I should have labeled them all, and it might have been a good idea to like label them for each person we find. So I'm not sure, where do we... I know we find him at Cushing's. There he is. Under arrest for assault upon an officer, illegal entry, and theft. Yes, you're right. That's from that current case. But you're saying we didn't have any other history of him beforehand? You might be right. It's possible you might be right. All right, Jonathan might be right. He might have no previous history. I thought I remembered he's got a history, but Jonathan might be right. Okay, so she says, I'm going to talk to a lawyer. I'm not going to answer any more questions. She's smart. She clammed up. And here is Andrews writing to the chief inspector again. Miss Bishop only just gone when Lieutenant Phelps and Sergeant Gish returned to the precinct with a prisoner. Appended find both statements, implications obvious, subject matter grave. Laboratory report just received states that Mrs. Kriegwald's powder is not similar to powder found in Ray's apartment. Okay, so the only powder that matches what was found in his apartment is Lucille Bishop's. Continuing. Acting on instructions received, this is Gish reporting to Captain Andrews, I accompanied Lieutenant Phelps to the Bishop House, 116 East 89th Street, on the afternoon of February 17th. Miss Bishop left at 2:20 p.m. As soon as she was gone, we went in. So she's going down to be interviewed. They go in her house after she leaves. We proceeded upstairs to Miss Bishop's bedroom, where we examined the clothes she had on the night Rufus Ray was shot, as already described by other witnesses. These include one black velvet evening gown with green taffeta ruchings around the neck and hem, thin black lace stockings. By the way, the ruchings are like kind of like pleated and scrunched up, like they would hold the confetti that would dump out when you leaned over a body, I believe. Thin black lace stockings, green satin slippers, pale green velvet gloves. The black fur evening wrap she wore was not in the room. The maid informed us it had been sent to tailor's this morning. Because it was missing a button? There were no bloodstains visible on any of the aforementioned articles. There were several small pieces of confetti caught in the ruching of the dress. We also examined a white beaded bag. There was no smell of cordite in it and no marks on the white lining. The bag contained a compact of yellow metal holding loose powder, lipstick, green chiffon handkerchief, some change, a $5 and $1 bill, a cigarette case of yellow metal, and a cigarette lighter of white metal set with glass. So she could have lit the cigar if she had it. While we were putting these things away, the door was suddenly flung open and Mr. Corey Bishop came into the room. Mr. Bishop demanded to know what we were doing there. Lieutenant Phelps told him, "Is there a warrant? Is there a warrant, or are they just looking around?" Mr. Bishop was very angry. We then asked if we could look at the clothes he wore to Enrico's the night Ray was shot, and if we might search the house. He said to look and be damned. We did so. We examined a black cloth coat, a pair of black cloth trousers, a black cloth vest, a pleated white shirt, and black leather Oxfords, also a black top coat and hat. We didn't find any blood stains or confetti. There were no buttons missing from the shirt. We found no gun in the house. As we were going downstairs, someone ducked out of sight below the baluster. It was a servant named Ramon Garcia. We asked Garcia what he was doing hanging around trying to get an earful. His manner was suspicious. We told him to go get his hat and coat. While he was gone, we talked to the housemaid, Gertrude Manzi. Gertrude Manzi seems to be devoted to Miss Bishop. She said that if there was any trouble with the police, Ramon was at the bottom of it. She accused him of being a thief. She said that a lot of things had been missing since Ramon came there. Some money and some of Mr. Bishop's shirts and ties. She also said that Mr. Bishop would have sacked Ramon a couple of times, only Miss Bishop stood up for him. We got the tailor's name and address, Louis Ray, 898 Lexington Avenue, and left the house, taking Ramon with us to the precinct for further questioning. Interesting. I want to point one thing out that was easy to miss. I think I made a note of it. Maybe not. Lucille is at the lawyer's at some point. I don't know. There's no explanation of it. Here, look. 2:30 p.m., Captain Andrews, Miss Lucille Bishop left her house at 2 p.m., went to the office of Leonard Alexander, attorney. Then we telephoned Miss Bishop and told her to come in. And that's when we interview her. So I think she's proactively gone and gotten herself an attorney. Miss Bishop arrived here 4:35. So she went to an attorney, Leonard Alexander. Is that the first time we're hearing that name? She's gone and gotten herself a lawyer. On her own. It's suspicious. Wiring up. Okay, we got the tailor's name and address. Louis Ray, 898 Lexington Avenue. We know where. I should have. Yeah, let me put a note on this one. So, 78 East 42nd Street, just for fun, if we wanted to mark it. Let me get rid of this green stuff. Get rid of the walk. Okay. So, the lawyer is at 42nd Street, 78 East. So, we don't need to look that up. We just need to know that it's going to be right off 5th Avenue. So, 42nd, right near Grand Central. So, this is going to be the lawyer that she went to. And then the tailor, 898 Lexington. We will have to look that one up if we care. 898 Lexington. Let's see where that is. Where does her lawyer work? 67th, between 66th and 67th in Lexington. So between 66 and 67th, Lexington, which is like 4th Avenue. So the tailor is right here. That's kind of weird, right next to the body. Not next to the body, three or 4 blocks away. Okay. And then it looks like this is too thick. Alrighty. Back to it. Jonathan says she could be getting a lawyer for Mr. Garth or Tony. I will say the actual timeline of the interviews for the investigation can be a little hard to keep track of. Yes, absolutely. Especially since they can jump back, they can jump out of order. Okay, so we bring Ramon in because he's been accused of being a thief and he's acting fishy. And we get the address of the tailor. Okay, now we're interrogating Ramon here. How old are you, Ramon? 32 years. And where were you born? Philippines, Philippine Islands, Luzon. And you came to this country when? How long have you been in the United States? 1927 I come, since 10 years. Have you been arrested, Ramon? No, sir. What is your occupation? It is working. How long have you been employed by the bishops? I am there for 8 months. And where were you before that? Well, I am a worker in Joe's in San Francisco, and then I come to New York as a valet with Mr. Peabody, and Mr. Peabody dies, and then I get a job in machine shop. I work on the machine in the shop, nickel plating machine. Used to work there until there is no more work. Bad times, very bad. I go to agencies, put my name down for a long while, nothing, and then Miss Bishop hire me. What are your duties in the Bishop house? Help with the cleaning, serve the meals, general. You were on duty in the Bishop house yesterday. Yes, sir, I am. I do all then. The cook and the housemaid are out. It is their day off. I do everything. Cook dinner, serve dinner, wash dishes. I am very busy that day. Do you know a man named Tony Broderick? Yes. Here Ramon corroborated Miss Bishop's account of her movements and Tony Broderick's up until the time of Tony Broderick's departure at 6:10 p.m. What happened after that, Ramon? Miss Bishop, she called me. She says, we will have cold supper, some chicken salad, some sandwiches, coffee. You may put the things on the table. You may go to the movies if you like. You have had a long day. I want you to go out anyhow. I want you to go get me some stamps at the post office. It closes at 8 o'clock. Go to the early show. You can clear away when you come back. Here is the money. You obeyed Miss Bishop, Ramon? You did what she told you to do? I did, yes. I got the stamps. And you went to the movies? Be careful. Be very careful. The police know all about you. They know what you did. Then why, you ask? Ramon has done no harm. Ramon is not afraid. Good. Tell the truth and you'll be okay. Sure. I did not go to the movies. No. I have seen the picture. I go back to the house. I let myself in. I eat in the kitchen. I read the paper, and then I go upstairs to clear away. Mr. and Miss Bishop are still there. So you listened outside the door? I do not listen, no. Captain Andrews pressed a buzzer on his desk. Detective Purcell came in. The captain says, "This man knows something about Rufus Ray's murder, Jerry. Take him downstairs, put him in a cell, charge him with theft." The maid over at the Bishop house says, and then Ramon jumps in. "Wait, Captain, wait. That is one damn lie. Excuse me, I will tell. I will talk." Detective Purcell's dismissed. The interrogation resumes. "That's better, Ramon. That's much better. Now we're going to get along. Go ahead. You listened at the dining room door. What did you hear?" "Well, first I hear Miss Bishop say, 'Corey, I was afraid. I'm afraid for a long time. What is it?' And Mr. Bishop say, 'Don't ask me. I can't tell you. It was years ago. I didn't know what I was doing. The other man, the man I was with, is dead. But Ray, he found out. God knows I suffer for it. Ray found out, and I don't breathe easy since. Miss Bishop said, 'Ray has proof, documented proof.' And Mr. Bishop groaned like he was sick and said, 'Positively.' Then they didn't talk for a while. And Miss Bishop says, 'So that Tony has to suffer for, oh, I can't bear it. I can't. It will smash him to bits. I know, Tony. We have got to do something.' Mr. Bishop asks Miss Bishop, what can they do? She says, 'Well, I'm not going to take this lying down. Let me think.' Mr. Bishop tell her, 'Think. I'm thinking till I'm sick.' And that it did no good, that Mr. Ray was placing the hand over him right now for a job for somebody." Mr. Ray was placing the hand over him right now for a job for somebody. They're talking about the job that Rufus Ray was going to help Corey get. Question. Mr. Ray was putting the finger on him for a job for somebody, Ramon? Yes, the finger, sure. And then what happened? So this is either means putting the finger on him. This must be an expression that we're not familiar with in 2022. It either means that he was stopping him from getting the job or helping him to get the job. Do we have any... Does someone want to look that up? But I'm going to pause here while someone looks that up for a second. And I want to remind us of the conversation of the bigwigs in the commissioner's office. In the commissioner's office, one of the big shots is saying, look, there's no way that Corey Bishop would have been involved in Rufus Ray's murder because Rufus Ray is going to help him get this new job as a district attorney or something. That we remember. But what you may not remember is in that conversation, they talk a little bit more about the history of Corey Bishop and how he was coming under investigation till the guy he was with got killed. I'm not sure the exact details, but so I think these are connected, and we might want to take a look at this again. Commissioner's office. Here we go. Conference in Commissioner's office. So you're talking about Rufus Ray. Let's look at this for a second. Okay, so just to clarify, we're talking about put the finger on someone. Duke of Zill and Jonathan are saying, what does it mean to put the finger on someone? To tell a person in authority that someone has done something wrong. Okay, so Rufus Ray may have not been helping him get the job, but keeping him from getting the job by telling people this guy's done bad stuff. Okay, so now that is a motive to kill him. Now, it may be that the higher-ups in the police force are somehow dirty, because let's now take a look at where they talk about this stuff. Remember, one of these guys is like, don't bother. He's very adamant about not investigating Corey Bishop. And he's also very down on our Captain Andrews. Like, I'm getting suspicious of this guy. Here's the conference in the commissioner's office, right? So let's see. I have a hunch this was a planned murder. It was arranged in advance. How long in advance, we don't know. Here we go. Look at this. Swinburne, the district attorney himself. This is the big guy, the district attorney, the top district attorney lawyer who prosecutes cases that the police find. Swinburne. He's saying, good God, Captain, Corey Bishop, surely you're not suggesting you're mad. Why, the two men have been intimate for years. There are different sides of the fence. I'll scratch your back, you'll scratch mine, blah, blah. Commissioner's defending him, but this guy Swinburne is really saying, oh, okay, here we go. Look at this. This is the part I wanted you to hear. The commissioner says back scratching can become a tiresome job if it gets too one-sided, and Rufus Ray was a man who would always get the best of any bargain. What about the time Bishop was park commissioner and that smell was raised about those concessions to Billings? Billings was a client of Ray's. And what about the Drummond affair? Drummond was related to Ray by marriage, and it was only Drummond's death that kept Bishop from being asked some awkward questions. So, here is mention of Bishop, of the mess that Rufus Ray has over Bishop. So, like, Rufus knows about something fishy that Bishop was engaged in, and it was only the death of Drummond that got Bishop out of being brought in and answered stuff. Here's Swinburne, the DA, almost feeling like he's hiding stuff under the rug. Swinburne says, old stuff, Commissioner, over and done with years ago. The idea that Corey Bishop could have anything to do with Ray's desk is preposterous, utterly preposterous. Consider Bishop's position. I know for a fact that Ray was working to get the Attorney Generalship for Bishop. Bishop couldn't get it without his help. I'm suspicious of Swinburne, but maybe he's just an idiot. Okay, but Rufus Ray has information in Corey Bishop, and he's using it. Jonathan says, I almost read it like someone has hired Ray to hurt Bishop. Really? What are you reading? What makes you say that? I guess you could say why else is he holding it over his head? Maybe he wants money. I don't know, but this is huge that Ramon has overheard this stuff. she says, I was afraid. I'm afraid for a long time. What is it? He says. The brother says, Mr. Bishop. She says, don't ask me. I can't tell you. It was years ago. I didn't know what I was doing. The other man, the man I was with, is dead. But Ray found out. Oh, this is Corey again. She's saying, what is it that he's got on you? And he says, don't ask me. I don't know what it is. I didn't know what I was doing. The other guy I was with is dead. I think it's Drummond. But Ray, he found out. So Ray found out. Let me split this with you. Ray found out about it. And I don't breathe easy since. Miss Bishop said, Ray has proof, documented proof? And he said, yeah, positively. So she says, so Tony has to suffer for... I wonder if she's saying, like, Tony has to suffer for your sins? I can't bear it. I can't. I will smash him to bits. I know, Tony. You have to do something. Oh, it will smash him to bits. Then Corey says, what can we do? And she says, well, I'm not going to take this lying down. Let me think about it. He says, think. I'm thinking till I'm sick. John says, Mr. Ray was putting the finger on him for a job for somebody. Oh, I see. Huh. That's an interesting theory. Jonathan. Duke of Zill. Yes, I did read it to be the Drummond affair. That's interesting. That's a very interesting reading, Jonathan. You might be right. I'm not sure. If so, we're going to have to hear more of it. All right, let's continue here. Mr. Ray was putting the finger on him for a job for somebody. So Jonathan Warner is saying, he's reading this to say that Mr. Ray was hired to keep him out of this job by putting some information. Okay. Question, and then what happened? Well, after that, they go out of dining room and they talk some more in Mr. Bishop's study upstairs, but I don't hear much except Miss Bishop telephoning after they talk. To whom did she telephone? She made 3-4 calls. I didn't hear all. I only hear the one to the girl, the beautiful girl Mr. Broderick has. Miss Garth? Yes, Miss Garth. Go on, Ramon. I listen now over extension phone in the pantry because they don't think I am in the house. He's just picked up the phone and listening in. Well, Miss Bishop, she say to Miss Garth, she says, listen, Una, Tony's all right. Don't worry about him. I want you to do this. You come to Enrico's tonight. Get there about 12. Miss Garth asks, will Tony be there? Miss Bishop says, certainly not. That Tony is not to show up, but that Mr. Ray will be there and that Miss Garth is to be pretty because Mr. Ray falls for women and she must tell him her story and ask his help and try to go around him. And what did Miss Garth say? Miss Garth says something like, that something I do not know, how can I? And Miss Bishop tells her it's no time to be sick, to be squeamish, Ramon? That's it. Sure, that's right. After that, they go on, talk about the same thing, and then Miss Bishop hangs up. So Lucille Bishop calls Una Garth and she says, doll yourself up, come in and try to sweet talk him into not using your photos, not bringing you into this. And Una Garth's like, I can't do that. And Lucille's like, those days are gone. This is about survival. You'll get over it. Okay, so after that, Ramon, nothing. I do my work. 7:30, Mr. and Mrs. Bishop go out, and then I go to bed, maybe 12 o'clock. You stayed in bed? Yes. I stayed in bed. After a while, I hear ding, ding. It's the telephone ringing downstairs. It keeps on ringing. Then I go down. There's 3 extensions. In Miss Bishop's room, in Mr. Bishop's, in the pantry, and in the lower hall. I answer the phone. A girl, I think it is this Garth, says, "Is that you, Corey? Is Tony there?" I say, "Pardon? It is Ramon, Bishop houseman." And the voice, she go away. I don't hear anymore. What time was that, Ramon? It was 2:30. So we got a little bit of a timeline. Ramon says at 2:30, maybe Una Garth calls Bishop's house asking for Tony. In other words, she's not out with Tony. Okay. Question, have you a watch? Did you look at your watch? No, but after I go down to answer the phone, I go to look at the clock over the landing. It is 2:30. And what time did the Bishops return home? That I do not know. I'm very tired. I have worked hard. After I go back to bed, I fall asleep. I do not wake until 7 this morning. Then I find out about this Mr. Ray, that he is dead. When the officers arrived? No, before that. I have the halls to do before the family is up. I'm just going to start the top hall when I hear the phone in Mr. Bishop's room. After he answers it, he runs to Miss Bishop's room. He doesn't see me. He opens the door. Miss Bishop is out of bed. She is in her nightgown, standing in the middle of the floor. Miss Bishop says, "Who is that calling you, Corey?" Mr. Bishop tells her, "Scarborough. Rufus Ray is dead. He was killed last night." What did Miss Bishop say? She didn't say nothing. She just stands there looking at Mr. Bishop, and then she opened her mouth like a fish, and she falls down. And Mr. Bishop catches her, and pretty soon Gertrude runs upstairs and says the policemen are there and they want to talk to Mr. Bishop. End of Ramon Garcia's direct statement. Captain Andrews talked to him for some time, taking him back over the ground he had covered. At 5:30 p.m., he turned him over to Detectives Hanley and Guard for further questioning. Well, if we're to believe this, she falls down in shock that he's dead. So, doesn't look like she's the gun person. Jonathan says, seems I was wrong about Mrs. Bishop setting Tony up. Yeah, she certainly didn't set Tony up. She looks like she's angry at Rufus Ray for manipulating her brother and manipulating Tony, but she's falling down and she's fainting in shock when she hears that he's murdered. And she doesn't think anyone's watching, so she's not doing it for effect. And guess what? That's where she got her welt. That's what Duke of Zillar beat me to it. Is this when she got the welt? Sure, for sure, this is where she got the welt. John says, I think Lucille had the welt when she was at Ray's and applied powder then. I don't know. I think this is her welt right here. Although he says she falls down, Mr. Bishop catches her. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if this was the welt. Remember, this is when the police arrived. So the Corey meets with the police and he says, my sister's sleeping. Let me go check on her. He checks on her. She's got a red welt. I think this is her welt. That's why it was so red, because it had just happened. He didn't catch her soon enough is what I think. But we don't know. We don't know. Okay, let's continue on. We see there's some documents coming up. Let's see what we got here. Report from Sergeant Gish. Acting on instructions, Lieutenant Phelps and I proceeded to apartment of Miss Una Garth at 223 East 77th Street, arriving there at 4 p.m. She didn't want to let us in. When we said we were detectives, she said, "Isn't there any end to this? Is it to go on forever?" We took her into her living room. As we passed the table in the hall, I saw a large envelope lying on it, and I saw that it had Rufus Ray's name and business address in the upper left-hand corner. I showed it to Lieutenant Phelps, and he picked it up. The envelope had been opened and the contents stuffed back into it. So, sent from Rufus Ray. Lieutenant Phelps said, "What is this envelope from Rufus Ray's office, Miss Garth?" She replied, "I don't know. I don't understand it. It came in the last mail. It has nothing to do with me." Lieutenant Phelps opened it and drew out 2 photostats as attached. "You say you don't know why these were sent to you, Miss Garth?" "I do not." "Do you recognize the handwriting on the envelope?" "No, I don't." "Well, we'll just take them along to headquarters, miss." Phelps put the envelope in his pocket and proceeded the questioning. All right, let's take a look at this. It looks like we've got the actual envelope here from Rufus Ray. Look at this stamp that looks official. Rufus Ray, that's from him. New York, New York, February 17th. Buy U.S. savings bonds, ask your postmaster. Here's the envelope. It's sealed. It's completely empty, but here are the contents here. But look what we've got. Some handwriting. So let's make a note here so we don't lose track of it. I'll put it here. I'll make note that we've got some more handwriting. Is this our first sample of Rufus Ray's handwriting? No, I think we have Rufus Ray. If indeed this is Rufus Ray that wrote this, we do have his handwriting somewhere else. Boy, it's very stylized. Like it's very unique. That's not the word I'm looking for. It's very. What's the word when it's not unique but it's of a style? It's very recognizable as a style in some way. It's like squared off, straight lines with that 77, that G. Okay, let's see what's in this envelope. It's a marriage certificate. Let's see what we got here. Written consent of the parents, guardians, or person under whose care is governed. The minor or minors may be filed in the clerk's office. Marriage certificate to clergymen and magistrates. The license issued including the abstract of facts and certificate duly signed by the person who shall have solemnized the marriage therein. Authorized shall be returned to him to the office of the town or city clerk, who issued the same within 5 days succeeding the date of the solemnizing of the marriage therein. Authorizing any person or persons who shall willfully neglect to make such return within the time above required shall be deemed guilty of a misdemeanor, and upon conviction thereof shall be punished by a fine of not less than $25 or more than $50 for each and every offense. Okay, so it's a marriage certificate. Josiah Freeler, residing at the Briars in the town of Clarksville and state of Maryland, do hereby certify that on the 25th of May, 1923, at the Briars, solemnized the rites of matrimony between Anna Shaw of Dayton Street in the town of Clarksville and Charles Irwin in Claremont Avenue in the town of Clarksville, the state of Maryland, in the presence of Francis Shaw and Henry Tobias as witnesses. Witness my hand at the Briars, Strother Lane, in the town of Clarksville, 25th of May, 1923. In the presence of Travis Shaw, Henry Tobias. What the hell does this have to do with anything? Who else is from Maryland? Is Anita? I think you might have a point there. What was her proper name? Anita Shaw, and this is Anna Shaw. Good catch. Yes. Anita and Anna. So, are we saying this is going to be Anita with a different identity as Anna, or is this going to be Anita's daughter, mother, relative? 1923. We know from the marriage certificate, I guess we can bring it up. Let's look at it. We know she claims to have never been married. That was her first marriage. So I think this might be evidence that she was previously married under a different name. Is that what we're looking at? I mean, that would be grounds for divorce. She lied about her previous marriage. I mean, maybe she wasn't even ever divorced. Where is that? Where is our other documents? Okay, here we go. Anita Shaw, 1905, born. Full maiden name of mother, Hobbs. First marriage. And they got married in 32. So I think we're being told she was previously married. Although you can't rule out the idea. Well, let's see. If she was born in 1905, she would have been 18 years old here. Jonathan says, I look back, I think you should compare the handwriting in the envelope to Mr. Bishop's handwriting of a list of names. All right. Where is that list? It's way early on, isn't it? So here's Corey writing a note. Yeah, look at his Rufus Ray with those straight lines. Look at those R's. We got no uppercase R's here, but boy, he likes those straight lines. What about a G? G. City with a weird Y. Oh, yeah, look at that Y. Look at that Ray, Rufus Ray. Look at that long dropped Y. And then look at that long dropped Y on the city. So is Corey writing this? But how does he have Rufus Ray's envelope? Did they steal that from his office? Interesting. Okay, interesting. Anita's handwriting is the same as Anna's. Is that true too? Oh, did I lose it? This is the only downside of these document files, that you can't pull them out. So let's put a marker here. Okay, full name Anita Shaw. Yeah, that looks pretty then were Shaw. In the presence of Francis Shaw. Elizabeth Hobbs is the maiden name of the mother. All right. So looks like she was previously married. I'm guessing. I don't want to swear that she's operating under a name because it could be. Well, her mother's name is Elizabeth, so we know that's not her mother's name. We know it can't be her daughter. So this is probably going to be Anita, used to be known as Anna Shaw, and she got married when she was 18 and had a previous marriage. Okay. Now, why is someone, maybe Corey, sending this to her? Why is it useful to Una Garth to be able to disprove the Miss Kriegwald's marriage? Oh, we've got more information here. Full name, Charles Irwin, Department of Health. Oh, did she kill off her first husband? Oh, I see. So she married Charles Irwin on the May 23rd. Okay, and here's his death certificate. 1935. So wait a second. When did she marry Kriegwald? 32? Charles Irwin died in 35. Kind of weird. Let's see what we got here. Wife or husband of unknown, does that say? Unknown. Single, married, widowed, or divorced, unknown. Wife or married, unknown. Age, about 40. Occupation, unknown. Unknown. Birthplace, unknown. Name of father, unknown. Residence, unknown. Place of burial, Hart's Island. Buried in 1935. Let's see what we got here. The foregoing particulars. Coronary thrombosis. So he died of heart disease. 1935. They know nothing about him. Died in Manhattan, though. Character of premises, whether tenement, private, hotel, hospital, or other, please, cheap hotel. So he died in a cheap hotel. That's weird. Of a heart attack, yeah. Weird. All right, well, we're questioning Una Garth. Maybe she can fill us in more. Whew. That was some dense stuff there. Let's go on. You're a singer by profession, Miss Garth? I am. And you're under contract to Baby Foods Inc. to go on the air for a series of radio performances? Yes. You know Max Kriegwald, the president of Baby Foods Inc., personally? I do. And what are your relations with Mr. Kriegwald? They have been very pleasant. Mr. Kriegwald has been very kind. He never, well, what I mean is, were you intimate with Mr. Kriegwald at any time? You understand what I mean by that? You understand the question? Miss Garth got very flushed. She said, well, I'm not a child. You're asking me if Mr. Kriegwald Made love to me. Is that it? You might put it that way. Made love to you, yes. Did you and Mr. Kriegwald ever have any... You can stop right there, Lieutenant. The answer is no, most emphatically. Do you know that Mrs. Kriegwald is about to sue her husband for divorce? No, that is, well, yes. Mr. Kriegwald told me about it. Did you know, Miss Garth, that Mrs. Kriegwald is naming you as a correspondent? Naming me as a correspondent? But Mr. Kriegwald said, oh, I was afraid of this. It's horrible. I'm sorry, Miss Garth, but I have to ask you these questions. Go right ahead, Lieutenant. The truth is a complete defense. You last saw Mr. Kriegwald when, Miss Garth? Will you make a note of the fact that I'm answering these questions voluntarily, please? Even though I don't quite know what right you have to ask them or what it's all about. I last saw Mr. Kriegwald on Sunday, the 7th of February, when he put me into a taxi early in the morning at the front door of his house in Redding, Connecticut. I think that's when the photos were taken, February 7th. The 7th, early in the morning, you spent the night at Mr. Kriegwald's house, Miss Garth? I did. Alone with him? Well, there was a servant there. And what time did you arrive? I believe I know what you're driving at. I'm not a suspicious person, but I'm beginning to see. Yes, I'd better tell you the whole story from the beginning. At a little after 7 o'clock in the evening of February the 6th, I received a telephone call purporting to come from Mr. Kriegwald's secretary. Just a minute, Miss Garth. Why do you say that? Why do you use the word purporting? Well, because of this visit of yours, Lieutenant, and of certain things that have occurred since I went to Reading. You know Mr. Kriegwald's secretary, Miss Garth? I have seen her. She's the one that says he's the best man. Remember, the secretary is like Edith something Collins, and she thinks Mr. Kriegwald's a great person. Okay. Will you go on, Miss Garth? Yes. I received this telephone call from some person who said she was Mr. Kriegwald's secretary, asking me whether I could go to the Kriegwald place in Reading to spend the night. The secretary said that Mr. Kriegwald couldn't speak to me himself because he was tied up in conferences, but that certain changes in our program had been suggested, and he wanted to talk these over with me, that the matter was urgent because schedules had to be made up so long in advance. I was given full instructions. I was to take, if I could make it, the 8 o'clock from Grand Central, and I would be met at the station. I did so. When I got off the train at South Norwalk, a man in a chauffeur's cap walked up to me and asked if I was Miss Garth. When I said I was, he led me to a car and drove me to Mr. Kriegwald's house. It was raining that night, and it was bitterly cold. Mr. Kriegwald's house is a long way from the station. I was thoroughly chilled when I arrived, and perhaps not as alert as I should have been. The chauffeur jumped out, carried my bag up on the porch, rang the bell, and then got back in the car and drove it away. The door was opened by a manservant in a white coat. When I gave my name and asked for Mr. Kriegwald, he ushered me into a library at the back of the hall, where Mr. Kriegwald joined me a little later. The minute he entered the room, I saw that he looked rather surprised. But he was very pleasant. I asked whether there was anything wrong, whether I had made a mistake in dates, explaining about the call from his secretary saying he wanted to see me about changes in the program. Mr. Kriegwald said that he didn't know about that his secretary had called me, although there had been a proposal to shift the dates. However, he told me that he was very glad that I had come, and as long as I was there, he insisted that I stay so we could go into the matter thoroughly. We talked for about an hour and a half. After that, just a moment, Miss Garth. Did you, during that time, see anyone else? Any of the servants, Mrs. Kriegwald? No. When Mr. Kriegwald asked at a little before 12 if I wouldn't like something to eat, and I said I would take a glass of milk and a cracker, he left the room and came back with a tray himself. Mr. Kriegwald had something with you, Miss Garth? I believe he did, a drink or so. And you didn't have any drinks. I have already told you I had milk. Oh, milk. Now, Miss Garth, didn't you think it strange that no one else appeared in a big house like that? Didn't you think it strange that Mr. Kriegwald should have to wait on you himself? Well, yes, I did, but, it's rather difficult to explain. I didn't like to be silly or make a fuss. I realized that there had been a mix-up of some sort, but the idea of Mr. Kriegwald's attempting to, well, it was absurd, and I didn't want to embarrass him by asking questions. I simply determined to accept the situation and get away as soon as I could. But you didn't try to leave the house that night? Well, I did make some such suggestion. And what reply did Mr. Kriegwald make to that? Well, it was midnight by then and raining hard. Mr. Kriegwald said it was too late for me to get back to New York that night, but if I was anxious, he'd see that I got back the first thing in the morning. Okay, continue, Miss Garth. After that, we went to bed. Mr. Kriegwald went upstairs first, and then he came downstairs and took me up to my bedroom and said good night. I was very tired, and I fell asleep almost immediately. Sometime during the night, I was roused suddenly by the sound of a shot. 2 or 3 shots in rapid succession. I didn't know whether they came from the inside of the house or whether they were outside, but they were very loud, and I was horribly frightened. I jumped out of bed and tried to find the electric button and couldn't. Then I tried to get out of the room. The first door I bumped into was locked, but there was a light in the bathroom. I ran into the bathroom. There was another door on the far side of it. I opened that door and saw Mr. Kriegwald. He was standing in the middle of the floor listening. I said, "Did you hear that? Did you hear those shots?" And then, well, then I was shaking so hard I could hardly stand. And when Mr. Kriegwald came to my assistance, he said something like, "It's all right. It must be the special officer on duty in the park shooting at a sneak thief somewhere." He was still saying this, still talking, when the hall door was thrown open, and there was a bright flash, and some men were there, and I screamed. What took place after that, Miss Garth? I don't know. I fainted. When I opened my eyes, I was in a chair in my own bedroom with a blanket thrown over me, and Mr. Kriegwald had his clothes on and was standing beside the chair. That's all. Well, you didn't stay there together the rest of the night, did you? No, I got dressed and we went downstairs to the library, and Mr. Kriegwald made some coffee. It was about 4 o'clock then. At 6, as soon as it began to get light, he called a cab, and when it arrived at about 6:30, I left. Okay, in the meantime, you and Mr. Kriegwald talked over this. Talked over what had happened, Miss Garth? Oh, we didn't talk very much. Mr. Kriegwald was dreadfully worried. All he said was that he knew the explanation of the thing that had occurred, and that he would see that I did not suffer from it. He told me to dismiss the whole occurrence from my mind and not even to think about it. So he knows what has just happened, that he's been set up. Question: did you ever own a revolver, Miss Garth? No. Can you shoot? Not very well. Oh, then you have handled a gun. Well, not a revolver. I was on the rifle team at school. And were you a good shot, Miss Garth? Fair. Now, after you returned to New York, Miss Garth, did you mention, here the doorbell rang and I answered it and a man came in named Leonard Alexander, a lawyer. This is the lawyer that Lucille Bishop went to see. Miss Garth knew Mr. Alexander and showed relief at his appearance. He caused a disturbance and objected to our presence. He asked Miss Garth if we had warned her before beginning our questions, and when she said no, he accused us of improper procedure. As her attorney, he told Miss Garth not to do any more talking, and we returned to the office at 4:58 p.m. Whew. Okay. I think we need a little bit of break here. The PI was in the house. That was bold, and I guess he fired those shots just to wake everyone up. Yeah, there's a real crook. Okay, so, but before we take our break, let's talk about it. So this seems very believable, right? So Una Garth was set up. She didn't actually have an affair with him, and she wasn't in on it. But Rufus Ray and the PI were working together on it. So they set up the husband, and the wife, Anita, looks very criminal. She looks like she was planning this all along, maybe working with Rufus Ray, maybe not. But okay, so Una Garth looks innocent, and maybe Tony Broderick was innocent too. And we know that Lucille Bishop is helping Tony because she likes him, and also Rufus Ray has something on the brother, so that's another motive for Lucille to try to stop all this. But we're just getting more, I guess we're getting evidence that Una Garth was not working with Rufus Ray. She is an innocent here. All the more reason for Tony Broderick to be very mad at Rufus Ray for using his fiancée in a setup against Max Kriegwald. So yeah, he's got good motive now. But we still don't know what was stolen from the office, if it was additional photos and documents in the envelope. We don't know what they were, although maybe they were the information about the wife being previously married. Maybe that's what she was worried about, being in that. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe in that original envelope was the evidence that could be used against the husband, but also the evidence that could be used against Anita. And that's what the Bishops stole. And that's what was missing from that document. Does that make some sense? I don't think Kriegwald's in on this frame up. No, I don't think so. I think this is all, it's a little far-fetched and cartoonish, but I think it's all a setup of Kriegwald. And I'm thinking now that the documents Anita was so desperate to get hold of in that envelope, they were both pieces of evidence. They were the photos that were going to be used against the husband, and they were the document that was going to lock Anita in to paying Rufus Ray. They were both given by the PI, shown to her and shown to Rufus Ray. Rufus Ray's like, okay, you hired me, I'm going to hire your divorce. Come in, I want to talk to you about something. I've got these two pieces of evidence. We can nail your husband and get you the alimony, but also you're going to be in trouble. You're going to owe me money, because otherwise I'm going to let this document slip that shows you had a previous marriage, and maybe you killed off your ex-husband. I don't know. And Jonathan Warner and Duke of Zill are talking about how did they frame the Kriegwald and know the foreplot. I don't know. I think my reading is that you're reading too much into that. Their only plan was to get them in the same house, wait for nighttime, and then get them panicked. And that they were going to be able to take a photo of them in their night clothes, in their pajamas. And they just got lucky that they were holding each other. But it wouldn't matter. As long as they got photos of her sleeping over, it was going to be good enough. But you guys can talk about whether you think that's believable. That's my reading so far. All right, I think we need to take another break. There's not that much left, but there actually is more left. But we've got time. So we're going to take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and... We're back. You're watching Caught for Two. It's 3 a.m. We've got a little bit more to do. Let's catch up in the chat. Looks like we've got some confusion going on in the chat. Duke of Zill says, I'm still interested in whatever Ramon overheard with the bishops. What were they panicking about? Jonathan is still stuck on the PI framing the framing everything. And then before that, Jonathan says, so is the theory that someone's thought they stole evidence involving Garth and sent it to her, but made a mistake and sent the wrong evidence? That's not how I read it. Let me see if I can explain how I read the basics of where things stand now. As I see it, the most likely situation looks something like this. Lucille Bishop is a very smart, strong-headed woman. Her brother's being blackmailed, essentially, by Rufus Ray. Rufus Ray has some physical document implicating Corey Bishop, and with that document, he's got leverage over Corey Bishop. Both the bishops know that Rufus Ray is a very bad man, that he's abusing his clients, playing them off each other, etc. Their dear childhood friend, Tony Broderick, and his fiancée, Una Garth, the bishops like quite a bit. All of a sudden, Tony Broderick is in a full panic. His life is about to be ruined because Rufus Ray has dragged his fiancée into this very messy divorce case where she's going to be made a complete fool of. So Broderick is completely freaking out. He goes to his childhood friend, Lucille Bishop, and he's like, my life is ruined. My fiance's life is ruined. Can you do anything? And the sister's like, this is ridiculous. This guy, Rufus Ray, is the most evil, worst person. He's blackmailing my brother. He's ruining the life of my dear friend. I'm not gonna stand for it. And he's a lech. He's trying to get with me constantly. So the sister, possibly in collaboration with the brother, comes up with a plan. And her plan is that she is going to get hold of the document that Rufus Ray has implicating her brother. And possibly get hold of the evidence against Una Garth. Maybe. I'm not sure about this. But I think she wants the document that Rufus Ray has on the brother. So she sets up a meeting with Rufus Ray at the Enrico Club. Maybe she hopes that he can be talked into sense by Una Garth acting sexy. That doesn't work. So she takes matters into her own hands. She comes on to Rufus Ray and she says, I'll meet you at your house. Give me the key. Let me in. I'll wait for you in bed. She talks herself into the key. She says, send your valet home so I'm alone. She gets to his house. She searches it. She's looking for the document that he might have on the brother. That's why she tears apart the desk. I think maybe then there's some piece I don't understand, but they must decide that they have to get into the office as well. Either because they don't find the documents they're looking for, and they're at the office, or some other reason. So I think this same group, Lucille Bishop, but maybe in conjunction with Tony Broderick, I'm not sure, get into the office, find this folder, this envelope, which has got two things in it. It's got the photographs of Una Garth, showing that, making it look like Kriegwald is having an affair, but it's also got the proof that Anita Shaw was previously married. And they take that proof and then later they mail it to Una Garth as her get out of jail free card. They're basically saying, here's what you can use if anyone tries to bring up the evidence that say that you had an affair with Max Kriegwald. If the wife tries to do that, you show her this and she'll back down. Now, why he was killed, he must have been killed to get the combination to the safe to get into his office. But clearly it couldn't have been Lucille Bishop that killed him, because she faints in shock. Duke of Zill says she faints for show. I don't think she knows anyone's watching her. That's why I don't believe she faints in show. So I don't think she killed him. I think maybe she went to his house, searched it. I think maybe the PI had keys to get in. Maybe he was removing evidence of himself. Or maybe Bishop got in. I'm thinking that Lucille Bishop didn't shoot him. but I don't know who did. So I don't know who killed him. I just think Lucille Bishop is involved in the theft. Duke of Zill says, "Is the button at the crime scene a red herring?" I don't think so. I think we've got some real mystery involving that murder because someone had to light his cigar. I will say this: one thing did occur to me. He did meet with Max Kriegwald at 9 p.m., so he could have gotten the cigar then and just kept it in his pocket. It could have survived for a couple hours till the end of the night, don't you think? But someone still had to light it for him. But I'm thinking that Lucille Bishop really did faint for genuinely, because I don't think she knows anyone's watching her. Although it's possible that she was there and didn't know he was dead. I don't know, but let's see if the game tells us a little bit more. Duke of Zill says Lucille and Corey team up. Yeah, I'm thinking the brother and the sister are teaming up somehow, and maybe the brother shot him. Jonathan is making an interesting point. Jonathan is rightfully looking at this envelope more than I am at this point. He says, envelope says it was processed at 6 a.m. on the 17th. Yes. So this is the night of the murder, 3 hours after the body was found, correct? Yeah, processed on that day and arrived. Well, I guess we're in the next day, but maybe processed and arrived on the same day. Someone is mailing Una proof that Anita is to use against Anita, so Anita can't use stuff against her. Is it the personal address or law office? I believe it's his law office. I believe it's the law office. Yes. I don't know. Neither of them are quite on Madison. Yes, the law office is on Madison. It's the office address. Sorry, let me show you here. And Jonathan is asking, is it the personal address or the law office here? 104 Madison Avenue is the office. The office is on Madison Avenue there. And the home address is on Park Avenue. Duke of Zill says, if those documents were taken from the safe at 2 a.m., could they be posted and delivered within mere hours? Maybe so in the 1930s. Yes, I think they absolutely could have been stuck in the mail on the morning of February 17th of the murder, and therefore stamped and processed on that day. I think we should continue reading because we're getting lots of rich information here towards the end. And Jonathan says, did they just grab the envelope during the break-in of the office? Yes, that's kind of what I was guessing. That they grabbed the envelope, like some blank envelopes, during a break-in of the office. Duke of Zill is saying, wouldn't mailboxes be emptied at day's end? No, mail is picked up early in the morning, I think, in some places. I try not, there's certain things like that that I tend to give the benefit of the doubt to the surprising part is not that it was stamped on the night of the murder, the morning after the murder. It's a little weird that it arrived on the next day, but I think we're just asked to believe that it's delivered quickly. There's no question, though, that it was stamped the morning after the murder. So I think Jonathan says may have dropped it in the office mail. Law office might have priority mail. Yeah, that's good. That's good thinking. All right, let's continue reading. Let's see where we get. Let's see what new information we get here. So, report of Detective Guard to Andrews. When we arrived at 4:05 p.m. at the offices of Baby Foods Inc. in the Empire State Building and asked to see Mr. Kriegwald, we were informed that he was in conference. And when we were finally admitted to his private office, we found his lawyer, Hamilton J. Gibbs, there. While we were waiting, Captain Andrews called Hanley and gave him the report of what Miss Garth had said so we could check on Kriegwald. At first, Mr. Kriegwald flatly refused to make any statement about anything, but when we taxed him with the fact that Miss Una Garth was to be named as a correspondent in his wife's suit for divorce and told him about the photographs and the affidavit that had come to light in Mr. Ray's office, he said that he was entirely innocent. He said that he was the victim of a frame-up, that he had not telephoned to Miss Garth to go to his home in Reading on the night of February the 6th, or caused anyone else to do so. He declared that there had been no intimacy between himself and Miss Garth, either then or at any other time. He swore that the whole thing was a shakedown instigated by his wife and carried through by some disreputable detective agency that specialized in dirty work. All right, I believe him. I definitely believe him. I believe this was all a total frame-up. We asked him a number of questions and didn't get anywhere until we told him that Miss Garth had come clean, and that if he wanted to present his side of the story, he had better do it right then and there. Mr. Kriegwald conferred in low tones with Mr. Gibbs. After that, he began to loosen up. From what you have said, Mr. Kriegwald, knowing your wife as you did, if you suspected a trap, why didn't you send Miss Garth away at once? That night, as soon as she arrived? It would have been practically impossible. My house is isolated, it was raining hard, and it was very late. There was not time to catch the last train back. I knew that my wife was in Florida, and although the setup looked suspicious, I didn't see what I could do about it. He just saw that beautiful girl come to his house to sleep over. He knew it was a trap. He couldn't resist. Doesn't matter. He's still innocent on this. He is being framed. You knew in advance that your wife was going to be out of the city, Mr. Kriegwald? I didn't say that. If you will kindly let me finish my statement, officer, and not interrupt. Knowing that my wife was away, I realized she couldn't have called Mrs. Garth. And there had been a question raised about the program, the radio programs, so that when Miss Garth appeared like that suddenly, I thought it just possible that my secretary might have gotten in touch with her without my knowledge. I did find the situation awkward, but I didn't wish to alarm or embarrass the young woman. It was late at night and the weather was extremely inclement. The house is a long distance from the town and there was no car on the place. I took a taxi over when I arrived earlier in the evening. Then the machine that met Miss Garth? I know nothing about that. It must have been part of the plot. Yes, Mr. Kriegwald, I see. But how did it happen that Miss Garth came to sleep in the bedroom next to yours, separated from yours only by an adjoining bath? Well, the house was closed up for the winter. My wife and myself occasionally went up for a quiet weekend, but we had no guests, so that Besides my own, my wife's bedroom was the only one in order, the only one in which the bed was made. And there was a servant in the house. This is anticipating all the questions Jonathan was raising. Question: there was a servant in the house? Why didn't you have another room prepared? The only servant there was Carl Hoffman, who acts as a caretaker. When I arrived, I generally gave Carl the night off. It was about all the time he had free because we didn't like to have the house unguarded and empty. Before Miss Garth arrived, I told Carl he could go as soon as he finished his work. He had already gone when I went downstairs at a little before 12 to get something to eat. Here Kriegwald's account of what happened agreed with Miss Garth's. The sound of the shots, her entrance to his room, the throwing open of the hall door, the bright flash, and the appearance of the two strange men. You realized what the bright light meant, didn't you, Mr. Kriegwald? That it was the explosion of a flashbulb. How was it that you permitted these men to leave the house with their faked evidence? How was it you made no attempt to stop them or call the police? Then the lawyer steps in, Mr. Gibbs. Don't answer that if you don't want to, Max. Kriegwald says, I will answer that. In the first place, Miss Garth had fainted, and I couldn't very well drop her on the floor. I placed her in a chair, and then I did give chase. But by the time I got downstairs, the front door was wide open, and the men had disappeared. How did they get in the house? Through one of the music room windows. Did you perhaps lose time looking for a gun? I have no gun. But you said earlier today that you did have one. That was long ago. I haven't seen it in years. How many years, Mr. Kriegwald? Well, the robberies in Reading took place in 1930. And you were married to the present Mrs. Kriegwald then? No, I was married to Gloria, my first wife. Anita and I were married in 1932. And your first wife knew you had this gun? Yes, it was at her insistence. She was nervous, and I borrowed it. And you don't remember from whom you got the gun? I can't recall that now. What name does your first wife go under, Mr. Kriegwald? Her maiden name, Todd. Miss Todd. And she was a client of Rufus Ray's? Yes. Where is Mrs. Todd now? The last time I heard from her, she was in New York. That was in January, but she was thinking of going to Europe. You are, this Miss Todd, that's nothing on our new thing, our new marriage certificate. There's no Todd involved in this. No. Okay. So she was thinking of going to Europe. You're a wealthy man, Mr. Kriegwald. Well, I have made money, yes, but it is tied up in my business. And then the lawyer says, I object to this line of questioning. It has nothing to do with the death of Rufus Ray. I also object to the continuation of this badgering. My client has answered you fully and freely as far as your queries were pertinent. He has nothing more to say at this time. Pass this on to Captain Andrews. He sent us back to the Empire State to keep an eye on Max Kriegwald. Ooh, we got a new kind of document here. A postal telegraph. With a nice blue heading. Received by private wire from postal telegraph. Standard time indicated. Commercial cables. Well, okay, is it a day letter, a night message, a deferred cable, or night cable? NB? Don't see what it is. Okay. New York, 4:50 p.m. Commissioner Crowell, Police Headquarters, New York City, New York. I protest against high-handed procedure of officers of homicide squad. Stop. This is not Italy or Germany. Stop. We are still living under a constitutional government, and a private citizen still has certain legal rights. Stop. The continued intrusion and the rude and impertinent questioning by these officers amount to persecution. Stop. It is an outrage. Stop. I do not intend to put up with it. Stop. Kindly give this matter your immediate attention. Corey Bishop. 5:15 p.m. So Corey is going right to Commissioner Crowell, the whole commissioner of the police. I don't know why he thinks he got pulled over this. Here's a telephone message. Oh my God, it's Swinburne, the district attorney. And he's complaining about Andrews. Oh, look at this. So right after he gets this is sent to Commissioner Crowell, but Swinburne is involved. And he says, that damn flatfoot Andrews is stirring up a hornet's nest. What the hell does he mean by it? He hasn't got a leg to stand on. The investigation into the death of Rufus Ray is getting no place at all. Meanwhile, he occupies his time badgering innocent people. Can't you do something about it? Take a look at the newspapers. Swinburne is really running cover for Corey Bishop. It's just Corey Bishop that he's trying to protect. I don't know why. Okay, so here's Crowell, the commissioner, Police Commissioner Crowell, sending to Hardy. To Assistant Chief Inspector Sears, what's Andrews up to? Is he getting into deep water? Better caution him to take it easy until he's got something solid to produce. Andrews is ruffling some feathers high up. They don't like it. So it's like, this is like how politics work, right? Like, Corey Bishop must have some pull, some weight. And so he puts pressure on Crowell and Swinburne, who immediately start complaining about Andrews as Andrews being out of control. Oh, look at this. Now Sears, look, it's going right up the chain. It's going down the chain of command. Now look, Sears is complaining to Captain Andrews, for God's sake, watch your step. Corey Bishop is putting up a howl. Lay off him for a while, or at least until you get something conclusive. Whoa, Corey Bishop complaining went right down from police commissioner to the DA, right down to Andrews, and he's saying, watch who you are upsetting. Oh, it's not over yet. Oh, now Andrews is replying. That's kind of us. Let's see what Andrews says. This is all happening like within minutes. Look at this. This comes in at 5:15. Immediately, Swinburne runs off a message at 5:20. Immediately, the commissioner runs off a message. They're all talking to Andrews' superiors. And here's his direct superior is telling Andrews, my God, you are making people upset. Take it easy. And here's Andrews replying 2 minutes later. To Assistant Chief Inspector Sears, commanding officer of all detectives, does the department want this case solved or doesn't it? If it does, how can I lay off? I've got to get the facts. I've got to get the picture. Come on, how cool is that? Andrews is standing up for himself. Wow. Does the department want this case solved or doesn't it? He's like, that's like something that you don't, like if you're the superior, you would get very upset that someone's putting on the record some insinuation that you don't want the case solved. I've got to get the picture. Okay, well look, there's a reply from Frace. I don't know who Frace is. I don't remember. He's sending it to the police commissioner, to Captain Andrews. Please come to commissioner's office for discussion of Ray murder, 6 p.m. today. He got called in to the commissioner's office. Oh my God. This is stressful. Like, he's been working on the case, and now politics have intervened. Remember, we had the bigwig meetings early in the case, and now they've pulled him back in. They're like, and this is 5:36. All of this happens within like a 20-minute period. 20-minute period. Corey Bishop complains, boop, 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 down the chain of command. Andrews writes a snippy message back up. Do you want this case solved or not? And the reply, get your ass into the commissioner's office in 15 minutes. They are not messing around. All right, well, here we go. Police Commissioner's Office, 6 p.m. Conference on the Ray case. Officials present are Commissioner Crowell, District Attorney Swinburne, the guy who's been running cover for Corey, Assistant District Attorney Hogan, Assistant Chief Inspector Sears, and the CO of all detective divisions. That's, I don't know if that's a same person. Okay. Oh, where's Andrews? Is Andrews not in here? Commissioner. Well, gentlemen, Captain Andrews will be here in a moment. Oh, it's before he's arrived yet. Before he comes, we might want to run over the evidence. Here's the DA, Swinburne. Before Andrews comes, I'd like to say a few words. There is no evidence, not a jot. I've gone through all the stuff he's been deluging you with. Boiled down, it amounts to nothing but a lot of surmises, ifs, and could-haves and might-be's. Rufus Ray has been dead for 18 hours. The actual killer is getting farther and farther away by the moment. Fine police, fine detectives. I beg your pardon, Sears. I'm not hitting at you. I know you've got your hands full of plenty other work. I'm saying that until that fat man, that gross incompetent, is removed. Now, Inspector Sears is going to stand up for him a little bit, it looks like. It's a very difficult case, Mr. District Attorney. Very difficult indeed. Captain Andrews has done the best he can. Exactly, says Swinburne. And his best is what? An utter and complete failure. He's bungled the case. Tied it up in knots. The stuff he's turned in isn't worth the paper it's written on. Commissioner says, I think we ought to hear from the captain himself before we... Here, Captain Andrews was announced and entered the office. Commissioner says, take a chair, Captain. Yes, take your coat off. That's right. Will probably be some time. Oh, they're exerting some pressure on him. Andrews says, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner says, now, Captain, this case has got to be solved. As Mr. Swinburne has just been saying, we're not getting any place. We've got to get down to the brass tacks. Get down to business. Andrews says, yes, sir. Well, we'll know in a few minutes now who rifled Ray's office. A.D. Hogan says, what? You mean you have the killer? Andrews says, well, I didn't say that. I said we'd know who rifled Ray's office and sent an envelope to Una Garth, and we'll know why it was done. Commissioner says, well, then you'll have the murderer. Hogan says, for heaven's sake, do you mean to say you know who the murderer is and you sit there doing nothing? Andrews says, proof. I need proof. Knowing and proving are two different kettles of fish. We haven't enough proof for a jury yet. Commissioner says, what are you waiting for? When are you expecting Claiborne's report? Andrews says, Claiborne's report? He's going to call me here. Meanwhile, did you read Garcia's statement? Commissioner says, I did. Hogan says, you know what you can do with it? You can throw that statement out the window. Ramon Garcia would be about as much use to us as a snowball in hell. His credibility would be torn to pieces before he'd been on the stand 2 minutes. Dishonest servant, grudges against his employer, cooked up story. He'd do us more harm than good. Commissioner says, Do you believe this, Garcia, Captain? Captain Andrews says, Ramon is as crooked as a dog's hind leg. But I think he's telling the truth. He's only a small timer and he's scared. There may be something to this feud between Rufus Ray and the bishops, or rather, Corey Bishop. It could date back to that special grand jury investigation into the vice rackets in 1927. Corey Bishop was going to be a roaring lion, and he turned out to be a nice, cozy little lamb. Salducci, Sloan, Emphers, and Chase were handled with kid gloves when everybody knew they were guilty as hell. They were told to be good boys and run home to mama when they should have been put where the dogs wouldn't bite them. Suppose it was made worth Bishop's while to give them a clean bill of health. Suppose Ray found out about it. Suppose he got the goods on Bishop. Hogan says, suppose. We can't get an indictment against anyone on suppositions. Okay, so let's pause for a second here. What we're hearing is Corey Bishop was involved in prosecutor's office, and he's giving all these criminals in the vice operations, he's giving them little taps on the wrist. And this connects to what Jonathan was saying before, like Ray found out about it, got some leverage over Bishop, and maybe he's using it against him. But okay, so Bishop is letting some people get off easy. I'm now worried that Swinburne is involved in this. Okay, the commissioner says, that's a pretty grave charge, Andrews. Have you anything to back it up with? Andrews says, well, there wouldn't be anything left now, would there, Commission? There wouldn't be anything left now, would there, Commissioner? The bishops are too smart to leave incriminating evidence lying around loose where we could pick it up. Hogan says, put it into plain words, Captain. You're alluding to Garcia's statement that Bishop said Ray had documentary proof against him. What are you figuring happened? Andrew says, well, you've read all the reports, you've seen all the exhibits, you took a look at the living room in Ray's apartment, you saw the lamp at the end of the couch there. The lamp was out when Ray's servant left to go upstairs to bed at 1 o'clock, and was lit when our men arrived a couple hours later. Above the table is a mirror. The powder sprinkled on the table cover is identical with the powder used by Miss Lucille Bishop. It doesn't check with that of any of the other women involved with Ray. So Miss Lucille Bishop went there between 1 and 3. Ray was killed anywhere from 1:45 to 1:55. From both the medical examiner's testimony and the fact that his office was entered and rifled with the key and the combination of the safe taken from his pockets after he fell. They still think someone could get to his office after they killed him. Okay. Commissioner says, good God, I can't believe Lucille Bishop. Swinburne says, just let me ask a question. Miss Bishop testifies that from this nightclub, Enrico's, she drove to a friend of hers on Central Park West, and from there straight home. Unless you can succeed in breaking down her statement, Andrews says, oh, Miss Bishop did go to see Adora Lyons on Central Park West. The taxi man who drove her there came into the office just before I left. So he's telling us he just got confirmation about it. He remembers Miss Bishop perfectly because, as he told us, although she was real swell, she was such a nice lady. They chatted going across town, and at an intersection in traffic, Miss Bishop asked the driver for a light. When he lit her cigarette for her, the man got a good look at her face. The trouble is that although she arrived at Dora Lyons' house at 1:10, Miss Lyons doesn't remember what time Miss Bishop left. It was a crowded all-night party. Okay, so let's write this down a bit. So, timeline. At 1 10, Lucille Bishop arrives Central Park West by cab at her friend's house. So she puts in an appearance to make an alibi, and then she hightails it out of there in enough time to get back, do the murders or the whatever. Okay. Hogan says, wait a minute, Andrews. The taxi man gave Miss Bishop a match. Didn't Miss Bishop have a lighter? Didn't the doorman at Enrico's testify to that? Why did Miss Bishop ask the driver for a match? Was it to call attention to herself? To establish an alibi? Is that what you're figuring? Swinburne says, stuff and nonsense. Andrews says, I don't know, gentlemen. I'm just giving you what we got. Commissioner says, let me get this straight. Is it your conclusion, Captain, that Corey Bishop and Miss Lucille Bishop working together shot Ray? And Andrews says, not at all, Commissioner. But both the Bishops were in close contact with Ray on the night he died. So we have to consider them. We had opportunity for them before, but no apparent motive. Now we've got both. That's by no means conclusive. There were other people who could have had the same opportunity with motive equally as strong. Una Garth and Broderick and Max Kriegwald and Anita Kriegwald. And Hogan says, I don't see Mrs. Kriegwald. Don't you? Take a good look at her. That woman is as soft as satin and as hard as nails. She's a smooth-fleshed pink and white cormorant with a beak and claws. Money means more to her than anything else in the world. She and Ray were birds of a feather there. She admits she was wild with rage at the idea that Ray might be going to double-cross her. She had no alibi. On the other hand, Anita Kriegwald didn't know Ray was meeting the Bishops and Una Garth until she saw them together in Enrico's at midnight. And this was a planned murder. I'm sure of that. I was sure of that in the beginning. I'm surer of it now. It wasn't a sudden idea. It may have been carried out on, or shall I say, under the spur of the moment. But consider the moment. Ray in difficulties with half a dozen people, Una Garth, Tony Broderick, Max Kriegwald, and through Broderick, Lucille Bishop, Corey Bishop in his own right, Anita Kriegwald on edge. Hogan says, hold your horses, Captain. Max Kriegwald? What have you got specifically on him? Andrew says, well, look at Kriegwald's financial situation. He's expanding his business, putting every cent he has into it. He's already paying alimony to his first wife, and he was going to have to pay his second, and through the nose, too. An offer to compromise has been turned down. Rufus Ray was the attorney for both women. With Ray wiped out and those photographs removed from Ray's office, then the commissioner interjects, but the photographs weren't removed. Not by the thief who opened Ray's safe. Andrew says, well, they weren't in the safe. They were on Ray's desk, almost in plain view among a lot of papers. It would have been easy to overlook them. We can't dismiss Kriegwald. We don't know what he knew. We don't know that he knew where Ray was, but he had no alibi for the time of the murder. And he says Ray took the cigar found beside the body at 10 o'clock in his, Kriegwald's, apartment. Maybe, maybe not. Okay, so he's saying that the cigar Ray had on him was one he took to when he met with Kriegwald at 9 p.m. That makes sense. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe Kriegwald accosted Ray outside Scarborough's and gave him the cigar then. He would have followed Ray up 3rd Avenue. He would have followed Ray up 3rd Avenue. And then, oh, so I don't know why this is here. Let's wait till we see it. So District Attorney Swinburne fumed. He said, "Go on, Captain, go on. Can you dig up half a dozen more suspects just to keep us interested?" Andrews says, "Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. District Attorney, you know how these things go. There are a couple of other dark horses. There's Thomas Walker, Rufus Ray's senior clerk. Ray seldom kept his lawyers more than 6 years. Ray was a tough man to work for. Walker's 68, faced with the prospect of unemployment and kind of brooding on his wrongs. Walker might have decided that the mix-up in Ray's affairs was a chance to avenge himself with a bullet. His alibi is his wife. He says he was in bed with her, but wives have a habit of..." Commissioner says, "It's possible, but thin. Nothing to support it with." Hogan says, "What about this Dr. Scarborough?" Andrew says, "I've been saving the good wine till the last. Here's Claiborne's report. I received it as I was leaving the office." Commissioner says, "Well, that's certainly interesting." And here it is. Here's Claiborne, the writing specialist. "Dear Andrew, after careful consideration, comparison, believe the torn note written by William Scarborough." Whoa, the doctor wrote the note. "Final R's in both specimens show curved upswing longer than the letter itself. The L's are all simple lops. The initial T's all single strokes. Central T's double united strokes. Crossing of T and same in both. I's all dotted, high and to the right. D's not quite closed. Basic similarity of emphasis, spacing, style, and slant consistent throughout. Divergence in capital I's and other differences could be due to emotional stress. Forwarding detailed analysis and photographs." So the note that said they're talking about this blue note, right? The one that said, I'll go to the DA if you don't talk to me about it. Oh, I don't know where it is now. All right, we could compare for ourselves if we believe the handwriting analysis, but let's see what Andrews has to say about it. Commissioner says, "Well, that's certainly interesting." Hogan says, "It established that there was trouble between the two men. Bad trouble, by George." Assistant Chief Inspector Sears says, "Yes, Scarborough could have followed Ray without being seen. There's a service staircase to his place that's unwatched. There's also a fire escape he could have used." Swinburne, oh, look at Swinburne going. Swinburne's like, he's taking this as his way out. Swinburne says, "And we could go to bat on Claiborne. There's no other expert who goes over better with a jury." Commissioner says, "Do you know what the trouble was between Ray and Scarborough, Captain?" Andrews says, "Well, from an examination of Ray's checking account, it seems to have been one of those rigged land deals. Scarborough and Ray together bought a piece of land from the Southern New England Real Estate Corp. The piece of land was adjacent to a big aluminum factory. There were rumors that the aluminum factory was going to expand. Each man put in $20,000. That's a lot of money for the 30s. But Ray was the Southern New England Real Estate Corp. And the aluminum company wasn't going to expand. Ray bought the piece of property for a song, pocketed Scarborough's $20,000, and Scarborough found out about it. Yikes. So, Swinburne says, "So what? Why don't you grab him and put the heat on?" Andrews says, "Scarborough isn't any deeper in than any of the others, Mr. District Attorney. We've got a lot of people with the same opportunity and plenty of motive. Also, what, you kill the person who owes you money? That doesn't make sense. How do you get your money?" Lucille and Corey Bishop, Una Garth, Tony Broderick, Max Kriegwald, Anita Kriegwald, Scarborough, and maybe Thomas Walker. Broderick was sprung half an hour ago on a habeas corpus. We could have held him as material witness, but I let him go. I wanted him free. I want him to move around. I want to see what he's going to do. I want to see what they're all going to do. We're having them all watched. Everybody's under suspicion. Everybody who was in contact with Ray on the night he died. Everybody who could have been in contact with him. And we're looking for the gun that killed Ray. I wish we could get hold of it. I wish we could. I don't like that gun being missing. For the perpetrator to keep it was a risky business. I can't. Sears says, go on, Captain. Hogan says, yeah? Don't shrug your shoulders. Say what you mean. Andrews says, well, the gun that shot Ray might be used again if the chase gets too hot. Swinburne says, and have you the face to sit there and tell us that you're going to remain idle with your hands folded on your stomach until another murder is... Here the commissioner's phone rang. The call was for Captain Andrews. He took it. He put the receiver back on the hook. He looked queer. Commissioner, what is it, Andrews? What's the matter? Has anything happened? Andrews says, yes. Claiborne has just reported that the handwriting on the envelope sent to Una Garth checks with that of Corey Bishop. That's what Jonathan said. Swinburne, good God, Andrews, what are you saying? That I want to talk to Bishop. Swinburne says, I better come along. Andrews says, by all means, Mr. District Attorney. Captain Andrews and District Attorney Swinburne left. The conference concluded at 7:40. They're in there for an hour and 40 minutes. Swinburne wants to be present for the interview with Corey Bishop. Swinburne feels dirty, doesn't he? There could have been money in the safe, yes. Oh, you're right. There could have been money in the safe. All right. Still got quite a few pages to go. Okay. Here's Captain Andrews writing to Sears. The interview with Corey Bishop. Immediately after leaving headquarters, I had Corey Bishop brought to my office where I questioned him in the presence of District Attorney Swinburne. Andrews. Well, Mr. Bishop, the jig is up. I don't understand. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Mr. Bishop, why did you rob the safe in Rufus Ray's office last night? Are you mad, Captain? Have you taken leave of your senses? And Andrews says, very well, Mr. Bishop, if that's the way you want to play it. But I warn you, you're making a mistake. Evasion isn't going to do you any good. I'll shoot straight with you. Here are the facts. In the 1 o'clock mail today, Miss Garth received a large brown paper envelope from Rufus Ray's office. It was collected in the first mail at 6 a.m. this morning. Whoever put it in the mail before that hour took it from Rufus Ray's safe. The handwriting on that envelope, although a clumsy attempt to disguise it was made, has been positively established as yours. There was silence for a couple seconds. Then Mr. Bishop said, all right, you win. Suppose I might as well tell you the truth. Jonathan says, I do think if Corey sent the evidence, then he must not have known that Ray was murdered. What's the point of sending evidence if everyone's likely to be investigated for murder? Let's see what we got here. All right, Corey says, might as well tell you the truth. Swinburne. Look at Swinburne. Good God, Bishop, don't say that you... Bishop says, no, I didn't kill Ray, Swinburne. However, much the captain would like to think I did. I did go down to his office and I did go through his safe. In doing so, I consider that I had moral, if not legal, justification for such an act. Andrews says, "Will you explain that, Mr. Bishop?" Bishop says, "Certainly. Rufus Ray had a document belonging to me." Andrews says, "Did this document relate to yourself?" "It did. Need we go into that?" Andrews says, "Not now, later perhaps. Continue." Bishop says, "It's a long story. I suppose that most men make mistakes sometime in their lives. I made one, and Ray found out about it. I've paid for my indiscretion. I paid 100 times over. It's been going on for years, and then just lately things came to a head. As you know, I've been mentioned for the Attorney Generalship. It was practically in the bag with Ray's help. He worked hard to get it for me. And why not? My God, with me as Attorney General and that document in his possession, he could have run things the way he pleased." We should have thought about that. That's realistic and clever. Like, Ray's got some leverage over him, so he's trying to help him get the biggest, best job so that he can call in favors. There would have been nothing to stop him. The sky would have been the limit. I should have declined the offer. I should have retired from public life entirely. But my ambition's a difficult thing to get rid of. I wanted the job. I was stupid. I hoped, that I could buy Ray off for a lump sum. He simply laughed at me. And then I heard of the dirty trick that had been played on Tony and Una Garth. Andrews says, "That and not your own predicament spurred you to action, Mr. Bishop?" It was one too many. I couldn't stomach it. We're very fond of those two youngsters, Lucille and I. Lucille told me the whole story at dinner yesterday evening. I realized that if anything was to be done, it had to be done at once, before the divorce proceeding got underway. Andrews says, "So you followed Ray from Enrico's last night?" Bishop says, "Yes, I followed him. I knew he was going to Scarborough's. I waited outside Scarborough's apartment until he appeared, and then I followed him up 3rd Avenue. But I swear I had no hand in his death." "What was your intention, Mr. Bishop? What were you planning to do?" Bishop says, "I hardly know. I meant to threaten him, to frighten the life out of him. I might even have resorted to a certain amount of physical violence in order to make him disgorge the sheet of paper he was holding over my head and the fake evidence against Una Garth." Andrew says, "Wasn't there something in addition, Mr. Bishop? You knew that Ray was on his way home and that your sister was at the Shenley going through Rufus Ray's desk, didn't you? You wanted to delay him." Bishop says, "Lucille? What has Lucille got to do with it? She was never anywhere near Ray's apartment." Andrew says, "I'm sorry, Mr. Bishop, but we know she was. Go on, please." So he may not even know. He may not have even coordinated with the sister. Bishop says, "When Ray didn't turn west toward the Shenley at 63rd Street, I was surprised and confused. It upset my plans. There's a little arcade on the side street where I meant to catch up with him. Now I would have to act on the spur of the moment. I didn't know quite what to do. While I was hesitating, a truck cut out across in front of me. Ray had disappeared in the fog. I walked on, and then, without the slightest warning, I stumbled over his body." Swinburne says, "He was dead?" Bishop says, "Yes, he must have died instantly. I don't think more than at the most 2 minutes could have elapsed between the time I saw him striding forward through the mist and the time I found him." Andrew says, "Well, did you hear the shot?" Bishop says, "No, but I wouldn't have anyhow. There was that truck going past and an elevated train banging along overhead. You couldn't hear anything." And Andrew says, and after that, Mr. Bishop? Bishop says, it's rather vague. I stood there looking around. I didn't see anyone. I felt dazed and sick. All of a sudden, I realized that it was my chance. I stooped over, took Ray's keys from his pockets. Here, Mr. Bishop shivered as though he were cold. Andrew says, well, that explains the confetti it dropped from your clothing to Ray's overcoat. Bishop says, I suppose so. I got away from there as fast as I could. I took the elevated at 59th Street and rode downtown. Oh, he took a train. That's how he got there a little quicker. Okay. He could have gotten lucky and gotten a train that was right there. I should have been considering subways. They do run all night. If you got lucky. If you're waiting at 2 a.m. for a train, you could be waiting for a half hour for a train. But if there's a train right there when you get there, I could put you down there pretty quick. Okay. Were the keys the only thing you removed from Ray's body? Bishop says, no, the keys were attached to his watch chain. I knew he kept the combination of his private safe in the back of the watch, and I took that too. Andrew says, you've overlooked something, Mr. Bishop. You picked up the lighter that lay on the pavement beside Ray, didn't you? Miss Bishop's lighter? No answer. Andrew says, what did you do when you got to Rufus Ray's office? Bishop says, I went in through that ramshackle building next door. The key to the building was with the others. I walked up the 3 flights of stairs and through that phony office to the small door Ray had cut. I tried half a dozen of his keys and finally got hold of the right one. The rest was simple. Once I had Ray's safe open, I found the papers I was looking for without any trouble. Swinburne says, and the envelope you sent to Miss Garth? Bishop says, there was a memo slip clipped to it, labeled Kriegwald. I assumed that it contained the damaging pictures of Una and Max. Andrew says, you didn't examine the envelope yourself? Bishop says, no, it was sealed. I was in a hurry. I wanted it to get to Una like that so she'd know that it hadn't been tampered with, and that once she'd destroyed the enclosures, she'd be safe. So he finds the envelope. There's a memo slip labeled Kriegwald. That's all that's on it. So he just files it out. Okay. Andrew says, I see. And when you'd finished with the safe, I rummaged around in a desk outside Ray's office, found a stamp, and left. I put the envelope in a mailbox downstairs and went home to bed. Andrew says, was Miss Bishop at home when you got there, Mr. Bishop? Yes. Her wrap, a black caracal cloak, was thrown over a chair in the hall. And did you have any conversation with her? No, I assumed she was sleeping. And what did you do with the document incriminating yourself that you removed from Ray's safe? I burned it down to the last shred of ash. It's gone forever. At this point, Captain Andrews was interrupted by a telephone call, and the interrogation of Mr. Bishop was concluded. Okay. Let's look at the chat for a second. I do think if Corey sent the evidence, then he must not have known that Ray was murdered. What's the point of sending evidence? I guess now, according to his statement, he did know he was dead. But your theory about sending that envelope without knowing what was in it seems reasonable. So he's saying he found the envelope that said Max Grieberg. He just assumed it was the evidence, so he was sending it to Una. And it was different evidence. It was evidence against, it was something for Max Grieberg to use against his ex-wife. Okay. Maybe. And now we can believe that he did. So he says he stumbled across the body, but he didn't shoot him. So someone else shot him. I'll further note, it absolutely cannot be the doctor, because Corey is saying he's following up behind him, right? So the only person who could have killed him is someone who's north of him. There's more uptown than him, right? Like, they leave the doctor's office. So they leave the doctor's office, and Rufus Ray starts going this way, right? And Corey says he was waiting for him outside, and he followed up behind him. Then Corey says, truck cuts in front, and then he's found dead. So it can't be the doctor. The doctor would have been following back where Corey was. So it had to be someone coming from this way that killed him, or who was waiting for him. Duke Ozil points out that a piece of clothing hanging over a chair doesn't mean Lucille was home. Yeah, he just says he assumes she was home. It sounds to me like the two, Corey and Lucille Bishop, were both trying to handle this problem of Rufus Ray at the same time, but didn't tell each other. So Corey's following him, and Lucille's maybe killing him. What is Lucille looking for? She's looking for the document, but he doesn't even, according to Bishop, he doesn't even know that Lucille is there looking for document, right? And Corey says he found it. So Corey found the document in the office. What did Lucille do? Is it that Lucille looked for it, couldn't find it, and then realized, okay, I'm going to have to kill him? So Lucille calls him and says, come home now. And then she knows what route he's going to, or no, she would have to set up a meeting. She would have to set up a meeting because he doesn't go home. That's a little weird. Right? We know Rufus Ray walks past his home. So whoever called him set up that meeting. The thing is that, how does Lucille know he's at the doctor's? Someone calls him at the Dr. Scarborough's house and says, meet me at this specific place, and that's where they set him up to be killed. But Lucille Bishop doesn't know he's at Dr. Scarborough's house. The only person who knows he's at Dr. Scarborough's house is Corey Bishop, who follows him. Possibly also, though, Anita, the wife. She's also a good candidate. Anita, the wife, Mrs. Kriegwald, she's the money-grubbing, dangerous woman. if she got convinced that Rufus Ray was going to double cross her, then she might very well kill him. But then she'd have to have been convinced of that. All right, well, let's keep reading. Let's keep reading for a little bit more. 8:50 p.m. from Captain Andrews. Scarborough is missing. He managed to shake off the men on his tail. He left his house at 8:05 p.m., took the 51st Street Lexington Avenue subway to 42nd, strolled into Grand Central, dashed through the gate of 8:20 to Albany just as the gates closed. By the time the detectives followed him, reached the platform the train was pulling out. Reports just received of whereabouts of other suspects. Max Kriegwald is in his apartment. Anita Kriegwald is with Max. Took a cab from her house on 69th Street and arrived at her husband's apartment at 8:30. Una Garth, Tony Broderick, Lucille Bishop dined together at the Bishop home. They're all friends now. They're all happy. Proceeded to Kriegwald's apartment. What? They're all hanging out together now? They left there, proceeded to Kriegwald's apartment, entering at about 8:40. Thomas Walker in the grill room on Lexington Avenue at 28th. As all our other available suspects, with the exception of Corey Bishop, who was with me, and Scarborough, who has vanished, have converged at Max Kriegwald's, I'm now going there to see what's doing. What is doing? Jonathan points out that it would be very logical that Rufus Ray might be heading up to Anita's house. When he was shot. Absolutely possible. Definitely possible. Or even to the Una Garth's house, I suppose. But Anita is right nearby. So, yes, Anita could have insisted. Could Anita have overheard something at Enrico's that made her realize that Rufus Ray really is? Like, she's dressed up in a mask, right? She claims she's far away from the dance place. Maybe she's right near them. She says she doesn't hear anything. But is it possible that she overhears Rufus Ray talking to Una Garth and everyone and realizes, oh, Lucille was right. He is going to double cross me. And he does have evidence on me. So I'm going to have to kill him for daring to do that. All right, they're all hanging out at Kriegwald's house. Let's see what it's all about. Bureau of Telegraph shall transmit by telephone, typewriter, and radio the following order to all radio cars and police in New York City, all police headquarters, Harmon, New York, Poughkeepsie, New York, Albany, wanted for questioning the murder of Rufus Ray, Dr. William Scarborough. There's his address. His description, last seen wearing these things. All right, so he's put out a call to arrest William Scarborough. Captain Andrews is now writing to Sears again. Arrived Max Kriegwald's at 9:05 p.m., accompanied by Bishop, Purcell, Gish, and Farrell. Oh, he's bringing the cops with him, too. Detectives trailing other suspects were gathered outside. Nothing new. I left Gish and Farrell there and took Corey Bishop and Purcell in with me. When we got to the door of Kriegwald's apartment, we heard voices raised in argument. I rang and the voices stopped. Max Kriegwald opened the door. He said, "Well, Captain, were you invited too?" I didn't say anything. He nodded to Bishop. We followed him into a big living room. Is this going to be like an Agatha Christie, lights go out, and someone gets shot? John says, this is weird. In the PDF, that's where that newspaper is. Somehow got out of order in the scan. Okay. Tony Broderick and Una Garth were sitting in the corner of a divan. Broderick had his arm around Miss Garth. Miss Bishop was in a chair to their right, and Anita Kriegwald was in another chair farther off. When we came in, Miss Bishop jumped up. She showed agitation. She exclaimed, "Corey, you said you were dining at your club. I called, but they couldn't get you. I've been horribly worried." Bishop said, "Why, my dear, there's nothing to worry about." Broderick was glaring at us. He said, "In the best tradition I see, Captain, are you going to reconstruct the crime for us?" I told him it wasn't a reconstruction I was aiming at. So has Captain Andrews pulled all these people together? I said, it wasn't a reconstruction I'm aiming at. It was a solution. Nobody else said anything. They were all wary. I then proceeded to question them as follows. Question: Mr. Kriegwald, what is the purpose of this little party? Kriegwald said, "It's not a party, Captain. It's a conference. The odd thing is that the man who called it isn't here." I asked him whether he meant Dr. Scarborough, and he said yes. Dr. Scarborough has organized this meeting? My wife telephoned to me at around 7:15. She told me that Scarborough had rung her up. He suggested that we all get together and try to make some sense out of this case because the police didn't seem to be getting anywhere. Mrs. Kriegwald corroborated this. She said, "Dr. Scarborough thought that as things stood, we might be able to resolve our personal differences and reach an understanding. He said that was what was causing the trouble. We weren't being frank, and that if we told everything, it would clear the air and absolve us from suspicion. I was willing. He suggested this as a meeting place and asked me to call the others as he was busy. I did so. I called Miss Garth first. She wasn't home, so I called Miss Bishop. Lucille Bishop nodded. She said, "That's correct. Although, really, Captain, I can't see the point of this inquisition. However, if you insist, Mrs. Kriegwald telephoned while we were still at the dinner table, say a few minutes before 8. I asked Miss Bishop whether she had agreed to come, and she said yes. Una thought we might as well, and I had no objection." At his wife's suggestion, Mr. Kriegwald had dismissed his manservant so they could talk freely. Mr. Kriegwald arrived at around 8:30. Lucille Bishop, Una Garth, and Tony Broderick 10 minutes later. I want to make sure that this is, I just want to make sure since this is broken, I want to make sure it's not supposed to go somewhere else. I'm going to assume it's at the right place. Jonathan, you stop me if you see this before I see it. Okay. Mr. Kriegwald had dismissed this manservant so they could talk freely. Miss Kriegwald arrived at around 8:30. Lucille Bishop, Una Garth, and Tony Broderick 10 minutes later. At this point, I got a message from headquarters. This is Andrews talking. Scarborough wasn't on the Albany train. He was in New York and is under arrest. I didn't bother about the details. You'll get a full report later. It seems that he turned up at the Kriegwald house shortly after 8:30, posing as a detective from the local precinct. The butler didn't know him by sight. Informed that Mrs. Kriegwald was out, he said he would wait, and the butler left him in the drawing room. Going there sometime later, the butler found the room empty. He became suspicious and started a search. He finally discovered Scarborough in Mrs. Kriegwald's dressing room on an upper floor and caught him in the act of rummaging through a wardrobe. He had a large silver kid purse in his hand. When surprised, Scarborough put up a fight and attempted to escape, but the butler overpowered him and had the housemaid call the police. So he's got a large silver kid purse. So is he planting evidence or did he find the evidence? I returned to the living room and told the others what had happened. They all stared in amazement. Mrs. Kriegwald's amazement changed to rage. She looked around. She said, now I understand. This was a plot. A plot to get me out of the house so that... Listen, Max. She took a couple of steps towards her husband, and as she did so, she stumbled against the trash basket beside Kriegwald's desk. The basket overturned. There was a dull thump, and something heavy fell to the floor along with a lot of papers. It's the gun. It was a gun. Mrs. Kriegwald screamed. Max Kriegwald got very white and swayed as though he were going to fall. Bishop said, God, and Ray was shot. Miss Bishop didn't say anything. Neither did Broderick. Una Garth closed her eyes. I thought she was going to faint. Broderick put his arm around her. I picked up the gun with my handkerchief and looked at it. It was a Colt .38 automatic, same caliber that killed him. I gave it to Detective Purcell, and he instructed him to take it to headquarters. As soon as he was gone, I made 2 phone calls. One to have Scarborough brought to Kriegwald's apartment immediately. The other to the DA's office. I told Swinburne he could go ahead and draw up his indictment, that the proof we needed would be in our hands as soon as I heard from Sergeant Cutts of the Ballistics Bureau. And there's the ballistics. Enlargement of bullet fired from the gun found in the apartment. So basically they fired the gun. They want to see if this is the same gun that killed him. So they're going to compare it to the bullet recovered from the scene, which we know is going to match that. I mean, I don't have to find it. It looks, we know it had the crazy ridges all around it. We're just going to, all right, we can't assume. We got to find the bullet from the ballistics. Where is it? What page was the bullet? This is the only downside to having such huge documents. So many pages. Like, I can't rifle to it. I should have labeled it. Someone can tell me. Maybe someone can find it on the PDF a little easier than I can. But this is going to be the same bullet. All right, let's keep going. Wow, we are almost at the end here. Oh, that's it. This is it. So he says, as soon as I get the ballistics match, I'm going to know how to do the indictment. Okay. So here's how it works. We're almost at the end here. We've got an indictment that the Andrews told Swinburne to write up, but not fill in the name yet. So here's the indictment. People of the State of New York against the defendant blank. This indictment accused the said defendant of the crime of murder in the first degree committed as follows. The said defendant... Stop. Okay. Am I supposed to read that, or is that protected? That indictment is protected or not? I need a little bit of clarification. That's the last page. So I can read that, and that blank indictment I can read, right? I'm okay. Okay. So it's a blank indictment. It says, by this indictment, we accuse the defendant of crime of murder in the first degree committed as follows. The said defendant in the county of New York, aforementioned on 17th of February, 1937, with force and arms, in and upon one Rufus Ray, willfully, feloniously, out of malice aforethought, did make an assault, and with certain pistol, and with a bullet from said pistol, did penetrate and wound him, of which said wounds he, the said Rufus Ray, did languish, and languishing did die. So the grand jury aforesaid do say that the said defendant in the manner and form and by the means aforesaid did kill and murder Rufus Ray against the form of the statute made and provided and against the peace of the people of the state of New York and their dignity. Okay, so then this is the blank indictment, and then the solution is going to tell us whose name. Look at what it says. It says, don't break this strip until you have decided on the evidence given what name should be written on the blank indictment. So now it's time to solve the case. I want to point out something that what's the best way to do this? I think, just to note here, let's look at this for a second. He's walking uptown on this side of the street. Here's the street, right? Cars are going this way, right? Assuming this is a two-way street, which we should probably check on. But I'm thinking he's shot by that car. Bang, bang. What do you think about that theory? Jonathan Warder says the bullet is a few pages after the photo of Miss Garth, and the bullets match, right? Is it that truck that shoots him? That would shoot him in the right ear if he's walking uptown. I think let's we'll go over this. We'll take a break very soon. We'll go over this, but the Andrews, when he's interviewing Corey, he said, when you stumbled across the body, you picked up the lighter, right? So I think what happened is Rufus Ray had one of those cigars from when he met Kriegwald at 9 p.m. When Lucille Bishop dropped her purse and lost all her stuff, I think Rufus Ray just pilfered her cigarette lighter as a lark, because he's a sort of a nasty guy and he fancies her. I think that's where he got the lighter from. He pilfered it, or maybe he just borrowed it. And he was stopping to light his own cigar. It wasn't another person. He was just lighting his own cigar. And while he stopped to light his cigar, the driver of the truck knew he was on his way up to Miss Anita's house or whatever, drove by and shot him. But who would that be? Who would that be? It's on 3rd Avenue. I guess it doesn't matter to us if 3rd Avenue is one way or two way, because either way, the point is well, it does matter because someone could have been coming from behind him if 3rd Avenue. Let's see. Let's pick this up for a second. Which way does 3rd Avenue run? 3rd Avenue is north-south thoroughfare on the east side of New York City. North-south. Doesn't really say which direction traffic runs. And I can't remember. See a photo? Okay, big wide avenue. Goes both ways. Okay, so, but that probably means a car was coming from uptown down. So, car coming from above, knew he would be heading up to meet Anita, to meet at Anita's house. Do we know anything about Anita driving a truck? And Duke of Zill is reminding us that the guns seem very much planted. Yeah, in fact, did she kick it over purposely to set this off? Who kicks it over again? A plot to get me out of the house so that she takes a couple of steps towards her husband. As she did so, she stumbled against the trash basket beside Kriegwald's desk. The basket overturned. There was a dull thump. Something heavy fell to the floor, along with a lot of papers. It was a gun. How do you trip on the, like, seems like she did that, but would she want the gun found? Well, either way, I think we need to take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll talk about the case. It's 4:30, which means we're going to finish it tonight. We'll talk about it. We'll decide how much time we want to spend thinking about it before we read the solution. But I will see you in 8 minutes.
I'll make it up to, I'll make it, I'll make it up to, I'll make it up to,
Okay, well, we're back. We've finished the book finally, and now we've got to decide who to indict. We had a very suspenseful movie-like final scene where everyone is called by the doctor to a meeting, and we're about to accuse someone, and Miss Krieg gets up, trips over the waste paper basket, and out comes the gun. And the bullets match. Let's see what the chat says. There's some discussion about whether it's the same bullet. All right, so I looked up. Jonathan told me where to find the bullet. And I looked up the bullets. And to me, I believe it's trying to tell us that they're fired from the same gun. We don't expect everything about the bullet to look the same between these two bullets. We just expect the rifling to look the same, which will be this part here. And we can see it's got these like three main parts separated by a thing here. I mean, it's true this one goes up. I'm not sure what this gap is, but these parts look basically the same to me. I mean, as Jonathan points out, we don't know enough about bullet rifling to say, oh, this is clearly not this one, or it's about the same. But you would think if the game wanted us to know that they're different, it would have made it more obvious. That's how I'm going to read it. If it wanted us to know, if it wanted us to be able to figure out they're different, it would have made it much more obvious to us that they're different. And I agree with Duke of Zill. It would be weird for this big final weapon reveal not to be the murder weapon. Yes, I agree. Although you could see it happening. All right. So let's look this over a little bit more. Scarberg arranges them all to be here, but then he tries to sneak in and pretend that he's a detective. Not only that, they find him. He's upstairs. Caught him in the act of rummaging through a wardrobe. He had a large silver kid purse in his hand. When surprised, he put up a fight and attempted to escape, but the butler overpowered him and had the housemaid call the police. Returned to the living room and told the others what had happened. They all stared in amazement. So let's just let's understand what's happening here. This is how I read it. John says, "Sorry, where did you guys wind up when talking about the truck? We didn't finish that train of thought. Let's read that again. His statement about that. But I just want to recap this part to see if I can put together what's happening here. The doctor has invited them all here at the Kriegswald's house. When they catch Scarborough, he's rummaging through Miss Kriegwald's stuff, right? And they catch him with a large silver kid purse in his hand. But we know the gun isn't in that purse because the gun is in the trash can. So it can't be that Scarborough is trying to plant evidence against Miss Kriegwald. Rather, perhaps, that he thinks he is guessing where the gun might be in her purse. But when Miss Kriegwald hears it, she gets mad. She says, now I understand this was a plot to get me out of the house so that... And she says, listen, Max. She took a couple of steps toward her husband, and as she did, she stumbles against the trash basket. So, So they're not at the Kriegwald house. They're at Max Kriegwald's apartment. And Scarborough is caught where Mrs. Kriegwald lives. So I think Mrs. Kriegwald is saying, I get it. You were trying to get me out of my house so you could plant evidence against me. And then she stumbles across the trash basket next to Kriegwald's desk. They're at Max Kriegwald's apartment. Then the gun falls out. I think right, Duke. This is what Duke of Zeal says. They're not in the same building. I don't think so. I think these are two separate places. There's Max Kriegwald's house, and there's Mrs. Kriegwald's house where they're not at, but where the doctor is caught. Duke of Zeal says Scarborough's odd behavior needs to be explained. Yes, you're right. Has he deduced that Anita has the gun, but she's already planted it upstairs for the accidental reveal? Is she implying Scarborough is working with Max to frame her? This is how I read it, and this is very subjective interpretation. But the way I read it is that Scarborough thinks that Anita is the killer and that he can find the gun in her purse. But he's wrong. If we believe Anita, when she hears about where Scarborough's arrested, she thinks, oh, you guys are trying to frame me. Maybe she blames Max. Either she's a very good actress and she's kicked over this garbage can on purpose and she planted it, which makes her the obvious murderer. Or her reaction is genuine and she really does think they're trying to frame her. And someone else at that party has planted the gun in the waste paper basket to frame Max. Jonathan says maybe Scarborough's looking for blackmail material if he thinks she did it. The doctor's not blackmailing people. I think it's more likely that he fancies himself a Sherlock Holmes type and he's trying to solve it. This is a very weird, tough case. All right, as we start talking things through, I want to throw something out there. we've been generally playing these games, the Crime Dossier book games, as stories that we're mostly meant to read. We spend a little bit of time trying to solve them, but then we don't try too much because it doesn't look like the game really intends for us to completely solve it. This game feels a little different. It feels like maybe we should be able to solve this. So I'm going to throw it out there that if Jonathan and Duke of Zill want to sleep on it and consider it more and chew on it for a day, the weekend, whatever, and then come back and read the solution and try to solve it, we can do that. Or we can do it all here in this session. But we could talk about the things we don't know the answers to, and maybe trying to understand some of those will help us put these pieces together. So what are our questions? One question is, the final call he gets before he starts heading out from the doctor's office, according to the doctor at least, has him saying, okay, we'll meet now, something like that. And he leaves. He walks uptown, walks past his house. So he's going to meet with someone. Andrews tells us very convincingly he thinks this was a planned out murder. They might not have planned to do it this day, but they had planned to kill him this way, whoever was doing this. Furthermore, the person who killed him, if we believe Corey Bishop, which I'm inclined to believe his basic statement, this is important. Corey says he stumbled on the body found in the street dead. I believe that. He searched, he took the watch. He's admitting that he stole the watch combination, the keys, he got on the train, he went to the office. What does that tell us? Whoever killed him did not kill him in order to get access to the keys to get into his office or his house, for that matter. So someone killed him to kill him, revenge, or to keep him quiet. If we believe Corey Bishop didn't kill him. It is a little convenient for Corey Bishop saying like he's following him and then a truck cuts him off and then he stumbles across him, but we're supposed to believe it's very foggy and everything. I don't know. Do you believe Corey Bishop? I'm inclined to believe it because he's coming clean with all this stuff. So then you could say, well, who would kill him and plan to kill him? If we believe Andrews, and Andrews has so far proven himself to be very smart about all of this, then it can't really be Anita because she just met Rufus Ray 2 days ago. No, sorry, that's wrong. She met him quite a while ago. It's just she initially asked him to represent her. Then he sets her up with the PI. Then she comes in when they're going to file. But it would only be in the last 2 days that Anita Kriegwald would have any notion that Rufus Ray was not on her side. So if this is a planned thing, it couldn't have been Anita. The only plan is Corey Bishop. He's the only one, and Scarborough would be the only ones who would have really had reason to plan to kill him. It can't be Scarborough. I mean, surely. Okay, well, Scarborough brings him over. He says, let's hash this out. You owe me $20,000. And then they get into a quarrel. And then he somehow, gets around him? It seems unlikely. And if he did, he wouldn't set up this meeting. He obviously, if he's not planting the gun, which he's not when he's caught, it can't be that he's planting it. I don't see how it can be Scarborough. I mean, doesn't this... Think about it. How does Scarborough plant the gun? If Scarborough's the killer, how does he plant the gun in that trash can? He's the only person who absolutely cannot have planted that gun in the trash can. Right? So it cannot be Scarborough. Where's our list here? Okay. Cannot be Scarborough. He could not have planted the gun. Jonathan says, is Anita missing a pair of opera gloves at the cleaners? She did say she sent her opera gloves to the cleaners. How does that help us, though, Jonathan? Remember, it's Mrs. Lucille Bishop who creates this false alibi when she goes to West Central Park, where she asks the... Oh, you know what? Wait, stop. Okay, that's cool. When Andrews is talking about Lucille Bishop on the taxi ride, and remember, the taxi driver remembers Lucille Bishop asked for a light of her cigarette. Remember, like, the ADA says, wait a second, we know she has a cigarette lighter, so she must have asked for that light just to draw attention to herself. But then when Andrews is questioning him later, he has a different theory. His theory is that Rufus Ray had that cigarette lighter, and that's what he lit his cigar with. Then when he was killed and Corey Bishop tripped over the body, he also took the cigarette lighter that belonged to the wife. And you could imagine that that cigarette lighter could have been picked up by Rufus Ray when Lucille Bishop dropped everything. Gunn says it could have had blood on them. There's that female button at the scene of the crime. Yes, we do have to explain the female button. I don't believe it. That's too convoluted, Duke of Zill. Is there any evidence someone coming into contact with Scarborough since the killing? Might someone have taken the murder weapon from him? Jonathan says maybe the gloves have gunpowder. I mean, yeah, maybe they do, but yeah, that would be a reason why she would send them off. I agree, but maybe she just sent them off. I mean, is that so compelling a reason? The fact that that she sent off her opera gloves? Okay, let's walk through the idea that it could be Anita. So Anita hires him for divorce. She meets with him. She gives him the evidence. She gets a call from Lucille who says Rufus Ray is dangerous. He's going to burn you. And you can't work with him. She tries to catch him. She tries to talk on the phone. She's desperate to talk to him. She follows him to the club. She dresses up on a mask and she overhears, let's imagine she may overhear that he really is going to double cross her. But Corey is following from behind. So how is she going to follow from behind? All right, let's say she doesn't follow him. She just knows that she overhears that she's going to the doctor's house. She leaves and goes home. She calls the doctor's house. She says, hey, I really have to meet with you. I've been trying to meet with you before. I really need to meet with you. So come to my house. So she knows he's coming up towards the house. She's got the gun somehow from Max's possession when they first got married. Or it's not even Max's gun, it's someone else's gun. And why is she killing him? She's killing him because she knows, she's learned that he's going to try, that he has bad evidence against her, and he is going to try to brace her for her money, and she can't have that. So she says to meet him. She kills him with the gun. In the process, loses a button. Do we know anything about her history of being a good shot? We know she might have killed her first husband, though we have no real evidence of that. Okay, so she kills him. She's trying to set up her husband as having a gun. She goes to the meeting, she puts it in the trash can, and then she stages tripping over it and knocking it over. And she's faking this outrage. I mean, it makes some sense. And then so she's hiding out the gunpowder. Duke of Zill says, what's the connection between Scarborough and Anita? Why is he at her place rummaging around while on the run? I think he suspects her. I think he's figured out it's her and is trying to find the evidence to prove it's her. Jonathan says, wait a minute, maybe the room that Miss Garth stayed in was the room that the Kriegwalds used to share. Then she found the gun and took it. That would point to Miss Garth. Duke of Zill says, Anita's approached Ray wanting a divorce for her husband's spoiled affair, but we know that there wasn't one. She doesn't care. She just wants the alimony money. She doesn't care if there's an affair, there was one, whether she knows it was a setup or not. She doesn't care. What she does care about is finding out that Rufus Ray is going to try to steal her money. Jonathan, I don't buy this thing about the room finding the gun in it. I don't think she even realized that she was being set up at that time during that meeting. There would be no reason for her to take the gun. She's in that place in Mr. Kriegwald's house months before there's any sign of evidence against her. She has no idea. She wouldn't take that gun. So Anita has good reason to be a suspect. So does Lucille Bishop. We are told the Schofield guy is clearly not. Is there more evidence from that first marriage? Isn't it weird that the first marriage guy died? Like, doesn't that strike you as... like, why are we being shown this thing about the first husband dying? And him dying in unknown locations with unknown people? Are we being told that she is a dangerous man killer? Like, did she realize she has to kill this guy off because he's going to reveal information about her? I'm not sure. Let's see what else the chat has to say. And we can go over more of our mystery questions. Jonathan, I don't know how why she would take a gun. Are you saying maybe Anita found it after the shots and home invasion? No, you're saying Una Garth. There is just no way Una Garth is taking a gun from Max Kriegwald. There's no way the radio singer is taking a gun from Max Kriegwald's house when she was brought there on false pretenses and just as scared and wants to leave. That's just insanity. It seems to me that logic should tell us that he's going to meet someone north of his house, and that means either Anita Kriegwald or Una Garth, or the bishops. Seems to me that's the logical implication, that he had to be going to meet one of those people, whoever called him. Now, who knows? Who knows where he is? Corey Bishop knows. Let's read Corey Bishop's statement where he talks about the truck and what his plans were, etc. Okay. You knew Ray was on his way home and that your sister was at Shenley's going through Rufus Ray's desk, didn't you? And he says, Lucille? What has Lucille got to do with it? She was never anywhere near Ray's apartment. So either he's lying or he didn't know. It seems quite believable that he didn't know. He's admitting. What is he admitting, though? Oh, he says, what was your intention? What were you planning to do? He says, I don't know. I was going to threaten him, frighten the life out of him, might even have resorted to a certain amount of physical violence in order to make him disgorge the sheet of paper he was holding over my head and the fake evidence against Una Garth. You knew he was on his way home, and your sister was at the house going through his stuff. You wanted to delay him. And he's saying, what has Lucille got to do with any of this? She was never near his apartment. We know she was. So he says, when Ray didn't turn west towards the Shenley, I was surprised and confused. It upset my plans. There's a little arcade on the side street where I meant to catch up with him. Now I would have to act on the spur of the moment. I didn't know quite what to do. While I was hesitating, a truck cut across in front of me. Ray disappeared in the fog. I walked on. Then, without the slightest warning, I stumbled over his body. Did you hear the shot? No, I wouldn't, about the elevated train. I looked around. I didn't see anyone. I realized it was my chance. Stoop over, take the keys. Andrew says, you overlooked something, Mr. Bishop. You picked up the lighter that lay on the pavement beside Ray, didn't you? Miss Bishop's lighter. No answer. Let's see what the channel is. Duke of Zil says, Lucille is looking more likely to me. So Lucille arranges to go to his house. She gets the key from him. She goes to his house. And she's looking for the document. She hasn't told her brother in this scenario that we're thinking about. She can't find the document. So she's got a gun somehow. And and what's her plan? Just to kill him off. So she says, come home to your house where I am already, where no one is, and rather than wait for him to get there and kill him, she goes, no, that can't be. She's at his house, right? Think about this for a second. If we think it's Lucille Bishop, think about this. She's at his house, right? He knows she's at his house. There's his home on the upper left of our screen. He's coming from the doctor's. Okay, let's say she wants to kill him. So she calls from his house, and what does she say? Meet me not at your house, but further uptown? He's coming from here. She's here. She calls him and says, what? Meet me uptown? How could that be? That makes no sense. They could meet anywhere in between. They could meet at Rufus's house. All of that makes sense. But she can't call him and say, meet me here. That would make no sense. It cannot be Lucille. That makes no sense. Anita, on the other hand, can call and say, I must talk to you, come to my house. Doesn't want to kill him at her house. She'll be blamed. So she catches him here. That makes sense. Or Corey is following him, as he says. When he doesn't turn towards his house, he has to make a last chance decision and shoots him. Both of those make sense to me. Jonathan says, my question with Lucille is how she got a gun she knew could be used to plant on the Kriegwald. Yes, I agree. That's tricky too. How does she get a gun? And she's very clever though. But yeah. We're assuming that this gun is going to be traceable to Max somehow. There is a weird thing about these. When Max had the gun, he was married to his first wife, who also worked with Rufus Ray. I'm heavily leaning towards Anita. Though I don't love it. We don't know that he was killed from the truck. Is there anyone we've got that we can trace to a truck? Like, if he's saying the truck cut in front of him, I wish we knew someone in a truck. Like, you could imagine, we know the glory of the first wife. She got good alimony, but Rufus Ray might be extorting her. Anita doesn't know anything about how to get into the office, too. So she may have just figured, okay, I'll kill him. I'll come in the next morning and I'll get my evidence back, and in it will be the evidence against me as well, and we'll just forget all about this. The only thing that's making me a little uncomfortable is how sure Andrews was that this was a planned out thing. He's like, my gut tells me this was planned out ahead of time. And Anita is the one person who it's not planned out about. Jonathan says, I think the truck is just a coincidence. You might be right. You might imagine, if you buy Andrew's theory that this was planned out, you might imagine that somehow Anita, that Rufus Ray is pressuring Anita early on with this evidence about her having a previous marriage. Do we have any information about when he got that document about her previous marriage? Like maybe he was threatening her with this quite a while ago. So as soon as he threatened her with this information, she had to plan out his murder. If it's Anita, it seems an opportunist killing, maybe 1 hour of planning at most. Yes, unless somehow Rufus Ray was starting to brace her before she's admitted it. Like, what if Rufus Ray showed her the evidence he had against her quite a while ago? So she knew that she was going to have to eventually kill him. There was no other way to avoid being blackmailed by Rufus Ray. So she put into play this way to blame other people. I can see that. So for me, it can't be Lucille Bishop because there'd be no way they would be meeting uptown of Rufus's home. Can it be Corey Bishop who claims he... So if it's Anita, we explained the button. Duke of Zeal said, didn't she hire him only 2 days ago? Was that part of her plan? It was a little more complicated than that. She had gone to him weeks or months earlier and said, I want to hire you to divorce my husband. And Rufus Ray said, you've got no evidence. Come back to me when you've got evidence that he's seeing that he has infidelity. And then Rufus Ray connects her with the bad PI. Jonathan says, can we get it? So actually she's working with how far zoomed out do you want to see, Jonathan? So it's not that she's only been working with him for 2 days, Duke. It's actually quite a bit more than that. It's just that 2 days ago she came in with the proof. 2 days ago she came in with the proof from the PI finally. But it's possible that at that time, 2 days ago, Rufus Ray said, "Oh, great, now we can proceed with the divorce. By the way, she comes in with the evidence." Duke says, "Why would she choose a lawyer with dirt on her?" No, because here's what I think happens. She comes in 2 months ago. He sets her up with the PI. They get the evidence. She comes in 2 days ago with the envelope with the evidence, right? She says, "Rufus, we can now proceed with the divorce. I've caught him. I finally caught him. Here's the evidence, the photos." And Rufus says, "That's great. That's great. We can proceed. I'm going to call him. Also, by the way, you're going to give me half of what you get." And she says, "What are you talking about?" And he says, "Because of this. I've got proof. You were married before. And I am going to give this to him. If you don't, and you'll be found out and he'll divorce you with cause." And now she's locked in. This is 2 days before the murder. She has nothing. She doesn't know what to do. She's now between a rock and a hard place. He's got evidence against her. She's got evidence against him that she now realizes is probably fake. The Lucille calls her and says, "You need to drop this whole divorce case because Rufus Ray is dangerous and he's gonna, once you file the case, he's gonna use that against you to get money." And Anita says, "You're crazy." But what Anita's really thinking is, it's much worse than that. It's much worse than if I file divorce, he'll then use that filing against me. It's that he's already got stuff against me. Whether I file for the divorce or not, I'm in trouble. In fact, he's blackmailing me and I have to go forward with the divorce now. The only way out for me is to kill him. Jonathan is saying, here's one thing to think about. For whoever we think, where did they hide the gun when the police searched their place? Well, that's a pretty good point. If it's Anita, I don't remember enough details about who searched who. Let's see. We went. Where's your table? It's a good question. Whoa, wait a second. Hold on. This is kind of important. This is pretty big deal. I just realized, found something. I don't want to forget it, but let me go to Jonathan's question. Jonathan was, where did they hide it when they searched? Okay, so I was going to say, I was going to check whether they were searched. Whether they searched her house. I don't remember. Yeah, we asked permission to search the house. Miss Kriegwald, who had returned to the sofa, said it seemed unnecessary to her, but to go ahead. We found no gun. I wonder if it's sitting in her sofa. where she's sitting. Can't tell how much they searched it. It's a good point. It's a good point. Can I point out something, though, that seemed big to me? We've got some discrepancy, a sort of important discrepancy, I think. There's a whole thing about when these robberies occurred in Connecticut and when did he have his gun. They're talking to Miss Kriegwald, and they say, you said he owns a gun. The cop says, how do you know he had a gun? She says, he showed it to me. This is Andrews. No, Farrell's investigating. Farrell says, when did he show it to you? She says, shortly after we were married in 1932. We were married in June. We were spending a place in Reading. I didn't care for the country. It was so lonely that I was frightened at night. I had some valuable jewels. He says, no, he couldn't. He had a gun. Anyone broke in would get a bellyache of lead. You saw the gun, yes. He took it out of a drawer. We shared the same room. Okay. I don't remember, it was in November. When did you last see the gun? November or December? And you haven't seen it since? No, but it's probably still there. Okay, so she says 1932 in Reading. She saw the gun, saw where he kept it, right? Anyone who broke in would get a belly full of legs. She sees where he puts it, so she could have access. She could get it. It's in his room. But Andrews follows up on these Reading's robberies. And I thought he found out that they occurred during his first marriage. Am I wrong about that? I thought there was some weird thing about the gun being timed to the first marriage. Which I'm not sure what that tells us. They were married in June 1932. John says, I know you guys think I'm crazy, but I still think it might be Una. It's not that I think you're crazy. I just don't see... Oh, well, it could... Una lives up there, so it could be Una. Right? Maybe we should talk more about Una, but remind me what my objections were to Una again? Oh, because of the gun. You think she got the gun at his house? Well... Yeah, but at that point, see, that's the problem. Jonathan, your theory is that she stole the gun before there was any hint that she would need to use it against someone. What if she kept the gun to begin with because she actually realized it could be tied back to Max? I don't see how the radio singer takes a gun when nothing has been done against her. I mean, we could read her statement. Maybe she says something about it. They are in the Reading. They are in that house. tell you the whole story. She gets there. She's staying in the wife's room, though. So it's not the room that the gun was in, presumably. Although he could have come in with a gun. Did you hear those shots? I fainted. We talked it over. Got dressed. Cab arrived. So he says, oh, let's look at this a little bit. We're talking to her. Do you own a revolver? No. Can you shoot? Not very well. But you did handle a gun, not a revolver. I was on the rifle team. And you were a good shot? Fair. Now, after you returned to New York, here the doorbell answered. So she is a shot. We don't have any evidence that Anita shot. Someone shot him twice in the head. What if, well, let me, there are drawers in the blackmail photos. She found the gun while Mr. Kriegwald was chasing after them. Really? I mean, she is a good shot. What if it's not a bullet from that gun? Maybe, what if they're rifle rounds? Maybe you were right, the bullets don't line up. Ah, they can't be. It's a 38. It's a revolver. It's a revolver. It's a revolver. So you're saying this radio singer, innocent little girl, who's never done anything wrong in her life, faints. She's in her pajamas, Jonathan. She's in her pajamas. She faints. He goes chasing after them, and she decides, I'm going to search the room. Oh, I found a gun. I'm going to take this gun, and I'm going to hide it. I'm not going to tell Max I'm stealing his gun. Why am I going to do this? I don't know. Who am I mad at? No one. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. It makes no sense that she would take that gun. Now, have we ruled out Max Kriegwald? He doesn't live anywhere near the place. And he's been set up. But he's been set up by Rufus Ray. Duke of Zill says Ray must be headed to a location we know of. He receives a phone call at Scarborough's. That call is what directs him to his death. Scarborough said he thought it was a woman on the call, didn't he? I think that's right. I think that's right. Which women live north of his house? That's what we're talking about. That's what we said. The women that live north of his house are Anita, Una, and the Bishops. So those three women. Do we know anything about the background of Anita that could tell us that she's a good shot? Can we look at this? I want to look at this. Let's look at this a little bit. We're interviewing Kriegwald, Mr. Kriegwald, near the end. This is at his house. Jonathan, you might want to pay attention to this too. Why didn't you try to stop them? He says, I did. After I comforted her, I put her in a chair. I gave chase. Did you perhaps lose time looking for a gun? I have no gun. But you said earlier today that you did have one, that it was long ago. He says, I haven't seen it since. How many years, Mr. Kriegwald? Well, the robberies in Reading took place in 1930. You were married to the present Mrs. Kriegwald then? No. I was married to Gloria. Anita and I married in 1932. And your first wife knew you had this gun? Yes. It was at her insistence, she was nervous, that I borrowed it. And you don't remember from who you got the gun? I can't recall. What name does your first wife go under? Her maiden name, Todd, Miss Todd. She was a client of Rufus Ray's, yes. Where is Miss Todd now? So he claims he had this gun in 1930, and it was his first wife that knew he had the gun, and he borrowed it from someone, and he doesn't have it anymore. Then we've got the handwritten note saying the doctor wrote that. I thought we heard more information about the checking up of the guns, but maybe I'm wrong now. It's just that he's saying he didn't have it. He doesn't remember where it went. So all we know is he had it back with his first wife, is what he said, but he doesn't know when he doesn't have it anymore. Why is he claiming that he didn't have it? Because he lost it is what happened. His wife, Anita, stole it, and he lost it, is why he's claiming that he didn't have it. All right. Jonathan says, I don't think she took the gun with the intention of using it for murder at the time. Later, when she does murder, I think she may keep the gun because she does not want it tied back to Max. Later, she panics and has to discard the gun. Let me give you a more what feels more likely to me. In 1932, he gets married. Anita marries him. He shows her the gun, and she makes a mental note, Anita does, that he's got this gun, it's in the drawer. I might need it to kill him or do something, so she steals it. And he never sees it again. For 5 years, he's never seen it again. In fact, one day he might have looked in his drawer where he thought he was, doesn't see it. This is 7 years ago. And he just figures, I must have returned it or whatever. Like, doesn't it make much more sense that Anita, this cold-hearted woman who's a money grubber and is dastardly, that she took it for such use? And she benefits from framing she took the gun with the intention of using it for murder at the time. Where does she, you think she gets dressed, Jonathan, and then she puts it, where does she keep it? On her person? She puts it in her purse or something? we're assuming, of course, that this is. Can I point out that nowhere has the book told us this is Max's gun? We're just jumping to that conclusion because of all these mentions. But we don't know anything about the kind of gun he had. And even if the bullets match, that does not say that this is Max's gun, and by any stretch. Right? So maybe we're trying too hard to argue about whether this is Max's gun. Like, none of this mystery depends on this being Max's gun. In fact, it could be a different gun that someone bought for other reasons in other ways. And it's being planted in Max's house as if it belonged to him. Doesn't have to be Max's gun. Duke of Zill says, does Scarborough know all these people personally? Not well at all. We're told that they're not friends with him much at all, just acquaintances. Duke of Zill says, I keep coming back to Scarborough, rummaging through Anita's things. Would he recognize her voice on the phone? Does he know her? I don't think he does. It is a good question. Like, we're sort of glancing over the fact that Scarborough went on the run and then organized this whole thing. That's very bizarre. It's very bizarre. But we should remember that even if Rufus Ray is heading up to meet Anita, it doesn't mean that Corey Bishop didn't shoot him. Or that... Why do we say Scarborough can't shoot him? Because Scarborough would have to get up ahead of Corey. How are we told Scarborough is escaping? It's not in a car, is it? Scarborough missing. He shook off the men on his tail, took the 51st Street Lexington Avenue subway. So he doesn't have a car. And he thinks that he's going home. So I don't see how it can be Scarborough. Can I make another point here? If we imagine that someone has planted the gun in the trash can to be found, to make everyone suspicious of Max, look at who had opportunity to do that. So Max Kriegwald is in his apartment. Anita took a cab and arrived at 8:30. Then comes Una Garth, Tony Broderick, Lucille Bishop. They get there at 8:40. Then comes Thomas Walker. Or no, Thomas Walker's not there. And then the police arrive with Bishop. So when the Bishop arrives, there's no opportunity to plant the gun in the trash can, right? And by the time these four arrive, Garth, Broderick, Lucille, the whole room is filled up. But Anita is there alone with Max. She's the one that's got the real opportunity to drop that gun in the trash can. It is weird that Scarborough is searching, but is there any chance it's got to be one of these people? Yeah, it's got to be one of these people. It can't be Gloria, right? It can't be the first wife. Duke of Zill says, I'm rereading the initial Scarborough interview. He said he only knew Una Garth by sight, no mention of Anita at all. He does know Lucille, so he might have recognized her voice if the call was her. Where's my list of questions? Is there any sense that Anita is a good shot? She knows about the gun when they get married, but she's married at the Briars. Is the Briars a hunting town? A hunting lodge or something? The Briars. And then the husband's dead. Why are we hearing about the husband being dead? Hank Island. His name is Charles Irwin. Charles Irwin, who she marries. Charles Irwin killed in 35. Is it possible we're missing something like that Anita has been planning this revenge since her first husband got killed? Like, is there something about Charles Irwin being killed by something that Rufus Ray did? He's found dead and nothing was known about him. And he was found in Manhattan. Dawn is saying the marriage might be invalid. Yes, that's absolutely what I've been assuming, that this was the evidence that he had against her, that he was blackmailing. Rufus Ray was using this first marriage, which she denied when she got married. I guess maybe this is just showing us that she didn't get divorced. I don't know. But it is a little weird. So what you're saying is what I was assuming, that this is evidence that she lied on her marriage certificate to Max, and that's what Rufus Ray was going to use to blackmail her. That makes complete sense. I'm just wondering, like, it's weird that we're seeing the husband's death certificate. And it's weird the way his death certificate is, because they're married in Maryland, and then the husband shows up dead in 35. They get married in 23, right? Then she remarries in 32, lies about her first marriage, and then 3 years later, the husband's found dead from a coronary and no one knows. I wonder if she killed the husband. That's what happened. I think he showed up in Manhattan and said, "You better pay me off." And she had him killed somehow, which is more evidence against him. And now that's double reason why she has to kill Rufus Ray, because he's figured out not only did she lie about her marriage, but maybe she's killed someone. I don't know, that's a bit of a stretch. I wouldn't mind, since I'm leaning towards accusing her, I wouldn't mind looking at her earlier interviews and seeing Duke of Zill says she'd have zero grounds to claim alimony. Yes, absolutely right. I mean, Rufus Ray had evidence that he could blackmail her with, for sure. No doubt about it. So she had every reason to want that evidence back, which he is not going to give it to her. She's trying to get hold of him. She knows he's going to threaten. She's been warned that he's going to threaten and use it against her. So she has every reason to want to get that evidence and kill him, especially since she doesn't know how to get the evidence. She doesn't know. Unlike Corey, she has no way to get that evidence. And it would make sense that she would just kill him and try to show up at the office the next morning and say, he's dead, I need my evidence back so I can take it to the next lawyer. In fact, can I suggest something? Here's something else. When the cops come back to her the day after the murder, right? And they say, "Here's your envelope back." She looks at it and she's a bit in shock. She's like, "This is it? This is all you found? This is it?" And then the guy's like, "Why? Was there more in there?" And she's like, "No, now I remember now. That was it." So that might suggest that Rufus did show her, when she went in to meet him, the evidence against her. Like, it wasn't, she's lying about it being a surprise to her that Rufus was going to blackmail her. I think he started blackmailing her the day she went in with her evidence. There she is, by the way. I think since we're going to, since she's the one I think it is, it might pay to take a good look at her. What do you see? Guilt? Do we see the buttons? There's her handbag. There's her opera gloves. Does she look like a killer? They don't like her. Remember, the assistant to Max Kriegwald says that she's a dangerous, money manipulative person. I was just trying to see if we have any more. Where's the interview with her, if we get any information? Is this when we first meet her, when she shows up in the office? Remember this part? Direct examination of Miss Cushing concluded after several remarks of hers about Mrs. Kriegwald, which the captain ordered me to strike out. She comes in. Business, out to lunch. Wasn't this a little suspicious too? The day before she comes in with evidence, right? And then we're looking at the day of the murder. He orders that they serve papers at 11 a.m. Then she comes to the office at 3 p.m. After they've served, right? So she comes to the office. He tells her, hey, we served your husband. She's there for 40 minutes. Then she leaves. Then he calls the husband. You know what I think's happening? I think Rufus Ray is trying to decide where he could get the most money. Like, he's playing both sides off each other and being like, well, I could use this evidence against, if the husband wants to pay me, I'll give him the evidence against the wife. If the husband doesn't want to pay me, I'll let her use the evidence against the husband. I wonder if he's trying to play both sides off it. Okay, let's see. Short mink cape was dragging from her shoulders. She had an appointment for 9:30 that morning. You can't see Mr. Ray. Mr. Ray is dead. At that, she keeled over. We took her into the chief clerk's room. Someone produced a flask. At 5 minutes, she was recovered enough to talk. You didn't know he's dead? You didn't read a paper? She says, no, I didn't have time. I drove straight down from here. She drove. She drove. They interviewed her about 2:10 a.m. massage. That's the other one that had the massage. Bishop. Lucille had the massage, I think. Let's look at the interview with her. See if anything's fishy. She drove. I don't know if I agree with that, Jonathan. I think they say taxi when they had taxi. You didn't know he's dead. I drove straight down from home. I mean, you might be right. It's rather an early hour for me. I didn't bother about a paper. I was afraid I'd be late as it was. Mr. Ray was a busy man. He didn't like to be kept waiting. That man out there, the man with the gray hair, said Mr. Ray was dead. He'd been killed. What happened? Was it an accident? We don't know yet. She says it's about my divorce. Doesn't seem possible. I don't know what to do. I'll have to get someone else, get advice. She sees her paper. She gets excited. That's my papers. I must get them. You've had severe shock. What papers? The evidence of your husband's infidelity? Yes. What did the evidence consist of? One of the statements of witnesses and some photographs. You brought the evidence to Mr. Ray? Yes, the day before yesterday. He examined it, said there was no doubt he had a case, and that I would be taken care of. Did you see him yesterday? Yes. I came in at 3, and he told me he'd served the papers on my husband, and now, won't you please look in his office and see if you can find the photographs and the statement? They're in a big brown paper envelope. Mr. Ray put them in himself and sealed it while I was with him. Sealed it. You know what he did? They were on his desk. I have to get it back. Don't get excited. I want my evidence. I've got to have it. She's insisting she wants it. She didn't like it. There's nothing she could do. But he did say take her downstairs and put her in a cab. So that sounds like Jonathan was right, that she took a cab rather than had a car. So do we have any further interviews with her? We do know that the secretary says she came in and got some more money out of him. All right, here's another discussion with Anita had the massage. Okay. Maybe you're right. Let's read this because this is about her. Your driver for the cab driver. The lady whose picture was Mrs. Kriegwald. Oh, this is the cab driver who sees her try to get to his house. She says, follow that cab. Goes into the joint. After a while of argument, we were taken upstairs to Miss Kriegwald's bedroom. She's lying on a sofa. It didn't look like a sofa. There wasn't any wood showing. It was long and low, with only one end, and a lot of lace pillows and rose-colored spread. And if Mrs. Kriegwald was really resting, the thing she had on didn't look like it ought to have been laying down in either. Black, long sleeve, very low neck, with black cats around the top of it. What has that got to do with me? You followed him. She admits she followed him. She says, because he was with that snake, Lucille Bishop, and her brother, the Garth girl. She figured out they were trying to double-cross her, which is not true at all. They were trying to get him to drop my suit, probably destroy my evidence. I don't know what price they were prepared to pay. She says she was there for about an hour. I concluded the danger was over, for last night anyhow, and I had that appointment with Rufus for this morning. I was going to tell him what was what, to tell him if he didn't want to handle my case, there's plenty of other lawyers who would. Where is your table? She says it was on the other side of the room at the end in the corner. Near the dance floor? No. Far away from the dance floor as possible. I wasn't in a dancing mood. Did you speak to them? No. Bishop, I never met her. But she got a call from her. She further stated that if Ray did put the divorce through, he'd go after me later for a slice of my alimony because the evidence was cooked up. She said, get out while you can. That deceit, the falseness, she couldn't fool me. I was so furious I determined to see Rufus Ray that night and tell him how he's being slandered by Lucille Bishop. I think this is a lie. I think she realized she's being played, maybe. So she screams out to him. Okay, here, this is following up what Duke was saying. So she says, I'd catch him on the way out, warn him. When I got, he was just leaving. After Enrico's, you came straight back here. Yes, she says. Your servants can corroborate it. She says no, because it was so late. No one in the house can. Wait, my maid can. Told her not to wait up, but after I went to bed myself, I was so nervous I couldn't sleep, so I rang for Marie and told her to give me a massage. She did, and after that I went to sleep. What time was it when you summoned your maid? I have no idea. It was very late. Your husband owns a revolver. Max, why? He did have one. How do you know? He showed it to me when we were married in 1932. You saw the gun? Yes. He took it out of some drawer. Things were different. We shared the same room. She says it's shiny. When did you last see it? Back then. She denies accusing him. Okay. She's set up for the PI. He gives her the envelope. She's surprised it's open when he received it. What does that mean? It's open when he received it. Because she says that he sealed it in front of her. Who opened it? That's an interesting question. Who opened it? Is that all that was there? She says, yeah, that's right. That's all. We decided not to use the others. These would be enough. Then they want to examine the costume. She said, okay, go ahead. She rang for the maid. The maid brings down the gown, the stockings. That was everything. She says everything except the opera gloves, which have been sent to the cleaners. Took down the name and the address of the cleaning company, Starbright at 979 Lexington. But we never follow up on that. What about the purse? She gets the purse, but it had already been emptied. It was too small to have held a gun. That's interesting. No bloodstains. We searched the house. We don't find anything. Yeah, here, but look at this. Here's the maid who gave her a massage. When Mrs. Kriegwald was undressed and in bed when she was summoned to her room at 2:10 a.m. This is a misprint. Well, that's still time for her to have killed him at 1:45, gotten up to her house, which is 3 blocks away, and gotten in bed and gotten her massage. So I don't think she has an alibi. And doesn't Lucille faint when she faints when she hears he's dead, and she wasn't even she doesn't think she's been seen. All right, so let's see. Duke of Zill says it was ripped in the struggle with Tony. That's good. Good memory. Good memory. That's right. It was ripped in the struggle with Tony. But then why is she surprised that there's nothing else in it? Maybe I don't know. That's weird. All right. All right, what do you think? Wasn't she wearing the opera gloves when she came to Ray's office that day in the press picture? She was wearing the opera gloves, but we didn't see any buttons on them, did we? And there's Una Garth. She's got her own gloves too. I think it might be time to lock in our stuff. All right. Who wants to place your bets on who it is? I'm going with Anita. I'm going with Anita. Duke of Cell could be another pair. I guess weird that they're the only thing being cleaned. It is a little weird. 15 feet away. I'm a little nervous that we have no evidence of her ever having fired a gun, but I do think she's the most likely one to have access to that gun. Can we, is there any way it's Max? Why would Max kill him? He thinks he's blackmailing him again. He's got no alibi. Do we know anything about Max's background that would have him be good at using a gun? Dawn says, if it was Sherlock Holmes, we'd go right up to the laundry. Yes, we would. We'd go right to the laundry and check for that. Jonathan says, I'm sticking with Una. I have no problem being wrong. Okay. So Jonathan's sticking with Una Garth, the innocent radio singer who does not like being yeah. It's interesting. If the envelope had other photos, is it possible? Yeah, I don't know. It's possible they were having a real affair. I just don't see it. Okay. Duke of Zill says, Anita fits most evidence. Best possible female voice on the phone call. Female button missing. Lives north, close enough to get home. Plus Scarborough's weirdly looking through her stuff. But if it's Max, I would feel foolish because I have sort of dismissed him. Yeah, I mean, I can imagine a case where it's Una, Garth, and Max really are having an affair. And Max is gun. And Max and Una set him up and kill him. Is that possible? Is it possible that Una, Garth, and Max really are having an affair? And they have pictures of them like sleeping together, and that's the pictures that aren't included. And but how does killing him save them? Doesn't really. All right. Jonathan says, I feel you also not really considered Tony. No, we haven't. It just seems like he's too obvious. It's not fun. All right, here's what we're going to do. It's 6:25 almost a.m. We're going to take another 8-minute break. We will come back and we will read the solution. So you've got 8 minutes to hedge your bets, change your mind. Dawn, you got 8 minutes to formulate your full theory. I'm sticking with Anita, the femme fatale. In every case we've played, all of the Dennis Wheatleys, I've always accused the femme fatale woman, and I've been wrong so far. So you got 8 minutes. I'll see you in 8 minutes, and we will read the solution. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two, and we're about to read the solution to File on Rufus Ray. It's been a long session. You can see Sarah is in the background there. Last minute, this is last minute talk. Everyone's just coming up with their last, could it be two people? Could be anything. Except Andrews doesn't seem to think it could be two people. He seems to think He's ready to fill it out to one person. Okay. Well, everyone's got their votes in. Dawn, are you ready to get your vote in? Who you think it is? I feel like it's got to be Anita. It's got to be Anita. I always vote for the femme fatale. Duke of Zill votes Anita. Jonathan is voting for Una Garth. Dawn is also voting for Anita. So we got 3 Anitas. All right. I really think it's the district attorney Swinburne is somehow involved. But I don't know how he had access to the guns and stuff. Alrighty. Here we go. We're breaking the seal. You may now break the seal. From Captain Andrews to Assistant Chief Inspector Sears, he's got a long explanation. The case is now closed. Perpetrator under arrest. Here's the dope. When I was through phoning, I summoned Lieutenant Phelps, Sergeant Gish, and Detective Farrell from outside the house. I stationed them in the hall and told them to be ready when I signaled. After that, I returned to the living room. I expected to find a hornet's nest, but they were all pretty quiet. The Kriegwalds sat and glared at each other. The bishops were talking in low tone, and Broderick was babying Una Garth on the divan. Scarborough's entrance at 10:05 brought them all to their feet. He looked like a madman. Wait, he's at this house? All right, let's read. I got a little confused about that then. He looked like a madman. His hat was gone and his collar was torn. Detective Ernst had him by the arm. He started to shout, but his words were indistinguishable. In the middle of the racket he was making, the phone rang. Or maybe they just brought him... Oh, I'm a little confused by this, but okay. It was Sergeant Cutts. As usual, Cutts was brief. The gun found in Kriegwald's trash basket is the gun that shot Rufus Ray. Just compared the test on the fatal bullets. He said there had been a full report in the morning. There were no fingerprints on the gun. I then turned to Scarborough and said, "Have you identified the woman who called Ray at your apartment, Dr. Scarborough? Is that what you wanted to tell me?" Scarborough said, "Yes. And there she is." And he pointed to Mrs. Kriegwald. Anita. She turned pale and cried out, "No, no, it's a lie." Detective Purcell came in then and handed me a report from the Starbright cleaning establishment. One of the white kid gloves sent there for cleaning that morning by Mrs. Kriegwald was -1 mother of pearl button. I looked around. I motioned to Phelps and Gish. I told them the news about the gun. I said, "Don't move, anybody. Anita Kriegwald, I arrest you for the murder of Rufus Ray on the early morning of February 17th in the borough of Manhattan, city, county, and state of New York. You don't have to say anything unless you want to, but anything you say will be used against you." Mrs. Kriegwald stared at me. She didn't say anything at first. Then she screamed, "It's a lie. I did call him up, yes, but I didn't shoot him. I tell you I didn't. There's the man who shot him, Corey Bishop. I saw him do it." It was what I was after. She convicted herself out of her own mouth. She didn't have the sense to stop. She said she was waiting in a doorway between 64th and 65th Street for Ray to come along so they could go together to a cafe around the corner. I said, "You have convicted yourself, Miss Kriegwald. In the first place, in that fog, There was only one doorway in which you could have been close enough to Corey Bishop to identify him, and yet hidden enough not to be seen by him. The doorway from which Ray was shot. And in the second place, in tugging at your glove while you waited nervously for the moment to shoot, you tore off a button. That button was the tip-off. There were no buttons missing from the shirts worn by any of the male suspects, but I knew anyway that the button came from women's clothing, not men's, so we figured that out. The button used for men's clothes always have 4 eyelets, not 2. We figured that out. As this one did. You sent your gloves to the cleaner the next day, so I couldn't check immediately to see if a button was missing. Miss Garth's gloves were red velvet. Miss Bishop's were green velvet. It might possibly have been an underwear button, but I didn't think so. It's far easier to lose a button from a glove. Anita Kriegwald went wild. She started to scream and kick. She was removed by force in the custody of Lieutenant Phelps and Sergeant Gish. Kriegwald looked broken. I explained what had happened. Here's the short resume. As far as motive goes, when Anita came to Ray about a divorce, he discovered that she had married Charles Irwin in 1923. When Irwin died in 1935, she was still legally married to him. She married Kriegwald in 1932 and described herself on the application as unmarried. She had committed bigamy. Ray knew this, and he let her know that he knew. It meant he had a stranglehold over her. Probably he would have gotten at least 50% of any money she got from Kriegwald. When Miss Bishop called Mrs. Kriegwald last night and told her Ray was a double-crosser, she got panicky. Ray's visit to Kriegwald at 9 o'clock was the finishing touch. She didn't think he had told Kriegwald then, or Kriegwald would have said something over the phone, and it was to Ray's advantage to have the divorce go through. But the conference had her worried. He might betray her to Kriegwald at any moment. She had no time to lose, so she's worried that Rufus Ray is going to decide, well, I'll sell this information on her to the husband. Maybe I'll get more money that way. The rest is simple. She followed Ray to Enrico's after trying to make an appointment with him over the phone and failing. Saw him leave with Scarborough, heard Scarborough's name mentioned, and heard him give his address to the taxi driver. Okay. She went to the corner drugstore and called Ray. At this point, Scarborough struck in angrily. He explained that he knew he was in a tight spot because of his quarrel with Ray, and he was sure that the woman who phoned Ray that night had shot him. He didn't have any confidence in the police. He intended to call all the women involved to see if he could spot the one who had called Ray. He started with Anita, using the meeting as a pretext for the call, and he recognized her voice. It was she, not Scarborough, who suggested that they meet at Kriegwald's house. She was getting nervous about the gun, which had been hidden in the cushions of the chaise lounge. Remember, I said that. I said it was that she was sitting on when her house was searched. Remember, Jonathan Warner said, how do you explain the fact that they never found the gun? And I said, maybe it's in the lounge, the thing she's sleeping on. And it was. It had been hidden in the cushions of the chaise lounge in which she had sitting when her house was searched, as was the silver purse, and which she had been carrying around with her. She was nervous, too, about the photostats of her marriage certificate to Irwin and Irwin's death certificate. She had expected them to be in the envelope with her evidence against Max. She knew Ray had them. He had shown them to her. This was what we surmised. When they didn't turn up, she concluded that they must still be in Ray's office. She wanted the case wound up so that she could recover them. She wanted someone else already convicted of the crime so that they would not seem to implicate her. Planting the gun on Max would, she hoped, implicate him, or, failing that, Miss Bishop, Miss Garth, or Mr. Broderick, who were also there. It was a stupid move, but if she had not been a stupid woman, she would have never gotten herself in such a position in the first place. Andrews is coming down a little hard on her. The meeting at Max's fitted in well with Scarborough's plans. Convinced that she was guilty, he determined to go to her house during her absence and search for the gun. This was the theory. This was my theory. Instead, he found a large purse, large enough to have held a Colt 38, and in which there was still a faint smell of cordite. It was the purse she carried to Enrico's, not the gold purse she showed us, but a silver one that matches her gown. Interesting. It was hidden under a pile of undergarments in her dressing room. The gun wasn't there because Anita had brought it with her. It was for that reason that she suggested to Kriegwald that he dismiss his servant. When she went to the door to let the others in, she dropped the gun in the wastebasket. Her stumble was clumsy, but the news that Scarborough was in her house upset her badly. She was frightened. She stumbled against the basket purposefully, and the gun fell out. For your own information, the others did exactly what they said they did, as outlined here. I'll get all the necessary statements in order tomorrow. You have all the dope here you need, and you now know who killed Rufus Ray. Just now, I'm going to call it a day, he says. Supplementary report appended. Case closed. Counsel James Pennell, filed 23rd day of February, pleads not guilty. Looks like she's pleading not guilty. The People versus Anita Kriegwald. A true bill. Anthony Kennedy Foreman, May 10th, 1937. Motion to set the date for trial granted. Trial set for May 24th, 1937. Supplementary report. June 3rd, 1937. Jury rendered verdict of guilty of murder in the first degree. Defendant remanded until June 11th, 1937 for sentencing. June 11th, 1937, defendant sentenced to be executed. The week commencing July 5th. 3 weeks after finding guilty, she's to be executed. Bam, that's it. Case closed. Holy. Well, we got it right. Or some of us got it right. Jonathan was holding out that it was Una Garth. Finally, every case we played, I accused the femme fatale woman, and I'm usually wrong. This one we got her. And it seems like we got a lot of the pieces right, or a lot of the things we picked up on. Let's look in the chat and think about this. So I do want to address a comment by Dawn. Is it just me that thinks it's a bit unfair he had more info than us? I don't feel that way. And the reason I don't feel that way is I think the game was like, look, you have all the information that he has up until the moment of that event. Like, he doesn't have any information we don't have up until basically that moment. And then they're giving us extra information he's receiving right at the end, wrap up, to help cement things in place. And I think that's a good compromise. It's saying you should be able to solve the case with what you know, and he's going to solve it with what you know, with what he shares with you. And then after that decision point where you're asked to guess who it is, then new information can come in that will really cement things down. And that's what you want. Like, we want it to be cemented after that point. We want to really be sure. So that's why we get this confession. But it's kind of cool that not only do we get this confession, we get these other pieces of evidence that are coming in just now, just when he's ready to accuse her. Jonathan says, the only thing I'm still a little unclear on is why she kept the gun to begin with. Was the plan always to frame Max? I think this is where, Jonathan, this is where there's a little bit of psychology involved. Because where you saw Una Garth, you were just like, well, I hypothesize that she sees the gun and decides to keep it for some more complicated reasons. And that matched with your psychology of her. To me, that didn't match the psychology of her. But when I was imagining Anita, who's lied about being married, who's all in for the money, I imagined her, when she saw that gun in 1932, in the back of her mind, this manipulating woman, this gold-digging, manipulating woman said, I might need that gun one day. I might need to kill my husband so I inherit his money. I might need to do something, frame him. Like, yes, her mind was turning all the way back there. And I think she just stole that gun from her husband and hid it away. And he forgot about it or thought he lost it and didn't want to admit it. But I think she just thought, yeah, one day I might need this. It's interesting. We saw this in another of the Wheatley cases where someone like kept something just in case. And this is this thing, and it makes a little bit of sense to me, actually. If you're the kind of deceitful person who's always got a scheme going or thinks you might need a scheme or a way out or whatever, you're probably filing those things away. Like, I might need that gun one day. I got a scare there when she's like, I didn't do it, Corey Bishop shot him. That was a weird moment when she admits she was there, but she blames Corey Bishop. That was weird. Like, I thought, whoop, it's Corey Bishop. But it turned out that Andrews decided that her saying that proved that he couldn't have done it. I didn't love that. I don't love that stuff about like you had to have been here because of the fog. But it wasn't necessary. Like the other evidence damned her. The missing button, the who could have planted the gun. Yeah. Jonathan says, why didn't you leave the gun at the crime scene? I think that's an easy one to answer, which is that the smart thing to do would have been to leave the gun at the scene, maybe. But you shoot someone twice in the head. You've never killed someone before. You panic. And it's hard to hold against her not leaving the gun, not dropping the gun and planning that out. I mean, maybe she was afraid it would have fingerprints. Who knows? She just didn't know what to do. Maybe she knew she was going to frame him for it. Who knows? Maybe she needed to make sure there's no alibi, or maybe she just wasn't thinking. She was just panicking. She's carried that gun with her for 5 years. Maybe she just didn't know what to do. I don't know how she got 2 shots in the head from 10 feet, though, unless there's some background of her being a marksman. But We don't know her life story, so maybe she was. Maybe she was a good shot in school. You know, they did take shooting classes in those days. She lived in Maryland. She didn't grow up in Manhattan, so it makes sense that she might have some experience as a shooter. And maybe especially when she saw that gun, she was like, oh, a gun. I like guns. Jonathan says, I guess, but I thought Andrew said it's most common that someone does leave a gun at the crime scene. Andrews absolutely said that. Andrews absolutely said that. But maybe that should tell you that it wasn't like an experienced shooter. It wasn't a criminal who would leave the gun at the scene or dispose it, but someone who's not accustomed to that. Shall we start talking about this? I mean, Andrews did a great job. Certainly no Kettering. Well, that's really true. This whole squad, this whole homicide department was so on top of their game. It was such a pleasure. It's like a well-oiled machine. Everyone did their job well. I hope Andrews gets a formal apology from Swinburne. Okay, I think Swinburne's corrupt, so I don't think he's getting an apology, but I'd like to see Andrews start investigating Swinburne. Remember that little report he says after he gets yelled at and on the chain of command? He says, does this department really want this case solved? Because I'm just doing my job. And then they're like, you're called in for this meeting. That was pretty cool. I would have liked to see Swinburne called out. It did feel like Helen Reilly, the writer, might have been giving us little hints that Swinburne is in on this corruption. Like Swinburne wants to come with him when he interviews Corey. And when Corey's like, I'm going to tell the truth, Swinburne's like, not the whole truth. But like reality, he didn't get caught. This one really felt like a movie. From beginning to end, it felt like we were watching scenes from a movie. I can't say enough good about this one. She did not write more crime files, but I wish she did. The other two are written by Q Patrick, which is a couple people writing under one name. Boy, this was good, huh? With that ending, like a movie ending, all in one room, the drama of everything, the characters, the fact that we kept encountering these same people over and over again. We got reports from them, interviews of them, different cops interviewed them. I really felt like we knew all of these people, all of these suspects. We had a pretty good feel for it. Jonathan says, I would put this up at the top. Robert Prentice is still pretty unique, so I think I would tie them. Who Killed Robert Prentice was unique, and it was very cool. I would put this at the top, though. I agree that there's something amazing about Who Killed Robert Prentice. A completely different feel, but this one seems to be closer to the Who Killed Robert Prentice wasn't even like a crime dossier. Like, it wasn't even like reading a cold case or crime file. It was so cool, but it didn't feel like it matched the premise. It was still amazing. I mean, I would put that at top, but I would put this as number one. Duke of Zill says he hasn't played the Wheatley, so if you want to discuss the specifics, I'll still play. No, let's not. We're not going to discuss any specifics of the Wheatley cases. We're just ranking them. This would be my number one. And amazing writing, amazing case, characters, felt like a crime file. The fact that we got little hints of these different... This was so interesting also because we saw different police people being involved. The detectives on the ground, the different squads, but it all centered around Andrews. And it was cool how we got these little snippets of his personality. He solved the case like some Agatha Christie detective in the end. He orchestrated it all. But those two scenes where he gets called in with the bigwigs, the commissioner and stuff, were really fun to hear him do that. And, she built on this idea that Dennis Wheatley had of having the detective summarize some stuff. So the idea that Andrews is summarizing the case and stuff while he's talking to his superiors was pretty cool. And yes, I was waiting for Jonathan to say this. So Jonathan has pointed out for some of these games when he felt like the clues weren't really fair in terms of giving you enough to figure stuff out and things fitting into place. And Jonathan says this is one of the most fair of the dossiers, in my opinion. I agree. I mean, I think that's important. This feels like, of all the ones we've played, in addition to the story and writing being amazing, this feels most like it was set up for you to, if you really want to try to figure out a solution, you could try to figure out a solution and fairly pick someone that you think would do it. And I think most of us here are in agreement that if we had been wrong, I don't think that would have changed the opinion of the case. I mean, maybe it changes it a little bit when you're right. You always feel a little bit more of that little positive dopamine. But I was fully going to be okay with being wrong and still think this is one of the most amazing cases that we've played. It was just, whether it makes sense at the end, the fact that we spent so long, we spent like an hour and a half, I think, at the end, talking and arguing about our theories and trying to make everything make sense. And to me, that's the hallmark of a great game like this. When you spend that time chewing over the evidence and trying to make sense of it. And when you're right, that's icing on the cake. But even if you're wrong, the fact that there's so much rich, interesting evidence, and that was really true here, and a nice mixture, right? Like some of the evidence was straightforward. The confetti, someone bent over, dropped the confetti, like it all made sense. And then there were the buttons being from female clothing that made sense, but the pieces weren't 100% locked in. And this idea, did someone give him the cigar and light it for him? Like for a long time, we were focused on that idea, that someone must have met him and lit the cigar for him. And then it turned out, well, no, he got that cigar a couple hours ago. He had the lighter from the woman. That was very clever. John says, really good pacing. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's so... Playing this game, these dossiers, where things happen sequentially and you're reading it as it comes in, that seems such a clear win. They're so powerful, the things they can do about staging events and staging carefully when information gets revealed to give you this roller coaster ride like you're watching a movie. These document games, these mystery suspect games need to stop just dumping documents to you. They need to be sequentially ordered like this. And it was really wonderful how, like a movie, the plot got unraveled and we got more information and figured more things out. Really nice. There were some interesting decisions. Again, we've talked about how this is totally new world for them, 1937, this kind of thing. And they were calibrating, they were still learning to calibrate how much work to have the players, the readers do. So this was a great example of that here, was the handwriting. So it's really wonderful how the detectives were collecting handwriting samples from everyone, right? And every time he mentioned it, it was cool. Like, are we going to get to see that? Yes, we got the handwriting samples. And he was like deliberately collecting handwriting samples. He asked one person to write out the names so he'd have the samples. He found a couple sample writings. So that was fascinating. And then Jonathan picked up a match of signatures and identified that Corey probably wrote that letter to Una Garth. But what was interesting was that when we got to the very end of the book, Andrews hired the graphologist, and he gave us the answers. He said, yes, this signature, this handwriting matches this person, and he even explained it to us. He said, like, the L's drop down this way, the R's go through this way. So that's a very subjective thing. Is that what you want? Do you want the game to tell you that, or do you want it to have you figure it out? The modern mystery suspect games have gone the latter way now. They would not have someone in the end tell you what signature matches. They would leave that up to you. So you tell me, you guys tell me, Dawn, Duke of Zill, Jonathan, would you have preferred if the game didn't tell us the signature matches at the end? Or is this a good trade-off? Like, gives you time, it gave us time to solve it ourselves. And then if we got to the very end of the book and we didn't go through that work or didn't understand it, at the very last minute, he got the handwriting analysis. Duke of Zill says the main benefit of those document dump games is 3, 4, 5 people could work on together with everyone doing different evidence. I do not see that. I mean, you're right about that, but I don't see that as the main benefit. I think the main benefit is it's more of a focus on a puzzle. Instead of telling you this came, here's what makes sense of this, it's a challenge because it's giving you all of this information overload and challenging you to do the organization of it and figure out what's important, what's not. So I appreciate that it's more of a puzzle there. Those games are much more puzzly in terms of here's the document, figure out what's important. But I was just blown away by the procedural writing. There was lots of humor, some really fun stuff, lots of great characters, lots of very clever, like, yeah, I don't want to talk about the Dennis Wheatley games, but I feel like Helen Reilly just turned it all up to 11 and masterfully. And here's something that was sort of surprising to me. Dennis Wheatley, this is not spoiler or giving anything away, but Dennis Wheatley is this military guy, right? And he's written hundreds of books or whatever. And you start out with these biases. Like if you asked me, here's Dennis Wheatley's books, here's Helen Reilly, just in terms of prejudices of men versus women, you might say, okay, Dennis Wheatley, the military man, he's going to be focused on like nuts and bolts, no nonsense, no emotion. And Helen Reilly, maybe the woman's touch is we're going to get lots of emotional focus on the emotional mindset of the different characters and stuff. But in reality, what we got was a complete flip of that. The Wheatley's books worked best and had a real demonstration of human emotion and pathos and focus on emotions and psychology in a really pleasing way. And Helen Reilly got there and she's like, this is a New York City police procedural and like down in the details, no nonsense. professionals doing their job, and we got to watch them at work. They were, whenever we were thinking like, is someone going to remember to collect this evidence? They collected it. Is someone going to remember to follow up and check on the gloves and the cleaning? They remembered. Like that attention to police procedural. I mean, I felt like we got to look into a real homicide department. We got to look at some politics. These reports going back and forth, memorandums. Wow. I mean, how does she know to capture that so well? How does she walk into this genre a year after Dennis Wheatley first creates one of these books and then knocks it out of the park like this? I just don't. It's just masterful. Of course, this wasn't her first police procedural, so I guess she just ran with it. She just took what she had been doing well. And you can see why she was a good writer and why people liked her books. I mean, she really captured the characters and the story and everything. It's a shame she didn't write more of these. I really wish we could go back in time and tell Helen Reilly, please make more of these. This was just masterfully done. Really masterfully done. This entire thing, there was not a miss on a single page. Duke of Zill says, I feel like I watched an entertaining documentary on New York police in the 1930s. Yeah. John says, I think I'm fine with the explaining for handwriting specifically. Okay, so you're okay with the fact that, I mean, if you're going to do it, I like this system of letting the players figure it out early if they want to, and then at the end, if they don't, you have the handwriting analysis person come in. I liked how much time was spent on the different characters. I really felt like we got to know them. I like this world of. I love the other thing that I love that we've seen a couple times is there's some real pleasure that comes from playing these games and where you change your opinion of characters. In fact, that's one of my favorite parts of these experiences that we've had recently is struggling with deciding whether this person is a villain or not, and whether you like them or not. And like we played this one, and those bishops, Corey and the sister Lucille, seemed so suspect. I really had them pegged as manipulating stuff and being bad. And then at the end, we come around and they're sort of the good people. And I love that we thought Max was having an affair and he was very suspicious. And then we're like, we come to meet him, we interview him, right? And we're like, we're suspicious of him. He's got the cigars. And we're like, he's the bad guy, right? Then he gives us his thing and he's like, no, nothing happened. And his secretary says he's a great guy. And we're like, all right, maybe we're wrong about Max. He seems like a nice guy, just he's some boss. He's not so bad. I believe him. Then, next chapter or so, we see the photos. And there he is, right? We see the final third chapter, whatever reveal comes. We get the blackmail documents, right? And look at them. They're like, oh my God, this guy, we believed him. And here he is drugging this woman. This evil guy is much worse than we thought. And to think we believed him. Then we saw this and we're like, wait, what's going on? She is involved. She is having an affair with him. she can't be trusted. This scoundrel woman is sleeping with him just to get her job and then trying to blackmail him. Then we go on a little further, right? And it turns out that we have to flip back around because it turns out that they were framed and they really are innocent. Or were they? And then we're second guessing ourselves. Like, it's a little flaky. Do we really believe it? And like, that struggle is what made making our guesses at the end so fun, because Jonathan couldn't let go that Una Garth, that woman we just saw there, he was suspicious of her. He couldn't believe. He looked at her face and, well, you tell us, Jonathan. Jonathan thought something was motivating her. Something cracked her, made her crack. And all of the characters in this game, this book, we had to do psychological struggle with their personalities. Scarborough seemed innocent, but then at the very end, it turned out that he wrote this note and he was owed $20,000. Then all of a sudden, we had to make sense of that. And then he did this craziness at the end, which was explained pretty well, but was weird. There have to be enough weird things that are sort of inexplicable that test you, right? You don't want to play these games and be like, everything makes sense. So there has to be enough that is never going to make sense for you. Like his Scarborough's actions, we couldn't quite understand. They seemed strange. They threw some stuff in, but it explained why, and it made some sense a little bit. Yeah, more thoughts? More thoughts. Let's hear from you guys. I want to hear more what you guys liked most, what you liked least. For me, this is number one, and I want to go visit Helen Reilly's family and tell them to make more of these. Go back in time. I don't remember whether it was Duke of Zill or Jonathan, but one of you said that it's crazy that this doesn't get the attention that the Wheatley games get. I mean, Dennis Wheatley in 36 invented this idea, but to me, this is taking it to another level, and this needs to get more attention. This needs to be like, should be reprinted. This one, File on Rufus Ray, deserves every bit of the respect and awe that the Wheatley games get. And in fact, I would put this one at the top, and this would be the easier one to recommend to a modern game player. Like Robert Prentice, which we both loved, Jonathan, for what it is a more unique, like reading a novel, and more adult, and in some ways more interesting, but that's a harder sell. That's a different experience, and there were big 30, 40 pages monologues in that. This one will be much more recognizable to a modern audience, and someone should buy the rights to this and re-release it, reprint it. Oh, that's what you were saying. You were saying that the Dennis Wheatley books were reprinted in the 70s and the 80s. These never were. That's ridiculous. This needs to be reprinted. This absolutely needs to be reprinted. Duke of Zill says, when Lucille was so sharp and quick-witted when the police tried to shake her, I thought it was her for sure. I loved that scene. That scene, I don't know if I'm reading too much into it, but that interview where Andrew says to her, what does he say? He says, like, you put the gun in your purse along with the key, didn't you? I want to find that, because what happens is it says, Lucille stares at him for 30 seconds or so. And then she says, and I was thinking, oh, he's trying to catch her. She's going to deny the gun, but she's going to skip over the key comment, and that's going to tell Andrews that he got the key. And she did not bite. Oh, that was such a good scene. Like a movie. Like a movie. I felt we watched a movie in a way that none of the other books we've played has captured. Here, look, he's questioning her. You were carrying an evening bag. Da, da, da. He brings her in. When he brings her in, it describes her. Like, what does it say? Here, listen to this. Report of interview of Miss Lucille Bishop. Interrogating officers, Captain Andrews. Miss Bishop arrived at 4:35. Quite a dame. If nervous, not showing it. She came in and sat down. She was cool and composed. Very well turned out. So then we get 3 pages in. And he says, 4 pages in. He says, you're carrying an evening bag, I believe. Rather large, white beaded bag. You stepped into the cab. The bag dropped to the pavement. It opened, and some small objects fell out, some change, etc. Rufus Ray and the doorman started to retrieve them for you. You were impatient. You snatched your bag up hastily and got into the taxi and drove off. There wasn't something in that bag, something you didn't want anybody to see or feel besides the key to Rufus Ray's door. There wasn't a gun in it, was there, Miss Bishop? Here, Miss Bishop stared steadily at the captain for maybe half a minute. She finally said, key, gun, this has ceased to be amusing. Just what is it you're accusing me of? So notice there, like, he's trying to trick her. He doesn't know she has a gun in her purse. In fact, she doesn't have a gun in her purse. But he's like accusing her. He thinks he's caught her, but he's sticking in the thing about the key. She's pausing. She's deciding how to respond. So good. Jonathan is talking about why he went for Una Garth. Part of it was, I think, looking for a twist. Una seemed to be hiding in plain sight when it came to having Max's gun. Yes, this happens whenever you play these games. There's the metagaming of, like, is it the thing that's obvious or is there a twist? And you went the twist route. I want to say it's more enjoyable when we all pick different suspects. That makes it more fun to read. So I appreciate Jonathan. I really do appreciate that Jonathan picking someone that we didn't pick, and probably I don't know, but maybe if we all picked Una, Jonathan would have said, well, I'm going to pick Anita. So I do appreciate that we diverged. I was tempted to diverge and pick Corey. Jonathan still doesn't like why she kept the gun. Give a reason for the uncommon keeping of the gun. Dawn says, for me, I love the structure, gradually uncovering the motives for each of the suspects, having to work through the evidence to narrow them down, and the humor. Yeah, I agree. Maybe Rufus Ray didn't pilfer the lighter. Maybe she was so quick to take back her bag. She left in such a hurry that Ray was just left with the lighter and a Lucille-shaped cloud of smoke. Yeah, well, that's interesting. They didn't fully explain that, but you could imagine multiple things. You could imagine she didn't notice it. You could imagine he took it because he fancied her. Lots of possibilities with that lighter. Sort of a little bit of a red herring. Jonathan says, how do you feel about the length? Was the longest, but I think it worked. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I love the length. I love the length. I am ready to read Helen Reilly continuing this New York Homicide Squad, and let us see more of Andrews, and let us get to the bottom of Swinburne, that district attorney who's crooked. I really liked the length. What did you think? Jonathan says, I think it worked. Yeah, you're right, though. I mean, maybe it's worth mentioning. Maybe part of why the characters felt so fleshed out is that there was a small number of characters, but it was a long case, so they really had time to flesh them out. I am surprised that it worked so well having the 24-hour thing. That sort of blows my mind, right? It's the longest case we've played, covering the shortest actual world time. That's kind of crazy when you think about it, no? The longest case, double the length of the cases we've played so far, and yet compressed into 24-hour world time. And not only that, but the reports are overlapping times. Like, he's sending people to follow people and getting reports, and then so he's sending multiple detectives and lieutenants and patrolmen out simultaneously. And so they're coming back sometimes with overlapping time reports. And then throughout the whole thing, his superiors are complaining that he's taking so long to get it solved. They're like, get a move on, Andrews. It's been 18 hours and you haven't arrested someone. Right? Like little interludes between his memos and reports, which he's reading, which he's filing constantly. We didn't really talk about this note, but I guess this is Una writing to him, apologizing for the pictures of her coming up and upsetting him and all that. But I love the little memos about him not being efficient, and I love how Swinburne's trying to get him fired. I'm looking for some of those memos where they're complaining about Andrews taking too long to solve the case. Nice variety of documents. Nice, nice little bit of evidence, right? The confetti and stuff. Like, not that much, but we don't need it. The focus was on the documents. The 24 hours seemed a little silly to me, to be honest, but I do like the parallel report. But the complaints that the case was not solved in half a day seem a little silly to me. I'm not going to disagree with you, Jonathan. And you know what I would say? I mean, I think... yeah, I think actually you got a point. Like, what... The 24 hours doesn't get you anything. Helen just made it harder for herself, right? By making it all happen within 24 hours, she just made her life a lot harder. Time is still passing, people are still doing things, but it meant she had to do things that were happening in parallel that were not necessary. It didn't really seem like she needed to do that. But it's almost like a little finesse, like showing off. It's like Helen Reilly was showing off that she could write this story that happened all within 24 hours and have it make sense and work. And it did. It absolutely did work. But yeah, if I was writing it, I'd say, well, let me stretch it out a little bit so I don't have to juggle everything in my mind. This thing was unnecessary but cool, fun. The photos all looked pretty cool, believable, not hokey, right? Not like not fakey. They all felt pretty real. Maybe that one felt a little fakey. I'd say those are pretty well done, though, the photographs. I mean, some real care went into this. I was very doubtful. I thought the Americans were just going to rip off the British Wheatley and not really put their heart into it, but they really... This was such a cool moment when we started reading these telegrams about Corey Bishop complaining, then the commissioner complains down to the DA to the commissioner. They're all complaining about Andrews. What is Andrews up to? Is he getting into deep water? Caution him to take it easy until he's got something solid. And then the direct superior of Andrews says, for God's sake, watch your step. Corey Bishop is putting up a howl. Lay off him until you get something. And then finally, Andrews says to his boss, does the department want this case solved or doesn't it? If it does, how do you expect me to lay off? I've got to get the facts. And then the next note is, get into the commissioner's office in 15 minutes. They're going to chew you out. Jonathan says, the other main nitpicks that come to mind is maybe Scarborough going to Anita's apartment points a little too much towards her. The other is the emphasis on how it's strange the gun has not been found. I wish Andrews had explained how he thinks keeping the gun made sense. I think you've made an interesting point that I want to riff off of a little bit. I do think Scarborough coming to an apartment and tearing it up in the purse was a little odd. A little gilding the lily, although it was kind of cool. Now, you point out two things about the gun that I want to talk about. You're saying the first thing is how it's a little strange that Andrews is telling us why finding the gun is so important. We see this in his little doodles that we get occasionally. We got like 3 sets of them. And here's one of them, and he's saying, his notes to himself, he's saying, gun, 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 get the gun. And he talks to someone else, and he's like, I'm really troubled about the gun. So I want to make one comment about that, and then one response to you about that. And let me do the second one first. And I think it has to do not with the mystery part of this, but with the drama storytelling. Because what Helen Reilly did is right from the start, you're like, where is this gun? What does it mean? What's the importance of it? And by Andrews repeatedly, periodically being disturbed that this gun isn't found and reminding us how it could crack the case open, it builds up the tension and excitement for us about the idea, are we going to get this gun? When is it going to come? And it turns out in the end not to be that significant for us. As we discussed, like even if it wasn't Max's gun, that might not have made such a difference. But emotionally, the payoff that in the final scene of the movie or of this dossier, the gun, everyone's in this room, she trips and then clunk, 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 right in the middle of the floor on the last scene, on the last page of the book, comes the gun. That is showmanship. And that's the drama of this movie that we watched. That this final piece of the puzzle of drama and a gun that someone could use to kill someone. Remember what Andrew says. He's like, I'm afraid if we don't find this gun, someone's going to get killed with this gun. He says that in his reports when he's talking to someone. He's like, if we don't recover this gun, there's a good chance someone's going to get killed. And I thought people were going to get killed. So I think what that served, it didn't serve the mystery so well, but it served the drama and excitement and sort of satisfaction of, in the end, we got the gun. And it did click into place. And it was, someone was trying to plant it and show evidence. So for me, that really worked. And I can see what it was. But one of the things you said about Andrews talking about why someone wouldn't leave the gun, I did feel like there were several places where Andrews didn't just sum up reasonable summaries of the evidence, but he leapt to some conclusions that it felt like Helen, that the game was telling us you can trust these, that didn't feel earned, right? There were certain things like time of murder. They're like, he was murdered between 1:30 and 1:45. And we were like, whoa, how do you know that? He was found at 3. He left at 1:15. Couldn't it have happened any time in there? There were several places like that I felt like Helen should have given us more concrete confirmation if we're to believe Andrews and what he's saying. Like he's telling us this had to have been planned for a while, and he wouldn't have gone somewhere with someone he didn't know because he was suspicious. Like, if you want to tell us that you're making these guesses, okay, but the game seemed to want it both ways. It seemed to be saying, trust Andrews when he sums up this information, but we're not going to make you privy to why you should be so confident about that. That I wasn't 100% on board with. Duke of Zill says, I think it was a shame to only hear about Scarborough's side adventure after the fact. It might have been nice to have encountered it ourselves because he did drop off the radar for a long period. I see what you're saying. The only counterpoint to that I would make is that, well, I'll make 2 counterpoints. One is that it was kind of fun. It's fun when there's an epilogue. And it was fun that there was an interesting epilogue to read. But I think the other thing I would say to that is that Scarborough was sort of, there were 2 people that we sort of wrote off. We wrote off Broderick at some point, and Scarborough never seemed that interesting to us. And I think it felt a little bit to me like when he disappeared, Helen Reilly was like, here's a little bit of a wild card. Like, here's a little wackiness that is going to throw you for a little loop and make you second guess yourself. And the Scarborough kind of did that. We were like, wait, are we not understanding something? Why is he acting so weird and stuff? And it kind of made sense to us in the end. But I do agree it was a little weird and wacky, but I felt like the case could absorb a little wackiness at that point. That may be a right way to say it. Like, everything wasn't wacky. It's just he was the little wild card. He was the little joker that I didn't know. We had to second guess and be like, what's happening with this guy? He's sort of off his rocker and lost it. Jonathan says, thinking about it a bit more, I might have liked a more procedural ending versus this one where they all gathered in a room, but that is also a nitpick. Interesting. You're saying it sort of went against the procedural theme of the rest of it. Maybe, although don't forget, at the end, Andrews procedures up the final pieces. He's like, I sent the people to the cleaning place. We checked out the gloves. It matches the gown. So he does wrap up some of it. But yeah, I get it. It's interesting also that our guy who got killed was the bad guy. Right? Isn't that a little interesting? Like, the guy who got killed was a pretty bad guy. We have no sympathy for him. Duke of Zill says, the ending was very cinematic to me. That fit with the movie vibe I felt throughout. I agree with that. I'll tell you another thing that we didn't discuss. Credit to me for getting the map, because that was pretty fun. And I appreciate you guys being willing to put up with finding locations on the map and annotating it. But this may be the first of these games that has really sort of rewarded us for mapping out where everything is, because in addition to being fun, to figuring out where everything was happening in Manhattan, it actually turned out to be critical when it came time to figuring out time to travel. But also, the map was absolutely critical when we were trying to put that final puzzle piece of where was Rufus Ray going when he was murdered. And it was specifically the fact that we said, if he's going up this way, passing his house, and got killed here, then that tells us something about who he was going to meet. Whoever called him probably had to live north of his house, which is what led us to say Anita's right there, Una's right there, and then even Bishop's right there. But then Bishop was in his house, so that really brought us down to being only Una, and Anita, which helped throw Jonathan off track with Una. And then also the times, the alibi times. This game was very rewarding of us saying, well, she had time to get back up there. She lives only 3 blocks away. So that fact that we had this map, in addition to being fun just to work with locations around Manhattan where I grew up, but the fact that we could actually get travel times, and that it was so critical, this part here about his walk home. I'm a little sad that the shooting in the right side of the head and that stuff didn't seem to be that important. Like, it would have been nice if there was some fine grain stuff. In fact, the ending comments by Andrews about, like, well, there was only one place you could have been that you would have seen Corey, but not have Corey seen you, that didn't quite work for me. And I still don't see how she did a 10-foot shot, 2 bullets in the back of the head, and the went right through his ear. That didn't quite line up, but enough lined up. And then Duke of Zill says the map was helpful. Without it, it would have felt lost. John says, I do think this game wants to win, while some of the Wheatleys felt more focused on twists. This game wants you to win. Yes, I agree with you. This was more of a puzzle to solve. No fingerprints in this game. That was a little weird. Very little lab reports that were important for us. I mean, the ballistics came back. We had to make a guess about whether they were saying those bullets were the same or not. No fingerprints. The analysis, there was that interesting thing with the welt was a little bit of a red herring, and the powder in his house on the mirror, like what was we were thrown a little bit for that. Like we were thinking, is there a reason she's putting on powder at his house? And it seems like it was just a red herring. Like, oh yeah, you're at someone's house sneaking around. Of course you're going to put some powder on before you leave. That was a weird. Jonathan points out rightly, not much time for lab work in one day. Yes, you're right. That's a good point. That is a good point. I liked the little, teasing references about corruption on the police force with Swinburne and stuff. I really liked that. There were a couple of cartoonish things, right? Like the Miss Kriegwald wearing a mask so she won't be recognized. That was a little cartoonish. There were a little bit of that, but these games don't get made with a little bit of that. Duke of Zill says it did such a good job of balancing all the elements of the case. Every suspect got their moment to shine. Didn't outstay its welcome on any particular story thread. Yes, I think that's right. So we don't have crime file number 3. We've got crime file number 2 by Helen Reilly. 3 is file on Fenton Farr. 4 is Claudia Craig. I have the 4th one. The 3rd one is available on eBay, but it's like $200. I'm trying to see if we can contact some of the people who have written blogs about it and see if I can't borrow it. But barring that, we probably won't play number 4. I'm guessing we'll wait, but eventually I do want to play the 3 and 4. We were talking about that maybe next we play Murder Memo to the Commissioner, also set in New York City. This one published in 1950. And so it might be interesting to see what happened in the 13 years since Helen Reilly's book, how well William Osler did. This originally cost $1. So this one, you remember, doesn't have any real evidence and doesn't have any different paper stock. Everything is just printed on the normal paper, but same basic idea. So Jonathan, Duke, you guys will help decide later after we recover whether we play that next. I think it makes some sense to stay within New York City and see a different squad, and it does seem like it would be a natural thing to play next. This deserves more respect. This deserves to go down in a little bit of history as an amazingly well-designed book. It needs a reprint, and Helen Reilly, hats off to you. You did it. You really did do it. Jonathan says, I like the idea of Murder Memo, so that basically seals it. That means we're playing Murder Memo next. We'll see if there are any interesting twists that he added to this genre. Boy, Helen Reilly knew her NYPD. Or I don't know, the real police are not this efficient. But I believed it. Jonathan says, interesting because Murder Memo looks very slim. It's hard to tell, because there's no physical stuff making it pop out. I was looking if there's a page count somewhere. I don't see it. But there is a page count here, basically. I think we saw it somewhere, some idea of page count. Some of the pages have numbers, 169. So it looks like almost 200 pages. So yeah, it is, Murder Memo to the Commissioner is shorter. File on Rufus Ray, 200 pages. All right, final thoughts. It was fun playing with you guys. I really can't imagine anymore playing these things without the help of you folks. What a real pleasure. I mean, it would be fun even if the game wasn't great, but it helps when the game is also great. And 2 sessions, well, we're almost 9 hours into this session. And this was a long one. So 9 hours, 7 hours, 16 hours total between 2 days. We almost did it in a 24-hour sequence. Duke of Zill's final thing. He says he loved it. Happy to be part of it. Jonathan Warner says, great work, everyone. Where's Dasher? Well, I've already asked for any final thoughts. All right, well, I guess we will wrap it up. So fun. So fun. All right, High and Low. If you haven't seen High and Low yet, if you've got other film noir movie recommendations, I'd love to hear them next time. And we may be back in New York City, back with that map again. Maybe we'll play on the west side of town next week. Everything here seems to be east side. And yeah, okay, folks, I will see you next time.